So we're gonna jump right into it. Today we are having, I think, I'm exceedingly happy to do this panel. I have the perfect people for this conversation. We're going to be discussing the slap scene around the world, which was the slap by Will Smith on Chris Brown defending his wife. Yes, I use those words. And I think the great thing about this thing is because it's not like some crazy thing where we're like, there's a whole bunch of outside crazy opinions. I feel like most people here are very comfortable, like sharing and combating opinions. And this is a very black panel. And I'm very happy to be part of that. So we get to hear discussing a black issue because I think to try to divorce this issue from other black issues is kind of crazy. But because it's a roundtable panel, I'm not going to be exercising any kind of crazy authority. I'm going to say from the very beginning, I'm asking everyone to please be as respectful as possible to each other, and that goes for me too. And we're just going to go ahead and try to proceed amicably and have a real decent conversation, as Black people are very capable of doing. So, yeah, let's go ahead and start out.
Wait, question. Before you start, is there like an outline for the sake of making better content here? My boys wanted to know, like, are we doing Will Smith slap the whole time, or was there like enough? Is this gonna pivot into something else, or is the whole point that it's Will Smith slap into whatever it goes into?
There was a part of me that wanted to kind of discuss like misogyny and like within the black community in particular, and like that. I wanted to go into that a little bit, but in reality, I kind of want to limit this to 1 hour discussion if we can. Hopefully, we can
Oh,
condense it into 1 hour.
yeah. Good luck with that one. Okay.
I
Well,
think we can do it. Trust me. There's only
all
five
right.
people here, and I think if we do it that way, then I think that helps us just to kind of like get it out there. My producer is telling me that really to try to get it down to 50 minutes, like that's like optimal. Because what I'm going to do is take the audio from this and then release it elsewhere. And they say that when it comes to audio, people really do prefer 50 minutes as like a cap. So I'm gonna try my
Okay.
best to condense this down to just that topic. But I mean, obviously, there's all sorts of ancillary things, but we'll get into all of that. But yeah, everybody, please be respectful. Like just engage in as good a faith as possible, and let's try to move this conversation. All right.
All
So
right.
this is the last statement I'm gonna say, and after that, everybody it's good to go. My belief system is that I don't think that we can judge, or I think it's hard to tell another person how to react. I've never been married. I've never had a wife of 20 years. I've never had a wife of 20 years suffering from an autoimmune disorder. So I've never had that circumstance. I can say that with certainty, if somebody did something that's offensive to my family or friends, I'm one that gets really animated when it comes to those things. Like significantly more than I would ever be over something that happens to me. I'm a lot more easygoing and kind of willing to like dismiss stuff like that. But you start coming from my family or people I love and care about, a lot of my decency goes out the window. And I think this is one such case. While I can say, like, just cerebrally, this is a wrong thing to do. Like, morally, you just shouldn't be violent over words. But when words cut deep enough, I can kind of understand where they happen. And I think that's the situation we're in right now. Everybody else, give your takes in whatever order you choose to do so. And then we will just start the round table discussion. Let's go.
All right, sure, I'll start. I'm just gonna say that it's perfectly okay to feel offense. It's perfectly okay to be a little bit emotional. It's perfectly okay to just feel offense and even let that be known. Okay, even at that moment, it was okay for Will to let that be known. Definitely not in the way that he did it, though. I mean, you don't fucking hit somebody. You don't freak out. You don't have like a bit of a mental episode because of this. Were things probably building on for a while because everyone was calling him a cuck and all that shit? Yeah, probably. It just doesn't mean that it was right to slap another man in front of millions of people, like potentially over a billion. Shit, who knows how many people have seen the edits and memes at this point.
Uh, you know what? You go.
Okay.
You go
Sure.
first.
I'll go next. So honestly, yeah, it seemed pretty cut and dry. When you try to resolve animosity and tension through physical violence, you the one escalating it. If it's not in the boring ethics of self-defense, it's kind of like a cowardly way to resolve things. That may be debatable according to Fanatics take care, but I'll come back to that in a second here. Let me actually start this with like saying like what got me emotionally attached to this whole thing. Or it was actually not really Will Smith's irrational slap of justice, but rather the reaction from everybody else. It was really the fact that like he was not booted out of the academy. He wasn't escorted by security. He wasn't like checked for additional weapons because he was already like proving that he was like maybe not in the most stable of mental states because like of what he chose to do at that point on live broadcast, like in 4K unapologetically, and then sit back down, and then go on to be able to like then do an extended Best Actor acceptance speech, which was, which also was just gaslight central, but because it was like the will of God that said he has to be a vessel of love, and then but which leads to again unprovoked violence here, and then finally standing ovation for assault and battery on stage. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. Like I was like, this is like Bizarro world. This is like obscene. That into the general reaction being mixed of like, was Will Smith in the wrong here? And it was a 50-50. And I'm like, what the fuck is this shit, dude? What, we just beat up people we find offensive now? Like full blown? Like that to me, the precedent being set here is gross and disgusting and shows you that social media has definitely rotted the brains of many fucking people by this point. That is why I wanted to like hop on here and shit on all that crap in the first place. So all that though, of course, debatable, contestable. I'd love to hear more about that. But that's just like, where I am particularly. If you want to argue about Will Smith's bullshit, it feels kind of cut and dry now, but I'd love to also explore that too if you find it worthwhile 6 days later. I'm done. You can move on to the next person if you want.
Go ahead, Bam.
Okay. I think that like we all remember being 4 years old and saying like, oh, use your words, never hit anybody. I think that's boring. I think that like we realize the things that we tell children like are oversimplified in every other category. Why would physical violence be where that doesn't ring true? There's obvious. I believe that there are things. It's way more complicated than that. There are things people can say that can lead to you exerting physical violence that doesn't make to you like, oh my goodness, like you're always in the wrong. Like I don't. Now, did Chris Rock's joke cross the line? No. If bold jokes aren't like. It shouldn't be taken as that personal on the general public. Now, could she have felt, personally hit by it? Sure, but like that, I don't think that's an expectation you can hold for someone across the board. So yeah, like I just think it's boring to say that like, oh yeah, whoever uses physical violence was in the wrong. That doesn't really tell the entire story. Will Smith seems to be for the last few years dealing with a lot of like emotional issues that he says he goes to therapy, he says he's trying to figure it out, but I don't know. The Smiths are in a pretty toxic relationship overall. And I think they've been the butt of the joke for years. And I think Chris just happened to be the straw that broke the camel's back.
Okay. So I partly agree with Bam, which means I might starting off on the wrong foot. Look, yeah. Obviously, this was not just about Chris, right? Like, this joke is, at least, I don't think, maybe Fanatiq disagrees with me, but I don't think this joke is enough to set a well-balanced person off. I'll assume that Will is otherwise well-balanced person. And well-balanced people can, like, do shitty things, right? That they deeply regret. So, that happens. But, like, the act was wrong in and of itself. Right? Like, I can understand, and when I first talked about this, I kept making sure to bring this up. Look, he brought up Will Smith said it during his acceptance speech, right? That like when you're a celebrity, you gotta take all kinds of shit, right? You gotta take it, you gotta fucking grin. People coming at your family, people coming at you crazy, right? Saying all kinds of stuff to you, right? Online, like, if you have a platform here, then you've dealt with that, right? I've dealt with that, but on a much smaller scale. And I can ignore these things pretty easily, but still, it gnaws at people, right? So I can understand that. But to go up and assault Chris Rock over this, I agree with Bam when he says that what we tell children is incomplete, not nuanced, right? There are times where violence is necessary. And for harassment, I think if you looked at what Chris Rock was doing as harassment, then for harassment, then I think it's necessary. This was not the moment. This wasn't it. And shout out to TriHex, because I hadn't thought about that. I didn't really think about how the audience reacted. And that like just clapping for Will Smith afterwards, that was weird. It's like, what the fuck? He hit this motherfucker. He went up. But to be fair to them, also, I don't know how I would have reacted either. Like, did this happen? I'd still be processing it. So I guess I'll be a bit charitable to them, but I'll be a bit less charitable to Will. And that like, get your shit together. That shouldn't have happened. Didn't happen. I'll leave it there.
Okay, go ahead, try it. I'm sorry, I'm not telling you what to do. Go ahead, speak.
Okay, babe. Look, 2 points there. I completely agree with you, Prime, on that one. I think first your point about how the audience react. I think we have to remember here that if you, cause I really like examined it, broke it down, like was looking at body language, shit like that. The thing is, like everyone thought it was a gig and an act until Will doubled down on the, keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth twice. It was at that point we're talking about like a tone to me is in parallel with like two parents arguing with one another, about to fight one another, like what's the word here? Assault, whatever it's called, like internal
Battery?
dispute, assault, whatever. Yeah, like real shit here. So at that point, I felt like the fact that you can even go from that tone and still have like Will in the building uncontested, or have him do his speech and have it be like a schedule, not be like a remote backstage thing, or just like and have like a standing ovation, like as if like Chris had nothing, like there was no fault from Chris here about the whole thing, is like absolute madness to me. The other thing too, and I think everyone here is getting on a really good point here, is that the boring part here is to justify whether or not the GI Jane joke was like up past the line or not, because it doesn't really matter. Because honestly, if you look back at it again here, I don't know if we covered this point here or not, or if it's like worth reviewing here from 6 days ago, but Will did laugh at the joke initially. Now you can claim that the laugh of the joke was a panic laugh of default reaction because he's like visibly in the blast zone of any comedian on stage, and so therefore you have to instinctively laugh because you have cameras on you 24/7. That is true and that is fair, but god damn y'all, the body language there really conveyed that there was not as much discomfort because of like how Jada's hands and fingers were when they became interlaced for tension. Will Smith's legs were crossed, implying that there was no initiative or need to like get up promptly. Like you're more cemented in a seat when your legs are crossed like that. You see Barack Obama or any sitting president do it all the fucking time and doing like interviews and shit like that. So like the idea that like I find it harder to accept that that Will did not find the joke humorous to some degree because the body language conveys that to me, and also the fact that it was nothing more than a pivot of reaction because of Jada's reaction to it, which is like, to me that comes off as like, he's still seeking validation from her because of the toxic bullshit that they're all going through right now, her airing all the dirty laundry on the red table. Sorry, go ahead. What's up? Am I getting too far out of the weeds
I
here?
feel like because you said a lot there, and I feel like I want to address the first thing that you were
Sure,
saying there.
my bad.
And I
B,
thi-
hit me up.
It's okay, but I just feel like we all have been in this situation. I'm pretty sure you have. Anyone else here has. You've ever been in a group DM where all of a sudden you guys are all taking shots, and then maybe somebody takes a shot that goes too far, and then you kind of like you go from laughing
Ah.
along to like, ooh, this might have gone too far. Or maybe it might not even be in a group DM. Maybe in person. Maybe you're at the lunchroom, like in the cafeteria, and everybody's taking shots around in a circle, and everything is all good. And then somebody takes a shot, and you see the look on somebody else's face, and you do two things. One, either you get completely quiet and just like, I'm not taking part in this no more, or you kind of do the laugh thing. All right, you guys, like chill out, no more, right? Like we're done with the jokes, because what you're trying to do is pacify the situation. You don't want to necessarily rustle feathers, but you want to kind of like chill it out, right? Like different things, like we can all laugh at jokes and like think they're funny because just jokes in general are funny, but there's always a limit that you don't know what's going to actually cross the line for people. And I think in this situation, the fact that Will Smith was laughing at the joke, I don't think it was anything even laugh worthy. Like if we just looked at the joke on its face, it was not funny enough to really get a laugh. It was just the most ridiculous and basic of comparisons. Oh yeah, bald head, J.I. Jane. He laughed because it's a Hollywood thing is to do, is to laugh at all the jokes that are given by the person, especially when you're sitting on the front stage. And if you don't laugh, then you look really weak, like something actually got to you. So they did what everyone is supposed to do in that scenario. But when you look over at your wife of 20 years and you see the sting in her eyes and you start feeling like, yo, this actually cut her deep, and you know how absolutely problematic this problem has been, such that she's literally been taking steroid injections into her head, trying to change her entire diet, like trying to go on stress vacations, doing everything she can to try to get her hair to grow back to where she is having to shave it, giving this false front of I'm confident and I don't care, my hair is bald, but it doesn't matter, da 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 da. But you know about the alarm she initially felt when the clumps of her hair were in her hand in the shower. You know all of that pain, so then I think that gives you all the reason to go from I'm laughing because it's a Hollywood thing to do to this nigga crazy and he's crossing the line. And there's all sorts of backstory on that too. But does that make sense?
I
mean, it's
completely agree.
totally- I mean, okay, so like you guys keep here's what like the Will Smith defenders or whatnot, whatever we want to call them, right? They always come up with this sort of
Team
like,
Will, yeah.
It was like Team Will. It was like it's okay for him to take offense. Okay, he took offense, and I'm like, I feel like no one is saying that like he shouldn't have taken offense. It's totally okay for him to have taken offense, for him to have been like, oh man, this isn't okay. All right, you shouldn't have done that. Hell, even if he had like said something right then and there. Maybe that's something so like keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth, but just like, just like, hey, that wasn't okay. Just something like that. All right. Just to tell Chris, at that moment where Chris said, "Oh, come on, it was funny," or "Come on, what are you doing?" Because he saw fucking Jada's face or whatever. If Will just spoke up then, I bet you people would have clapped. He would have been like, "Oh, you know what? Fuck yeah, that's not okay. Yeah, stop being a dickhead, Chris." And it would have been fine. Okay, everything would have been okay. Instead, he decided to go like fucking ooga booga caveman mode and fucking hit a man, assault a man, okay, in front of millions of fucking people. Okay, you know for a fact that Will would have done that shit to Ricky Gervais. He wouldn't have done that shit to Idris Elba. He wouldn't have done that shit to fucking Dwayne Johnson. All right, he did it to scrawny ass Chris Rock, okay, who was almost a head shorter than he was. All right, a man shorter, a man smaller, not only in stature but also in status, which is what's really important.
But why is he so much smaller in status? Is number one, and don't write checks that your body can't cash.
What?
Well, not only because hold on, no, he's smaller. Hold on, he's smaller in status, probably because he did not decide to build his career to be as palpable to white people as possible, like Will did.
That's exactly what he's done.
Team Adam Sandler. What are you talking about?
No, that's exactly what he's done. So let's talk about one. Chris Rock's entire fame, his most infamous and most famous stand-up was specifically Niggas versus Black People, which he obviously regrets, which he says has been entirely weaponized by white people to his largely majority white audience. Absolutely, that is.
We've seen him setting up with Jerry Seinfeld too.
Sitting with Jerry Seinfeld and with Louis C.K. when Louis C.K. says the N-word hard R to him 4 times and he doesn't say a freaking word about it. How about that? Was that not standing up there with white people? Seinfeld, the Jewish guy, is the one that spoke up and checked Louis C.K. It wasn't him. Or how about when he makes his Good Hair documentary and he's sued by a woman who made a black woman who was doing the documentary and screened it for him beforehand, and she said, "Yo, he got his ideas from me." Now you can't hold that up in a court of law just because she was doing a hair documentary. You can't like say someone else can't do it. She said, "Hey, these things are similar enough," but he got his idea from her. He just had the money to do it. That's why hers took longer. What about those things? What about the fact when in 2000?
Oh, he's gonna keep going. Are you gonna keep
There's
going?
Last one.
Okay.
And this one's the most even more pertinent. What about in 2016 when there was a boycott on the Oscars by Jada Pinkett Smith? She was the figurehead and the voice of this thing, specifically talking about Black exclusion from the Oscars, saying they'll only allow us to present awards, but they never actually appreciate our accomplishments behind the film and all of the other things. That was what she did, and white folks got behind it. Were giving back their Oscars like, nah, I stand with Black solidarity. I loved it. It was a beautiful thing. But who was the host of the Oscars that year? None other than Chris Rock. And what did he say to her? Jada, you boycotting the Oscars is you boycotting the Oscars is the equivalent to me boycotting Rihanna's panties. I wasn't invited. And so he's dissing and taking a shot at her when she's the figurehead of Black inclusion. So in every step of the way, I'm seeing this person be completely adversarial towards Black folks, which is why I think he's lost a lot of his Black capital. That's why his status isn't what Will Smith.
You think Chris Rock has been adversarial to Black folks? Really? Like every step he's been adversarial?
Chris Rock's entire career hasn't been his target audience hasn't been Black people. His target audience has been explaining to white people what he thinks Black people think. He's like, this is what Black people do. This is like that's Chris Rock's bit.
Hold on. We gotta throw Richard Pryor under the bus too or something. Or how about every Black comedian which has done that same fucking act?
No, it's not a mini bit. That's
white people do this. No, every single Black comic that you can think of has the. No, it was not Chris Rock's thing. It was Richard Pryor's thing. Okay, which every Black comic after him adapted. Okay, let's not say that this is Chris's idea.
Kevin Hart's not the most pro-Black person in the world, but Kevin Hart don't make those jokes. Cat Williams don't make those jokes. Cat Williams makes fun of white people.
Kevin Hart. If you're talking about like pandering to white people, Kevin Hart, right?
Kevin Hart makes fun of himself, but Kevin Hart never puts the Black community.
King. No.
So we're getting away from the point.
Yeah, actually, can we slow down? Because I want to go way back on Fanatiq's first point when he made 5 points here.
Like a lot.
Because the whole thing. Okay, so I feel like you're advocating that the G.I. Jane joke you're providing underlying context for why the G.I. Jane joke was offensive enough for one to maybe be provoked and need to escalate things to resolve the tension, possibly. Feel free to correct me if I'm saying this wrong here.
I'll give you
but see, here's the hard part though. It's like jokes are ultimately subjective because it's like, what's your threshold for being offended to provoke to escalate to violence versus mine, etc. Yours seems to be based in family. Mine might be a little more reserved. I don't even know. I wish a nigga would, whatever, right? But the whole thing here though is like, I don't even know if I even agree that if we're gonna get iffy on the whole GI Jane joke, I observed it as a flattering reference of a characteristic of a fictional character. GI Jane shaves her head for the blah 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 for the whole like boot camp military and bullshit and whatnot. I didn't take that as like it'd be one thing if we were referencing like a cancer terminal patient who's bald due to like some other stuff here, but I don't think GI Jane. To me, it was like, yeah, strong woman character who is in a similar aesthetic like you. I thought it was like a flattering reference of character to a movie, and
That's a
nothing more.
reach. That's a reach. It was definitely a shot. Now it wasn't a. I don't think it was across the line, but like the idea of it not being a shot, yeah, that her being bald, like I don't think he meant to hurt her feelings, but yeah, like that sounds the same. Like, oh, he was trying to compliment her, he was trying to flatter her. No, he wasn't.
Yeah,
You know-
And then consider this, by the way. Chris Rock's documentary, Good Hair, literally came from the whole purpose of his documentary, Good Hair, was specifically to highlight and document the problems that black women and the lengths they will go to address their hair issues. Hair has been incredibly sensitive for black women, and we all know this. And now you have a person with an autoimmune disorder, and we're supposed to pretend that Chris Rock just had no idea that this would be a sore spot for a black woman losing her hair.
Yeah, I
That
think
sounds
Chris Rock
crazy
was,
to me.
I think Chris Rock thought, "Hey, I'm collecting a check. Here's my job. The Academy approved these sorts of jokes. They wrote these jokes. I'm gonna read them off like a script. Do the entire host thing like I always do." I
it
think
was
that's
ad
exactly what
lib.
Chris Rock was
It
thinking.
wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't. It was an ad lib. He's admitted as
Yeah,
such.
it wasn't.
It was?
We do know that much. Yeah, it wasn't pre-screened from the producers beforehand, so it was an improv in the moment.
So he
But
just saw
nobody
the
knew
same
Jada was
talk
gonna
he
show up
previously
bald.
had and took a shot again. Wait, no, everyone should have known that.
Yeah.
She's been very vocal about it. I can point out God knows how many different articles about her and her baldness and how she had been like talking about that. Like that wasn't like a super secret. Now I'll give you, I can't say for sure that Chris Rock knew. We don't know that for sure, but it wasn't like a complete secret. And again,
I
for me,
refuse to believe that
more
Chris
about
Rock
the
didn't
hair.
know. I'm sorry. I refuse
Yeah,
to
it's
believe.
so hard to believe
I
that.
refuse. No, I refuse. Not even hard. He knew. He knew. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's not give him
I will
that.
concede that.
Ch-
I don't think he didn't know. Given the 2016 call out from the Oscar So White,
Jada
they have a
Pinkett-
previous thing.
Jada Pinkett has been.
Regardless of all this,
Jada Pinkett has been
regardless of all this-
an advocate for like exactly this alopecia, right? She's been putting it front and center. These celebrities know. It's not like they don't talk, right? Like Chris Rock is like a stranger to the Smiths, right? So after that, but I wanted to say something previously, right? Because this is involved. This is involved of how the slap happened, right? And Bam had said something at the very start, which I did disagree with, which again makes my soul happy. Talking about how their family is a mess, right? And this is what I hated, and I think this kind of talk is what Will was talking about, right? It's like their family is a mess. Like what? Because they had some marital troubles, right? Like all of them do, like every marriage ever, unless like the couple dies the moment they step off the altar, right? They got marital problems. Like they have what seems to be, from what I've read, an open relationship, and it seems to make them happy, right? They didn't know what they want.
Whoa, yeah, it doesn't. No, it's a hot mess. It's actually toxic. The difference here is all the dirty laundry is being aired for content on Jada's Facebook show, The Red Table. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know if you've seen the articles there.
So
That's not fair, though. That's not a matter of her choosing to air that, right? Like August Alsina literally tried to buff his album. He was releasing an album that week, and so he came forward in an interview and said, "Yeah, Will Smith gave me blessings to bang his wife or whatever." Like that wasn't them choosing to do this. If this has been their open relationship, which has been rumored in Hollywood for like literally for about 2 decades, and it's finally coming out about 2 years ago, then it makes sense to me that they probably didn't want that to be discussed. But August Alsina was just some little idiot person that couldn't keep his mouth shut. So then they had to, because now the rumors are speculating. People are starting to call her a child molester because you know how young he was. He was obviously an adult at the time, but it didn't matter. So when all of that happens, it's like, yo, if we remain silent about this, the rumors just get out of freaking control because there's too many things pointing towards it. We gotta actually speak out now, and that's what they chose to do. It's not that they wanted to air this out. They've been very private about that for God knows how long.
But yeah, just the idea of like, I was just pushing back on the point of like, this is something they agreed to. This isn't something they agreed to, and Will's admitted as much. just a little backstory. Whenever they were originally they fell in love, whatever. Will was married. He met Jada. He got divorced, and he wanted a monogamous marriage. And Jada said from the beginning she didn't want a monogamous marriage. She said she's not a monogamous person. It doesn't make sense for her. But Will obviously was like the '90s. It was the time, or I don't remember when they got married. Maybe it was like late '90s or 2000, whatever. They Will ended up convincing her to do so, and apparently she was very unhappy for a period of time until she hit her breaking point and she wanted a divorce. Will has also openly admitted he doesn't believe in divorce. He says he would rather remain in an unhappy marriage than be divorced. He didn't even divorce his first wife. She divorced him even though he said he was super unhappy, and he said he would repeat that same process because his ego is very important to him. He's very open about it, but like, and I guess to get in front of his ego means everything to him. So he refuses. Jada said she wanted a divorce because she didn't want to do monogamy. So basically, to keep his marriage together, Will has accepted going into an open marriage, but Will's not okay with it, and he's pretty much said as much. But he's not going to lose his wife.
Okay, I'll pull back on that then.
I mean, we can psychoanalyze Will like all day.
It's not psycho. This is like interviews. This is something he's.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if he's been open about all this, then yeah, that seems pretty typical. Okay, like of a very repressed kind of man that would lash out against someone like that. All right, it's not really like this sort of thing. Like once again, y'all keep talking about like excuses to be like ashamed, and excuses to be angry, and excuses to be upset. Fine, okay, he's angry, he's upset. You don't fucking slap somebody. I mean, like, what about like? Can we just talk about the ethics of just like violence when it talks about just like when someone like insults you in that sort of way? Okay, of like, do we just like go out and slap somebody? Do we just hit somebody that makes them mad? I was told
but no one here said that. No one here said that we think.
Well, Bam came pretty close. No, you didn't let me finish. Bam came pretty close. He was like, well, hey, listen, these sort of preschool rules that we're taught as kids, they're not always cut and dry. Sometimes he led to say sometimes that's necessary. Okay, so yeah, sometimes
I use necessary. No, I didn't. No, Prime used necessary. I didn't use necessary, but I think it can be. I can think it can be empathized with. It can be justified. Like it doesn't mean it was necessary.
It can be justified. Okay, let's go with that.
Fanatiq,
I'll take that word.
You said yesterday, right? Am I wrong? You know what you said yesterday. You said you wish he closed his hand, right? That's what you said.
That was me being a little bit facetious. When I'm saying I wish Will Smith like would have punched him with a closed fist, that's more me just saying like I am very disappointed in Chris Rock for a number of things. So like it's not in reality. Do I really want him to be beat? Like no, probably not. I think that would actually be really even much more harmful for Will Smith's career. And I'm a humongous Will Smith fan. I think his movies are amazing. He's obviously been a great source of like positive imagery within the Black community. And like you look at not just Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where you know you have '90s like really pushing forward this gangsta Black people a media representation, and Will Smith decides to come with a father who's a judge and a mother who's a lawyer, and you know what I'm saying, and they're an upper class like well-to-do Black family, some similar to what the freaking Cosby Show did. I've always appreciated him for that. Being the first rapper in the world to ever get a Grammy, that was Will Smith. So these people are really tied to the, like, you know what I'm saying, the Black history and so on and so forth. So him being one of the highest grossing Black actors in the world, literally the second in command when it comes to like to Hollywood, I just feel like it's hard for me to like just kind of look at this thing in a vacuum.
And Will Smith's rap was acceptable to white people. I'm just putting that out there, right? That's why.
I'm saying like Will Smith built. But hold on, you came at me really hard when I said that Will Smith built his whole career around being palpable to white people. That is, I didn't disagree. 100%.
I didn't disagree with you.
You didn't disagree. Okay. Well, I say to the point where he doesn't. How do I put this? It's this whole idea that this man is very clearly full of himself and wants to be this big legend, wants to be this whole thing, to the point where a lot of the movies he was starring in were just garbage. Okay, I'm talking about the last like 20 years since about Ali. Oh yeah, no. Every other year, Will Smith is always doing this Oscar Beatty bullshit. Okay, constantly. King Richard wasn't even that good of a movie. It was one of those things. I
agree with that. Okay, it was just okay.
It was not that good. It was not that fucking good. And
Will Smith, now we getting raw.
Ever since he was doing, what was it? Fucking the shit like the 7 pounds. Ever since Pursuit of Happiness, Ali, fucking oh my gosh, fucking even I Am Legend had a shit ending. Huh? Pursuit of Happiness. Pursuit of Happiness is a very, how do I put this? Yes, it is very good. Okay, and in retrospect, when I saw it when I was young, okay, it's a good movie. But then you realize the cynical nature behind Will Smith as to why he does these movies all the time is just so he can win Oscars and win things from the Academy. Okay,
So?
like
He's never won an Oscar before now. This is his first time ever winning an
yes,
Oscar.
I'm saying he kept doing it. Okay, you know, just like Leonardo DiCaprio kept doing it. Will Smith also kept doing it for a very long time. If you notice, he has a pattern where he keeps doing these very sentimental films where he's a very sad, tragic character over and over and over again. He did this for years. Okay, all the time.
Those are his favorite kinds of movies.
Yeah, I wouldn't fight so hard on that point, honestly, because now
But
we're
what-
entering the same thing. We're trying to prove intent over like Chris's joke versus Will Smith's slap versus Will's intent to want to act and what
My
script
point
he's
is,
picking and whatnot.
my point is that when we're talking about Will Smith's career, okay, because he's bringing up Will Smith's career. When we're talking about Will Smith's career and what he's into, to me, it always came off that he was someone that was incredibly full of himself, okay, that would never play like a crazy role like a villain. Hell, even Leonardo DiCaprio played fucking Candy, okay, and fucking Django and shit like that. Will Smith would never do a role like that, okay, for example. That's why I can't respect him as much as an actor as you do, and maybe a lot of other people do. And I'm from Philly.
Sure. I just want to say really quickly the comparison between Will Smith and Chris Rock when we're talking about like they're like pandering towards white people. I'm not disagreeing with you that Will's like career, he always has been the very Caucasian, palatable black man, right? Like that has been it, like for
He's
sure.
the Obama of Hollywood, unironically.
I love that because I've never heard that phrase, but that's exactly what Will Smith is, and I respect the freak out of Obama. I was never a fan of his policies. Y'all know I wasn't really riding with him like that. But as far as like keeping the dignity that the White House and the prestige associated with it, and the way he carried himself, and the way that he spoke, all of those things are things that I obviously admired about Obama, regardless of whether you like his policy or nothing. Like his kids wasn't out there wilding in clubs and acting a dang fool, aka Chelsea Clinton, or none of that other nonsense. So I've always respected that about one. The difference between Will Smith and Chris Rock, though, is that Chris Rock was catering to white people at the expense of black people. I don't feel that Will Smith has ever done that.
Palatable and pandering are two different things.
Boom.
Like Will Smith is digestible to white people, but but Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was target audience was absolutely the black family. Like Chris Rock, everybody hates Chris is arguably targeted towards white people. Like he's just trying to like, hey, white people come in the black household and we'll show you. I don't know. I feel like Chris Rock's entire career has been targeted towards white audience. Why do you think he's on Team Adam Sandler? And I don't hate Adam Sandler, but
he's comedian. His fellow comedians. Okay, that's his fucking.
That's the only comedian.
Okay, goddamn. Okay, no, not Adam Sandler. Also Louis C.K., Jerry Simon. That's fucking with C. Can we not? Okay, the fucking Gen X comedian crowd. Okay, that's Chris Rock's whole fucking crowd. He's always been riding with them. Okay, all the time ever since fucking SNL and shit. Oh my god, like that's just been typical.
May I have a
Will Smith?
We are so
Eddie
far.
Murphy. Oh no, I'm sorry. Eddie Murphy absolutely does that. Fine, try it. I'm just that was his atomic. That was stupid.
Yeah, we're so far in the weeds now for jib for jabs for past context here. I've lost track here. I can't even. Are y'all rationalizing the slap was like justified? Is that? Cause I feel that's what I'm getting at from half of y'all right now.
No, I didn't say that slap was justified. I said that physical violence isn't.
Can I get a vote then, please? Can I get a definitive and not like a buffet salad full of shit here? Was the slap justified given if you conclude worst case here was harassment, target harassment at that? Was it justified? No. Sig natural, no. PrimeCayes, no. Okay. Just want to make sure I'm not like losing my fucking mind right now. I'm like, are we arguing about?
But that's crazy reductive.
And I just want to make sure we get to that first point here. Then now we can make sure before we get to all this nuance that we've established here wasn't justified. Okay.
But just to touch on that real quick, because we've all been there, right? Like I feel like that's incredibly reductive because, like, for example, if maybe you have like a special needs child, right, and somebody literally calls like your child like the R slur, right, or something like that, and you're a parent, and it's a grown man, and he says this to your child, I know that plenty of people would want to knock that person out, right? Now, is that justified? Probably not. But would we probably say, I kind of understand where you're coming from. We can understand and empathize. And I think that's what we're doing here. It's not about justifying, because ultimately we should all hope that every single one of us are our higher selves. But how many times have maybe you gotten angry at a game and said something terrible?
If the harassment was uncontested and inconsequential, sure, then we can have to talk here. But honestly, yeah, Jada's visible stress and whatnot and disdain for that joke had Will gone there and just grabbed a microphone, like everything other than assault and battery me would have been like an infinitely better option if that was your answer to intend to resolve the situation.
Yeah, you probably would have got a round of applause.
Yeah. Imagine if Will had grabbed Jada's hand on camera and it escorted her off the site, like out of the blast zone of the sitting arrangement. Like they visibly leave the stage.
Yeah, the camera never would have panned to him. I don't think anything would have happened. I think like I said, like we can think of 100 things that would have been better if he just took the mic and said, you know, my wife doesn't appreciate stuff like that, blah blah blah, walked off. Like that would have been, oh my god, he's such a king. But that's, like I said, that's boring. It's not about what could have happened. It's about what happened. And like I said, it's not justified, but I understand. I can empathize.
Zovia just pointed out something to me. What about the time when there was that guy with the twisted T scenario where that dude was yelling the N-word at him over and over and over again, and he busted that twisted T all over that dude's head? Do y'all remember that situation? And it wasn't like there was some crazy. It was a guy in New York. He was sitting inside of a convenience store, and some guy, a Caucasian guy, kept saying nigga to him over and over again.
Will Smith?
Like, yeah, no, it wasn't Will Smith. It was just a random dude, and he kept saying nigga, whatever. And the guy was like, and finally the guy grabbed the twisted T can. Just Google twisted T.
Oh, the New York. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Okay, yeah.
He dropped it at first, and then the guy started yelling at him, and then he fucking hit him, smacked him right in the fucking.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
busted it open. There wasn't so much crazy outcry at this dude for that violence. And while we can all say, I wish that we would be our higher selves and never would stoop low. You know, when they go low, I would love us all to go high. But sometimes people aren't. They're going to be their higher self. You compound that with an emotional, not like the Oscars,
but
all of the. Go ahead.
But. Yo, that's like in the public around strangers. These are not strangers. This is clearly a class of society where there's like obviously no threat to like any bullshit here. I don't even get how we're comparing that to this. The context.
The comparison. No, I'm not. The only thing I'm drawing attention to is that we as people all understand that there are limits and lines that get crossed that cause us to be our lower selves. In a game, you might actually lose a game and yell out an expletive at a person, right? How many times have you been in a game of League of Legends, you hear somebody call somebody some really awful stuff, wishing cancer on their parents or something? How many times have you seen Twitter back and forth and beefing that goes out of nowhere? How many people beat people up over stepping on their shoes? We can all immediately say, every one of those cases is terrible, but we've all been there. We all know what it's like to be in a situation where something brings out our lower self. So let's not act like a guy defending somebody attacking his wife's autoimmune disorder is like immune to being his lower self. Already when you're in the eyes of the media who have been dragging your family and the wife in particular for like literally about a decade. I think we can understand where this comes from. Does any of it justify it? Never. I'm not saying it's okay. Never in any case. But I'm saying we all can understand why it's happening, where it comes from, and we should be able to have some empathy while recognizing this is not the best thing to do. Does anyone disagree with what I just said there?
I actually, to a degree, it's hard to have empathy. For the people that don't have empathy, I understand them. Okay, I emphasize with the people that don't have empathy with Will Smith. All right, because like it's just another. It's another implication with this person that has lived so far. Their life is so far removed from yours. They're so rich, they're so wealthy. They got the whole world on top of them. The man won the goddamn best actor. Okay, you saw the footage of him partying, you know, with all the people with his Oscar in his hand. You know, happy, cool. Coming. It's all nice. Oh man, I won. Isn't it great? Okay, like who gives a shit? All right, it's like whatever. He got to humiliate on someone on stage and just get away with it. Okay, and it's just like you're just like, oh yeah, that's amazing, fantastic. But like,
that was still acting.
Why have him like, oh yeah, he just hurt his the guy? Why he's allowed to just hit somebody just because he got his feelings hurt? This doesn't make any sense. I can't have empathy for somebody like that.
Here's a problem.
Sometimes when you get your feelings hurt,
you have 1%.
Will Smith is gonna go back home and his wife's gonna let him watch while she fucks another guy, and he's gonna love it. It's gonna be great. Okay, like why the fuck? Like why should we care about this guy's life? It's comfy. He's comfortable. All right, more comfortable than any of us have ever probably been in our lives. Why should we feel so empathized? Why would we empathize so much with him?
Okay, so I have I guess maybe like 1% empathy here because it's like the precedent being set it here is so direly consequential to me. Like if like half of Twitter was like, yeah, I would have beat Chris's ass too. Wait, well, it was da. It's like, okay, dude, like understand here. There's already like this is like already like I don't know how to make this like sound more intelligent, but like the American mantra to just go ahead and like escalate things to violence to resolve tension is like already really fucking stupid. Like you're like I don't know, you're like like you said, one shoe step on from like getting your ass beat in certain parts of like New York or whatever the fuck here. I feel like, and in this now where you can just say, hey, okay, look, if I'm offended enough, fuck, I'm gonna slap you or punch you or assault you or commit battery or whatever. You know, I feel like comedians now are can be in the hot zone for a lot more shit, and like you're able to like essentially move the goalpost of like where you're offended way further into a narrower blast zone than before, with the precedent of what was done here on this international stage.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
the context of who Will Smith is and who the Oscar and where it happened at the Oscars while televised does to me change how much empathy you have, because it was so ridiculously irresponsible.
One sentence. You're basically saying because of the precedent being established that Will Smith shouldn't be human. Because all I did was appeal to his humanity. And you're saying, well, yeah, but what about the president?
I don't believe in the president, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if I even like I mean, dog. To me, like saying that is like undermining the consequences and the monumental damage that can come from it. I mean, I can't.
You're undermining the humanity by saying, well, but yeah, but I don't care about how he should feel. I don't care about the fact that he's human like the rest of us. I don't care that literally every single person in the planet can all talk about times where they've become their lower self, be it because of jealousy, be it because of envy, be it because of wrath, be it because of lust, be it whatever. We've all had different things that have caused us to be
Explain to me the consequence of my worldview here. Like you're saying, because I'm not entertaining humanity and Will Smith, therefore I'm impeding on his right to live, or like I'm trying to help me understand.
No. I'm saying you're basically saying I'm trying to make an establishment that this is a human thing that literally every human being knows and understands and experiences. And you're saying I don't care if he knows and understands and experiences something that we all have done. It's that he has a precedent to set, so therefore he should rise above it right now. Which is what you're saying to me. I compute. When you say that, I compute that as we're diminishing the necessary consequences for a reform and a resolve. I think
this is my big issue. I don't believe in your consequences. I don't believe in the presidency. I don't think this is going to lead to comedians getting slapped left and right. Like I don't think that anyone took that as like, okay, this is what we do now. This is the green light. This is the new motto.
Comedians already get slapped. You saw how Chris took that shit. He been slapped before. Come on.
Well, yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe in that.
Chris Rock was doing jokes in New York, back when he was a nobody. He definitely got slapped before. Okay, surely.
So hold on.
We've seen. Go ahead, Prime. Sorry.
Yeah. This is like this is the like the allowance we give to celebrities, right? Now we digging into their past, right? Talking about like how he experienced this and that. This is a random motherfucker, right? It was a white man slapping a black man, right? Who had called him out, right? Said something about his wife, right? Said maybe the exact same thing about his wife. But it was a nobody, right? Would we be here like trying to figure this out, right? Like going over like all the angles? Like, no, man, like send his ass to jail. Like that's what happens. Like you don't just like fucking assault. And I hear you, Fanatiq, that we all can't be the best, right? Like I can't say I've always been the best human being, right? But like, there's consequences for that. Like, I reckon part of being an adult is understanding that there'll be consequences for your actions, right? They're gonna accept if you're a celebrity, right? Except if it's a celebrity, then like 20 minutes later, you're accepting the Academy Award for Best Actor, right?
You got kicked out of the Academy.
Like,
we keep talking about, hey, if I can interject here, this reminds me a lot of, and you're going to be angry when I say it, you're going to get mad, okay? But don't get mad, all right? This reminds me a lot of every time Donald Trump would say some stupid shit. And a lot of his, I told you, going to get mad, I told you. And a lot of his supporters would be like, well, he's just a person, he's just a human, okay? He's allowed to say a lot of his time.
He's a flawed man.
Yeah, he's a flawed man, okay?
But I don't
Jesus, agree with the way I don't agree with the way he went about X. But I appreciate.
But look at his intent. X, okay? Look at his intent.
Look at all that shit, right? This reminds me of that stuff. And obviously, okay, the point where the extreme sort of comparison I'm drawing. But what I want to say is just because Will Smith is not treated as though he's just human, right? He's not just a human when you're talking about the outside world, okay? He's not. All right, if he can't just walk into a store by himself like you or me or anything like that. He'd be stopped. He'd be paparazzi. People have the smartphones out and all that sort of shit. So when you're out there, you have to conduct yourself in a different way. He has a certain status about himself. I think if someone has a certain status about them, okay, they should be expected to conduct themselves in a certain way. All right,
we all
better
agree.
than normal person should.
But we all agree with that. But all you're basically, again, you're just doing the same thing of basically saying, yo, because of your status, yes, we know that for the rest of humanity, first off, pushing back against Prime, no, I don't think that we would automatically respond in the same way because we see how many different times, again, the Twisted Tea scenario, I didn't see a lot of people talking about, yo, man, that guy really he assaulted a person over words. I think we kind of looked at it and was like, well, nigga, you kind of asked for it, right? So I feel like there's plenty of situations where we recognize where people do respond in the ways that they do. And I think especially, it's really, really nuts that we are ignoring, again, the context of everything and like pretending
Now,
as if,
Fanatic,
like, go ahead.
we keep comparing this to like other situations with strangers. Now, if the Twisted Tea nigga or the fucking or even like the guy that punched Richard Spencer or the other Nazi that got punched by the black guy, okay, let's compare some of those situations.
Sounds like good footage.
Right? Yeah, the good footage. We've all seen the clips, right? If those men who committed those acts, if they got arrested, would you be upset? Would you be like, oh man, if they were arrested for assault, if those Nazis or the fucking Twisted Tea guy, the guy that got teed, would he like, if they decided to press charges and sue him and take money, or if the police would have saw the footage and would have arrested him based on assault, would that have been bad? Would that have been negative? Would you have been like, that's wrong?
I would have been upset if the Twisted Tea guy got arrested. I don't know the Richard Spencer situation at all, so I don't know. But I know what the Twisted Tea guy
was just in front of a camera and a guy just decked the shit out of him.
That sounds terrible. That sounds like something. That sounds like that guy should have got assaulted. Because here's the deal. Well, again, I don't mind like just someone having racist ideas or someone having bad words. I don't think that that's enough to assault them. I think there has to be a personal thing that allows a person to become that causes a person to start becoming their lower self. And I think in this situation, having your wife insulted is something different. It's something. I've never been married. I just know how I feel about my cousins. Someone takes a shot at like people who are important to me and I become a total different human being. Or when you start talking about children, if somebody does something to children, I become a different human being. And I think this case, this is his wife of 20 years. We see how much this nigga values his family. He made his daughter into like a pop superstar with a garbage song, whipped my hair back and forth, and made his son.
That song was hot.
It was alright. It was alright. It was catchy and annoying. She has amazing music.
Sucked. I hated it.
I hated it, but she has amazing music.
Yeah, she's like Paramore. She does her whole Paramore thing now. It does sound pretty good. Like pop punk shit. I was like, oh shit.
He's really pushed his kids into the limelight and his family and his wife and all of that. He's helped her career. Because Jada Pinkett, besides Woo, and set it off, I really didn't know much that she was in. This dude really cares about his family, and you insulted his family. I could, and something incredibly hurtful. Not just because she has an autoimmune disease, right? Also because she's a black woman, and this is a thing there's already the stigma around black women's hair. Knowing all of this history, knowing all of this context, I get why he got offended. Now, no, it doesn't justify it. It does not justify it. At the end of the day, he shouldn't do it. But I'm just saying we should be able to understand it. And I feel like Chris Rock would have lost a lot of standing had he decided to step in there and be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to press charges. Be like, after you let Louis C.K. call you the N-word, or say the N-word 4 times in your presence, and a Jew had to correct him before you did? Yeah, nigga, nah, I don't know, bro. I think he knows he would have lost too much stock. That's why he kept his mouth quiet.
Is that why you think he didn't press charges? I thought it was just like forming I thought it was like, I'm bigger than, like, Will Smith will wish that it was resolved with like just like a formality of charges pressing. I got material for the next decade plus, so I'm just gonna he's gonna hold that L.
His ticket sales are going up like dramatically. One people checking for him, but you're right. I don't know his intention, so you're right. It could.
Yeah, because we keep getting lost in the whole intentions thing, and we're making hard reads here, aka guesses on that whole thing.
That's fair.
I'll just conclude here again. I'll conclude at this point here that when you say to empathize with really shitty choices, because you're agreeing they're shitty choices here, there's a line where empathize versus accepting fully of the consequences. I feel like it's almost anti-consequence when I have to like humanize Will Smith, knowing who he is, knowing the power he has, knowing how he could have resolved that. I wouldn't expect you to be like, oh man, I pity Trihex, because if I would have like punched the fuck out of, I don't know, Destiny or whatever, like when N-word bullshit was going on or whatever, right? It's different. I shouldn't even use that as a bad example, but like that was like a really shitty example. I'm probably gonna get clipped now about that. But like, no, but I don't know. Escalate. I can't think of a scenario here because I don't even know like what would get me to do that.
You guarantee that he's going to at least watch this panel on stream now, so it's all right.
Oh my god. No, I shouldn't have even like I didn't mean that. I couldn't think of any. I'm like, okay, pejorative, racial, I don't know, whatever. Fuck. Okay, but like, if I like punch somebody, I don't know. I can't even. It's hard to even put us into a thing here. I don't know.
So maybe
honestly, you know what? I'll give you something here. maybe I'm too biased as a public figure, known streamer, face of Try, whatever here, that I'm so used to 24/7 accountability, getting clip chumped. Every DM I ever send ever is like prime bait to be screen capped and thrown out of context, weaponized, tweets going back 11 years, Discord DMs, Discord logs going back fucking 7 years as well here. Any of that, the minute I do something stupid enough, will be clip chumped, screen capped, out of context, weaponized against me here. So maybe I'm just too used to living to a higher standard than Will Smith to really feel bad for him because he made such a fucking dumb decision.
Okay, then just
Trihex said he
imagine,
way too
right?
big of a celebrity.
Imagine this
Will
though.
Smith.
Imagine Trihex right
Mhm.
now that you're in a situation in public with another
Mhm.
person who you probably don't respect for all of the previous aforementioned reasons, and that person says something to insult your wife. And it's not just the thing that he tried to insult your wife. You look on your wife's face and you see that pain, you see that hurt. Are you saying in that moment you would always value the precedent and your career and the expectations and self-discipline above the pain of your wife in that scenario?
It's hard to say. It's a hypothetical. I
It
would
is a
like to think.
hypothetical,
I
but
would like to think. I mean, I'm a black man in America. You ask me would I hit first, ask questions later? I don't know. I don't know honestly. Probably not. I mean, just me being me changed the whole situation here. There's accountability. People find out it's a Dexterra article like 12 hours later.
Yeah,
Well,
like
You don't think Will Smith is being Will Smith?
Yeah, I
Yeah. So I like to think no. I mean, I can lie and confidently say no. I would never, but I don't fucking know, dude.
yeah, like I don't know.
I don't know how to really answer your question because it's rooted in a hypothetical here. We have a definitive of Will Smith, and I'm getting compared to the Will Smith definitive versus the me hypothetical. Like
you're the
it's
Will
hard to say.
Smith of Twitch of Twitch. What are you talking about? Like it's like
So
you
is
don't
that-
know that
is
you're
that
The
the
true?
Barack Obama of Twitch.
He
if
is
you
the Will
will.
Smith of Twitch. Name me. Okay, I'm not going there. Whatever. I believe so. Anyway, that's why. I
Yeah.
like
So
to
you
understand
think
his
I would punch someone if they're harassing like
No, I don't.
my girlfriend?
I
or
don't think you would. I can't say for sure, but what I would say is at least if you did, I would understand why it was, while still saying no. There's another case. What about that guy? He came in. There was some dude who had been like, touching his son. It was like the babysitter, and he beat that dude into like a pool of blood, and that dude was swollen and all that stuff, and they went to prison, and then the guy he got acquitted, right? And it was like there was all sorts of steps where you got past the point of like stopping him and protecting your son, where it came to the point where he was like, "No, I'm about to go ahead and put hands on this person." That's what it eventually came to. And you in that, but we understand, like this was enough to make this
I'm
guy
sorry,
respond that way.
Oscar, actually really important. So I just got rated by Hassan, and we may need to like take a minute to like super. If you
We'll
if
dial
you
it
feel
back.
comfortable.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well,
We
no,
can
no,
dial
just
back
just
to
no, no,
you.
no, no. We ain't dial back these fucking nuts. No, we just gotta like recap of where we are because they're like out of context here a little bit.
Oh, that's
if
true.
you want to,
That's true.
I don't know. You got 14,000 viewers in my ass right now. So
I believe that you can do it
Hey.
adequately.
Hey.
Trihex. Please do it.
yeah, follow.
Trihex.
that's a big
I'm
task
putting the
here.
pressure on you. I'm sorry, but you're really good with words. I've said that to you.
Oh my god, dude. Welcome everyone. Oh my god, dude, my following notifications are holy fucking shit, dude. Oh my god. Okay.
That's
Hello,
crazy.
Hassan squad and family here. We are doing a panel on, yes, we are covering the Will Smith slap 7. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Today's Monday now, right? Monday?
Tuesday.
No. Ooh, we're covering the slap fucking 9 days after. Well, I guess technically 8. Whatever. 8 or 9 days after it happened right now. I know everyone possible has already covered this to exhaustive degrees here. However, this panel is a little bit different because unlike a lot of them at this point, I'd say rather than be particularly comedians here, you have 5 phenomenal, unapologetically black gentlemen here right now to give perhaps a more nuanced take on what the slap represents. Was the slap justified? The morality of the slap, the context of Will Smith's life into marriage, into the whole end game of being a AAA celebrity, and the context of it also being televised, forever inked in 4K HD and whatnot. So we are all here right now to we're currently debating into we were debating the ethics of the slap. Was the escalation into violence justified? Then we were now getting into a bigger picture of, honestly, maybe there's too much fawning coverage to Chris Rock here, because Chris Rock, as Fanatiq has noted here, has reiterated that Chris Rock has neglected black acceptance and representation in media, and has often used black people, as he claims, at their expense to become more palatable and presentable to white people, which ultimately also came at the expense of Jada Pinkett Smith.
Yep. If I can give
So-
if I can give a really super hyper fast summation of that. So the way it starts is, as we said in the beginning, Chris Rock's most famous bit was specifically when he compared black people versus niggas, and he was basically saying like that niggas do this and black people do this, and it created this scenario where white people started feeling comfortable trying to like say, I don't believe niggas are. I don't believe you're a nigga. You're just a black person. These niggas are the ones that I don't like, and so then it created this. You're one of the good ones narrative, not created, but also helped support this. You're one of the good one narrative. Then you fast forward to the fact that he makes this documentary called Good Hair, in which is literally highlighting the struggles around good hair because his daughter at 3 years old asked him, Dad, how come I don't have good hair? So then during this thing, he notices the lengths that black people, black women particularly, are willing to go in order to try to achieve better hair or try to do better things with their hair, and how big that industry is and all of that, and how sensitive the issue of black women and hair is. So he's very well aware of that. Then in 2016, when Jada Pinkett Smith was the voice of boycotting the Oscars because of not having black inclusion, and Chris Rock was hosting the Oscars at that time, but took that time to insult Jada for boycotting the Oscars. So we have all of that history, and then now you get to now, and he's boycotting again on an extremely black historic night, because now we have a black director of the Oscars. Obviously, we have the black presenters. Will Smith, one of the faces of black Hollywood, probably the Obama of Hollywood, as someone said. That dude is literally getting his first Oscar on this night.
That wasn't meant to be a compliment. Just saying. Right,
oh, okay. It should have been. But anyway, he's getting all of this. So this is like a crazy historic night for all of these people, specifically for blackness. And once again, he takes a shot at a black woman's hair who's suffering from an autoimmune disorder. So we kind of understand why Will Smith got angry. It doesn't justify it, but once again, we understand why that happens. That's the history. Oh, and one last thing. So he's sitting at a table in a show called Talking Funny with Louis C.K., Seinfeld, and Ricky Gervais and Chris Rock, and they're sitting there, and Louis, he says, you have all the bad qualities, all the things we say about niggas apply to you, and then Louis C.K. responds to, you're saying I'm an N-word, hard R, and he says it 4 times after that, until Seinfeld checks him and says, I don't think you have the qualifications to do that. I would never do that. I don't say that in private. And they were like, well, you guys say it in private. I say it, we say it publicly. And he's like, no, I don't say that in private. I never have. I don't find the humor in it. And I guess you did, but I've never found the humor in it, nor have I tried. So it's like he was checking Louis C.K. in this moment, while Chris Rock was justified saying, no, you don't know him. I worked with him. So like, there's all of these things that have distanced Chris Rock from blackness, and I think that's why, this joke just can't be looked at in a vacuum. I think it needs a lot more context.
A part we haven't really discussed is like how, like, we talking about precedents, but like, I mean, look, we gotta be honest, right? Like, black people don't operate like separately, right? At least the world doesn't look at us as individual human beings, and so we got Will Smith going up, hitting Chris Rock, and it sets a bad appearance for black people. I mean, you know the deal, you know it, right? Like, and to a certain extent, I'm like, well, it is what it is, and like we can't be worried about like what the wider society thinks of us. We just gotta live our lives. But I also realize reality is what it is, and I don't appreciate that a person of Will Smith's standing like didn't know better, right? Again, there's so many other ways he could handle it, but he is perpetuating stereotypes. I mean, like, it is what it is, right?
We're kind of dancing around all this. What we're talking about is the white gaze, right? The one that's on all of us. Okay, even right now in front of Twitch with a bunch of Hassan's followers listening and everything. Okay, it's been amplified a little bit, but yeah, the white gaze is one of those things where it's like we always got to think about, we always got to do it. And I think the more famous you are, the more that it does that like you have to think about it. Okay, like you don't really seem to have much of a choice because people are going to judge you all the time. When Fanatiq, when you said that Chris Rock has distanced himself from blackness, I find that to be crazy, but I feel like it's a lot of one of those things where it's like, oh well, he's buffooning around and clowning around. I'm not going to say that word, but he's clowning around in front of a lot of white people, saying a lot of things. Oh, yikes! He says he's doing a lot of. You're accusing him of essentially doing a lot of that, but I don't really agree with that necessarily. I think that he is doing some. I think that he pushes, how do you put this? Pushes the bar, is edgier and pushes the bar when it comes to black stuff and thinking about black people and everything more than Will Smith personally ever has done. Okay, Will Smith. When I say he's the Obama of Hollywood, I mean that where he's this milquetoast, nice, built up to be one of the good ones. sort of things. Okay, and that's what's one of those things where I can't ever. I feel like he's distanced himself away from blackness more than someone like Chris Rock, who always talks about his blackness, ever can possibly do. You know,
But he
I
always
don't know
talks
how
about
that's.
it in a disparaging way, and that's what I
No, he
feel
does
like.
not. He does not always talk about it in a
Okay, I'm sorry.
disparaging
I
way.
don't focus on the word always. I'm sorry. What the things that have made him successful, it seems like, is acquiescence to like whiteness or yeah, basically like disparaging blackness, right? Like his most famous skit was him disparaging blackness. The Good Hair documentary that he literally got sued by a woman because a black woman, was doing that documentary first. People should check their DMs, and I think if you look at all of those things, you know, I feel like it's not that he's just distancing himself from blackness in the sense of, okay, hey, I'm just kind of appealing to a white audience. We wouldn't have a bigger problem with that. It's once you start doing so at the cost of a black audience is where I see that there's a problem.
This idea that Chris Rock, his entire career is just, oh, it's just like, oh, he does a lot of things just disparaging blackness in particular, right? Well, his skit wasn't necessarily you know, like black people versus white people.
Can we
It was
describe this
black
skit?
people
Because I don't
versus
know what the
niggas.
one we're talking about. Like, I don't
Oh,
know.
his one of the most famous stand-ups. It was like, oh, here's black people and they're niggas. And if black people ever want to get a good footing and a good social stand, he doesn't say, I'm paraphrasing, of course, we need to get these niggas out of here, okay? He has
Yeah.
a later thing where he even rips on Flavor Flav, where he's like, if black people need to look good, Flavor Flav needs to get the fuck out of here and all this shit. It's one of those, hey, you're making us all look bad kind of deals, okay? I feel like that's more of him riffing on the white gaze itself, okay? Like, it's like, yeah, so we're very vivid of these sorts of things, and because of these people, it makes us feel these sorts of ways. When I heard that sort of thing, I always took it as an internal, like, sometimes when black people do things like what Will Smith did, okay, like last week, all right, you kind of get this thing of, oh man, what are they gonna think? Oh man, what are they gonna think about us as black people? That whole, you know, double consciousness bullshit kind of gets you.
Yeah.
And that's what I always thought about that stand-up. Obviously, white people, as they do, took it in a much wrong way, much terrible direction, and used it to justify bigotry. That is not Chris Rock's fault, okay? That puts him in a similar position as Dave Chappelle was in, that Aaron McGruger was in, okay? We all know how those guys were, how Boondocks was taken, how Chappelle's show was taken by the white gaze, all right? And it was a mistake.
So I don't remember.
That doesn't mean that was their intention.
I don't remember
his intention to distance himself from blackness. Huh?
I don't remember this stand-up. I might have seen it, but I just don't remember this bit. It sounds familiar, but like when it comes to that, like if talking about like a person sacrificing the black community in terms of the white community, well then, right, number one is Cosby, right? That's where you start with that, right? Cosby did that with his pound cake bullshit and right.
I mean,
like,
Cosby was serious.
Cosby wasn't fucking around. It was no skit. There was like Sig Natural here. He can like he could talk about like Chris Rock's intention. It's like, whoa, it's in the form of a joke here, right? So he didn't actually mean it. Bill Cosby meant it. Bill Cosby.
Okay. Listen,
he got a little Clarence
God.
Thomas in him. All right, a little bit of
All right,
Clarence
look,
Thomas in
I love
him.
that. Then let's do this, because I'm willing to have that conversation on the pound cake speech, because I think there were plenty of elements in that speech that I actually believe in. I think there are plenty of elements of culture that we recognize can probably improve some of the specific experiences. While my family came from abject poverty at one point, there was a specific culture instilled by my parents, specifically my mother at some points, and then both of my parents at other times, that allowed us to rise out of that poverty. There are different elements of culture that could be focused on within the black community that could help us do better. And I think that was the point that Bill Cosby was making. That's not dismissing the effects of systemic oppression. That's not dismissing the elements of racism that are impacting people's lives as well. But the idea that there's no elements of culture whatsoever, like that would improve the black community, is absolutely ridiculous. And I feel like that was the point that Bill Cosby was making. Pull yourself up. Pull your pants up and things like that. Was basically his way of saying distance yourself from some of the gangster culture, because we obviously recognize that the homicide rates within the African American community are disproportionately high. And yes, while a lot of that is gang violence, that's part of a culture. You can choose to inculcate your child in such a way that you don't allow them to get in that kind of culture, but you have to probably provide them with something else, because if you don't provide them some other shields of that, then that'll happen. But we can't just be debating the pound cake speech this entire time. But I'm more than willing to make that one of the topics next week.
We got to do that.
Also, I wanted to say, before we get away from that, like, Cosby is absolutely, like, he has 1,000 things wrong with him, probably higher. But like everything Cosby did at the end of the day was for the black community. The March on Washington was like almost entirely funded by Bill Cosby. I didn't even know that until I looked it up. Like the I Have a Dream speech, that didn't happen without Bill Cosby. And Bill Cosby has, again, this doesn't justify anything he did, but just like the way
everything
he
does
lived
for his
was
dick.
in advocating for black people.
Are you talking about the Million Man March? Or are you talking about the March on Washington?
March on Washington.
And there are many marches on Washington, right? Which one are you talking about? The one where
I'm-
in the 60s?
Okay, we'll get into that later.
Right, yeah, it was.
I thought that was.
Okay.
But listen, here's what's happening. You guys,
Yeah, what's the vibe here? Are we wrapping up to overtime,
I
or
was
are
just
we?
about to say that. Listen,
Okay,
I
okay.
really very much appreciate you guys for being part of this conversation. It was incredibly productive. I know we didn't get to the very, very end of it, but it's hard to get to the end of this thing because it's not about like I'm going to be able to sway you all into recognizing that Will Smith has probably been one of the heroes of the black community and that everything he does is pretty much justified and we should understand what he's doing. I can't sway you guys to that position any more than you guys can make me feel like we finally seen the real Smith. That's a very racist take that came from Candace Owens. We finally see the real one after 20 years. This one violent act, that's who he really is, but everything else is a lie. You guys aren't going to get me on that side either. And I know that that's no one actually was making a Candace Owens argument. My main point being that we all have different takes. So look, here's what we should all do. You guys should all give your final takes, and then we'll wrap up. I mean, and then I'll close it out. So we'll start with Sig Natural.
Will Smith's a good actor. He stars in a lot of good movies. I know I was disparaging even like some of his filmography. He's been in a lot of bad shit in the last decade. Let's not lie. Like, oh my god, this is not very good. All right, ugh, some kind of career suicide squad. But I'm just gonna say that he's like, he really fucked up. Okay, and it wasn't a good thing. He ended up having another Nipplegate moment. All right. And it ended up being like one of those awful situations where it's going to be clipped forever and it's going to be one of the big memes associated with Will Smith. And that sucks. That's really not good. All right. But who I feel for a lot more is probably Chris Rock being, completely humiliated on stage for a very milquetoast joke. All right. And this whole take of where like, oh yeah, we should, it's okay to just like, it's okay for him to have hit somebody. I know not all of you are saying it's okay for him to hit somebody, but that's what a lot of people on Twitter and a lot of people are taking away from this sort of moment, is where sometimes talk shit, get hit. I always thought that was a meme. Didn't think it was necessarily always reality. It was like reality. Okay. But it turns out a lot of people really mean that. I don't mean that.
Okay. Prime.
Yeah. So shout out to Sig because
wait. Signature. Where can we find you and all that stuff? Give shout out your socials. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Sig_natural on Twitter. I've got the AJ from Fairly Odd Parents. He's the big brain guy icon. Okay, it's really stupid. I'm still gonna keep it up. Okay, it's really fun. And also Sig Natural on Discord. If you want me to be on panels, just like DM me. Okay, I'll probably deny it, but you can try. It's cool.
Worth the shot. All right, PrimeCayes.
Yeah. So like Sig said, I feel more for Chris Rock in this situation, right? Because like this is the meme of memes, right? This meme will exist for as long as memes exist, right? As long as memes are a thing, they're gonna be talking about this one, right? We're gonna paint like how many things are we gonna paint over Chris Rock and Will Smith's body, right? Doing that. And look, it'd be one thing if you were Will Smith in that. It's another thing if you're Chris Rock. So I can't say like Chris Rock is A-okay, right? People are like, oh, Chris Rock is okay. He said so. He's okay. This man ain't okay. This man ain't okay to be humiliated like that on an international stage, right? They talk about this shit in Japan. Like, man, like I don't know what to tell you. It's just wild. I won't be all right with this. So fuck that. Will Smith shouldn't have done it. I can't have empathy for him. I did have empathy for this guy for all the things that he's been put through because he is a celebrity and he does have to grin and bear it, and it really fucking sucks. I think if anything, let loose on some dumbass on Twitter, right? Like that's like be cathartic that way, right? Like really lay into this motherfucker. Let him know what it is, right? I mean, figuratively. So, yeah, right. Like that's what you do. But anyway, yeah, I guess that's how I feel about it. My name is PrimeCayes, PrimeCayes, just like you see on your screen there. Come check me out. I stream 7 days a week. I do panels like this, right? This is Fanatics. But like I do panels like this, and I invite people like these guys over, and we have a lot of good times. We have open panels too, where audience members like you sitting at home may participate. So if you want to be a part of that, come check out my channel. I'm on Twitch and I'm on YouTube. I'll be gaming on YouTube there as well. Come check me out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm a big fan of yours. Thank you so much for even like kind of getting me into the idea of panels. My very first panel was yours. I appreciate you, PrimeCayes. Trihex.
Hey, well, again, thank you for having me on here. Recapping my take here. My take was pretty basic here that violence isn't justified whenever it's a needless escalation that wasn't rooted in self-defense. The context of the status of everyone involved here, to multimillionaires in a AAA status in a very isolated Hollywood, sanitized environment, does change the dynamics of the slap itself. I feel like I've gotten hit here the most for not having enough empathy for Will Smith, but it's so hard for me to have a gratuitous amount of empathy when I feel like that it comes off as we're diminishing the necessary consequences of shame here. Like, I mean, yeah, what he did was like really fucking stupid, but like, man, I just feel like I don't know if others would be afforded such a luxury, and I find it really hard to look at the boneheadedness of this the situation and say that I would do the same. But though admittedly here, I am biased in the fact that I am also a public figure and I get clip jumped all fucking day and I'm held to a ridiculously pristine standard with all of my history and logs and everything completely vulnerable. So I think in the moment, if I'm like one hundredth of the notoriety of Will Smith, I wouldn't do this. So the fact that he did it, to me, it comes off as like 100x stupider than anything I would ever do. Though, of course, it's just a projection of my biases here. So this is where we'll take my take of the whole situation here and probably extend it into overtime, which I should stick around for. So I look forward to getting to that. Let's go ahead and move on. Talk to him, Bam.
What up? Yeah, I think that, I think we have to understand the difference between empathy and sympathy. Empathy is just understanding the logic that leads people to make the decisions they make. Sympathy comes to with that level of justification for the decisions they make. I can empathize with Will Smith in this moment because I understand. Like I said, I understand there was a lot that led up to this. It wasn't about the joke. It was everything else that came with it. Or yeah, everything that came before it. Actually, if I want to be honest, I can sympathize with the concept of physical violence in general, especially when it comes to people dealing with spouses and even more so children. Like even the state, even the government recognizes some reality of like there's things you can say that can lead a person to acting out in violence that can be, and I'll use the word justified, even though no one else will. Yeah, that was pretty much my perspective there. If y'all could please check me out, mostly on Twitter at I Bam Bam Bigelow, but also on YouTube at Black American Made. I talk about politics and I show up on panels when people invite me, and I'm cooler than Hassan.
Yo, I appreciate your willingness to say the words that you feel like other people wouldn't. I don't think I would. Honestly, I just don't believe in it. But if I truly did believe in it, I would use Thunder because I own my positions. But I do appreciate your willingness to own your position, even when it is uncomfortable. Bam. This is the Fanatiq Show. I sincerely appreciate everybody for being here and watching the show. I appreciate mostly the participants. I cannot tell you how much I regret not being able to have my boy Low Tier God here because I know that he would have brought some spice under this conversation. But all of that considered, I genuinely think that these takes and all that were good. I'm going to give my closing take really quick. First off, I want to say I really do appreciate one thing about it. I think that the slap did show a lot of restraint. The fact that he walked up calmly, slapped him, and then walked back to his seat instead of running at him, charging at him. People can't say, "Oh, he was out of his mind. He saw red over there." It was like, no, this is a conscious thing. And I feel like in that moment, Will Smith slapped all the people that he couldn't slap over the last 3 years that have been getting at him on Twitter, all the people in the press that have been dragging him and his wife, and all of that. I feel like that's who he was slapping. I think Chris just happened to be the figurehead that he slapped the taste out of. I think it's all fun and dandy, and it's all fun and games until somebody hurts your loved ones. Like for me, I can think I've taken so many shots, and like people have said so many things about me, and I don't really care. But once you start taking shots at my wife or my family or my loved ones, you cross a barrier, and then all of a sudden, a lot of my decency disappears out the freaking window. And I think that's what we saw here. It's not like this was just completely in a vacuum. Anybody who could watch the rest of this VOD, and you'll understand the context. I also did a whole just 40-minute video just kind of recapping all of the history of this thing, discussing this situation. It'll be up sooner or later. You watch those things and you can understand the context exactly of what's happening here. And it's so easy to just say, oh, look in a vacuum, we should never be violent. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Words are harmful. Words cut. Words pierce. And when you know that you're left to pick up the pieces and your hurt wife, I think maybe you might act differently. Again, it doesn't justify it, but I understand where it happened. You can follow me at twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatic. You can follow me on Twitter at Mr. Fanatic, on YouTube, where this video will be uploaded. It'll be at Ask Fanatic. If you like the video, please like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, all that good stuff. Thank you to Trihex, Signatural, PrimeCayes, and Black American Made for being a part of this. And maybe one of these days I could discuss something like this with Hassan, although it's a long shot.
That'd be amazing.
That would be. I don't think he want that smoke though.
Oh man. Oh, let's have the pound cake discussion with Hassan. Right?
Jeez, I'm down.
Okay, so wait. So officially, we're now entering overtime, where now there's no restrictions. We are giving the Hassan crowd the fan service they deserve. They love them some chocolate, some black men. We're making it rain right now. Let's fucking get to it. Okay, so with that now, is there a can you fill me in here? Is there like a soft limit here? Is everyone got to like leave in an hour?
I don't got anywhere to be, right?
I don't work tomorrow.
I'm supposed to leave in 35 minutes.
I'm okay. All right, well then we got at least 35 then. Is that fair?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Now what's Pound Cake? Was that a movie or a stand-up comedy or what was that?
No. We gotta fill you in. This is why we gotta do an actual thing on this, right?
Cosby gave like the ultimate boomer take. It was the pull your pants up. Why the kids steal the pound cake? It was anecdote about how this kid was arrested and everything. He was like, well, why did he steal it in the first place and everything? That's why it was the pound cake speech. Bill Cosby.
What year did this happen? Speech.
It was like 05, 04, 03, somewhere in there.
Yeah,
it was to the NAACP.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this pound cake not like okay, so this is why I want to do like a full topic on this, right? If Fanatic's going to, if you feel like doing this next week, then I'll be back for that, right? Because like I remember hearing about the pound cake speak, like people talking about it, and thinking in my head, this doesn't sound so bad. And then I saw it, right? And it was worse. I think, like I said, like Cosby's got that Clarence Thomas in him, right? If you want to talk about someone dancing for white people, that's Bill Cosby, right? And then after that, he rapes their women, right? Like that's what he does. So look, he needs to be called out. He
rapes, but he saves. But he saves more than he rapes. But he does indeed rape.
Awful take. One of the worst takes of all time. One of the Chappelle's.
You gotta say hi. Okay.
Oh,
She says hi, y'all.
Hello. That's something that I don't like. Something that I was not okay about. Okay, was like with the whole pounding speech. It reminds me of that whole like thing about I'm talking about with the white gaze, right? It's always there. It's always eternal. And Fanatic is one of the people where it's just like the idea that he was talking about at its core was good. Like, yeah, we shouldn't be talking about these sort of like cultural problems and everything like that. We should be talking about like the issues within the community and all sort of. But I feel like there are times to have it intra-community, like intra-community, sort of discussions, and these sorts of very public figures having these very public speeches that are just going to be used by white people to be thrown back in our faces whenever we talk about some real serious issues, which is exactly what happened with that pound cake speech. It was exactly what happened with various other things of like Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, Aaron McGruger, all sorts of people talk about. Okay, and that is something that like I don't know. I'm in a bit of a bind here because I don't know whether or not it's ethical. Certain things are ethical to a degree as whether or not we should be doing this publicly, like on such a front-facing thing.
There was intra-community.
The NAACP does not count. I don't believe. No, the NAACP is very much a like they're the organization that is designed to be the Will Smith or Barack Obama of black organizations. Okay, where they're supposed to be like front-facing to the white community, being able to say things, being able to say we're sorry whenever some dumb shit happens and all that stuff. And when Bill Cosby,
they're the only organization
who was seen as America's dad, okay, goes and does that, okay, not Black America's dad, America's dad, okay, when he goes and has a speech like that, it sends huge connotations, okay, to white Americans, and that's the thing that I'm very about. I'm very Professor X about this.
I feel like the only my bad, you good.
I was gonna say like the Cosby the thing is I get it. It's a lot of things where we get offended at the idea that like you hear something and that thing that you're hearing like has been said like by maybe more racist individuals, and so then we're already like very resistant to it. right? Like for example, when I talked to I think it was Anavar. We were having a conversation, and I said to her that, like, yes, the black marriage rate is significantly lower, and like that is a cultural standard, a cultural practice that has significantly better results for children. That is a culture, and that's something that we need to do. Now, I understand that economics are partially what are driving that culture, because if a black man doesn't feel particularly financially secure, then I can understand totally why it's like, I'm gonna kind of hold off on this marriage thing, because the responsibility of a family and children becoming a little daunting. I get that there are economics involved, but then there also should be a culture that basically says, I refuse to have kids. I've had a prescription to Plan B through Amazon for quite a while. They just ship it to you every week, and then that way you don't have to worry about, like, oh, I'm gonna have these kids out of wedlock. My pullout game is particularly weak. Okay, that was a meme, but my point being, like, you have to recognize I did very personally, like, I've always made it very, very clear that I do not want children out of wedlock. I want freaking children. I'm getting old. So it's like I get this notion of like, yo, while I don't want to I don't want kids out of wedlock, so I'm going to take the steps necessary to make sure that I don't have any children, right? Like, yes, we can say economics are why I'm not getting married, but then if I'm not getting married, then I need to not be having kids, right? So, and I think there's a lot of times where culturally we get to see it as normal and acceptable, like, oh, it's okay, like, like people raise kids all the time and whatever. And I think pushing back against some of those cultural institutions, I think is true. It sucks that Republicans would use that to dismiss systemic barriers, but it doesn't change the fact that culture would make us better.
Pushing P, if you will.
No, all right. All right, I'll do you bam later. The fish, but no. Like it's having kids out of wedlock isn't a black institution. I reject that framing altogether. Right. I think there's a difference to giving a person good economic advice, right? Than saying that we should shame each other as a culture, right? Like as black women, like keep your legs closed or some shit like that. Like that's what Bill Cosby did, right? And that's what other people do when it comes to respectability politics. Is that rather than saying, okay, look, here's how we can improve ourselves, right? Here's how. Let me give you advice to get you into college, right? Because college is where you got to be. Right? Like if you got a mind for it, not everyone does, but if you have a mind for it, then you got to be going to college. Let me give you the steps, right? When it comes to back to babies, right? Like, yeah, you probably want to do that on a 2-family household. It makes it easier if you do it in the context of marriage. Not everyone can, right? Things happen, right? But like, let's give you ways to even if you're in a tough situation, right? Let's give you ways to get you economically secure. But like, that's not what, like, when you hear that kind of advice talking about like the broken black family household, right? It's not people who are caring about the black family. Like, it's people who are either criticizing black people as a whole or doing the whole shame thing. Let's shame you, right? You ashamed us as a group, and I'm distancing myself from you. That's what they're doing.
How do you know that's his intent, though? How do you know that's his intent?
I saw the pound cake speech. that's why I know there's intent. I saw the pound cake speech
again,
and not just that. Sorry, not just that. He's been doing that his whole fucking career. He's been doing it his whole fucking career.
What do you mean? Okay,
he's been saying exactly that.
I'll give you an example. In his career, when they were doing a show and he had producers and they needed a date for Theo, and they said, we would just want to get him a beautiful girl to date him. And everybody they got was a very light-skinned chick with very straight hair. And that happened like 4 or 5 times. Or maybe, I don't know, it happened consecutively until eventually Cosby stepped in and said, hey, wait a minute, hold on. Yo, this isn't what beauty is. Just when we're saying beautiful, that doesn't mean just light skin with straight hair. Right. And so he had to like educate them. And so then finally they were like, OK, fine. Then they were able to find him very beautiful, dark skinned women and show that that's beautiful as well. But he didn't recognize that to like some white producers, when you say beautiful, that's what they thought. That's what came to their head. So he's always been advocating for blackness. That was him.
Sure, hon. He can do both.
Hold on, guys, fellas. We can talk ages about like intent, like this, like intent stuff, like what he intended by the thing. I think that it doesn't actually matter as much what the intent is, as much as it is how it looks to others and how society takes it. Okay, like I feel like whatever was going through Cosby's head when he was talking about pound cake or raping women or whatever the fuck Cosby likes to do, okay, we can't like extrapolate that. We're just gonna say like what the effect of the pound cake speech have on the American community as a whole, or even the international community, if you want to go that far. Okay.
Well, the
And I
effect
think it
is
was- I
is
think it was
good.
overall. It was good. You think overall the pound cake?
No, I'm saying
speech was good?
Bill Cosby can't be held to this isolated event like pound cake speech. Overall,
No, I'm not saying that makes
Bill
hold on, I'm not
Cosby has
talking about
been
him
nothing
alone.
but well, not nothing, but Bill Cosby has been a positive impact on the black community overall. Like not just as an individual, but like the way he impacted the way black people move through the world. Bill Cosby created pretty much a stencil, a template that black people still use today for how we're viewed in society.
I don't. Oh no. See, I feel like that's bad. When you say he's created a template that black people are viewed through, you think that's good?
No,
already
I'm saying
had-
that black people use today. Like it's beneficial.
They
The
use the
positive black
template?
family.
The positive. I don't think that is. I don't think that is positive. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that.
You don't
creates
think you don't think black people being seen as like regular healthy doctors, being able to be lawyers, doctors, like being seen in positive
I
lights?
mean, creating a stencil, creating like a thing of how the black family is meant to be, right? The fact
Not
that
meant to be, just
patriarchal,
you
that
can be.
patriarchal, all American sort of nature of things, okay? That the Cosby Show represents. I don't think that that's something that the quote unquote black family should be put into, okay? Oh, it's like the white family, but black. Oh, he's like a doctor.
Yeah.
Oh, he's funny. He tells dad jokes. Like, no, that's not what the black community was. It wasn't
Black
in
people-
the 80s and it wasn't in the 2020s.
But it humanizes black people. Black people can be doctors. Black people can be lawyers. Yes, black people. That's exactly what it did.
can
Like,
humanize-
you can say you don't like it, but that was super necessary for its time, and it's something that, like I said, people still benefit. Like we still benefit from today.
Oh my god, like, it's great. You could disparage Chris Talk, praise the Cosby Show. What universe?
Yes, I disparage
in the Cosby,
Chris,
for the,
not Chris
for the
Tucker.
Cosby,
Yeah.
for the Cosby Show, like to be this sort of thing where it's like it wasn't that humanizes us. Just saying like, oh yeah, putting this sort of thing of like, oh yeah, black people can be like this. I don't think that's what humanization is. Okay, because just like what Fanatiq was talking about, a human can be someone that lashes out violently against someone that insults your wife. That could be someone's human moment, which is something I can agree with. Not necessarily like, you know, being this catchphrase spewing, you know, all American dad sort of character. That's not what makes you human.
Sure, but
That's
we were
fake.
good times
That's-
before. We were the poor dummies that lived in the like in
Good
the bad
times? What's
community,
good
and that was
times?
all.
Good time-
They were-
what?
Hold on. Good Times was actually an excellent. I love that you use Good Times as an example. Good Times was a show that not only showed the black struggle and the actual struggles of black people that were going on at that time, but it actually humanized them by showing and giving us situations that black people were actually going through at that
Okay,
time.
sure.
Good Times is 10 times more humanized than the Cosby Show ever was.
I don't
They
think so.
kept
I don't think
themselves
so.
in the hood.
Here's
Oh,
why. Here's why. Because with Good Times, and I think this was part of the reasoning for the Cosby Show, why they made the decisions that they did, is because Good Time was always showing black people as struggling, whatever. While that's not the only black experience, and it also, and Cosby was showing that black people can be successful. We do have elements of that, and showing what it's like because there are black lawyers, there are black doctors, there are black people in like prominent levels, in upper class areas of society, and like we can't only depict black people in this way because that has a effect of dehumanizing people when you as white people only look down on these people and you see them as something to only pity. So until we start giving better representation, if the only image of black people is something that struggle, then it justifies so many things, so many opinions of, well, these black people are struggling, so since all of them are struggling, that makes me trust them less. That means that they're probably not going to fit for my job when I'm hiring and hiring practices, because, well, I mean, I already know that these people are struggling. So there's all of these reasons why positive representation is absolutely necessary, and Cosby was one of the main forces normalizing that.
I agree. I agree.
Hold on. Is being poor? I'm sorry to interrupt there, but is being poor negative?
Yes. What? In a capitalist society? What?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
When I say no. When I say is being poor negative, when I say is being poor intrinsically a negative trait onto the person. Okay,
Yes,
when I say
I
that.
The
believe that.
cause
Okay.
of it might not be on the human person, but we can see really high correlations between poverty and all sorts of other negative things in a capitalist society.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
I-
Sig,
someone
are
is-
you
someone is-
asking? Is it more important to ask her, do people associate poorness with ignorance and stupidity and bad
Yes.
decisions?
This,
Right?
this sort of thing.
What
Where
is the
with a
societal
show-
perception of poorness? Is what he's getting at.
Yes,
now,
like
I think.
when Good Times portrays, it shows you poor people, right? And it's like, oh, they're poor and they're struggling, they're having these issues, and they're African American and everything. But they're human beings. They have relationships, okay? They have struggles with their jobs just like you. They have struggles with their kids. They have to give them talks. They have to give them all these sorts of things and everything. They struggle with all these sorts of daily same life just like everybody else. To me, that's ultimately more humanizing than showing them in a milk toast 1950s-esque white suburbia sort of like living standard. Especially when the average black family was much closer to Good Times than they were Cosby Show.
Okay, so hold on. I haven't got you to speak, so I'm gonna go. So, all right, look. First of all, our man Trihags here got a flood of white viewers into his channel, and let me tell you something: white people don't know what the fuck Good Times is. Like, I'm gonna tell you, they don't know what it is.
Earlier. I was showing pictures. Don't worry, I was showing pictures.
Oh, good, because they don't know what this is. I discovered this in college, right? I tried to talk to some of my white friends about Good Times. No clue what it is. All right, so let's start there, right? Okay, so yeah, it was about. It was like it took place like in the 70s or 60s, right? It was showing the struggles of a poor black family, I think in Chicago, if I'm not mistaken, right? And like they were living in like apartment complex, right? And it was rough stuff, but it was funny. It was so goddamn funny. You should check it out. But anyway, I think we don't have to do either or here, right? There's both. I think that the problem when we struggle with representation, it's because you have so a little of it, and when it's filtered through other people's perceptions of you. So let me explain that. We wouldn't be arguing about like media representation if like it was a normalized thing. If you had many views of the black family, right? It was just like a regular thing. Yeah, you're gonna see a bunch of shows about these things. Now it's come to where we are now in history. Actually, we're getting a lot more of those things, right? A lot more of that representation. So it's not like the struggle that it used to be, but like the fight comes in when you have so little of it. This is what people were talking about with Crazy Rich Asians. When that came out, right? Because they were saying that's not like a good representation of the struggle of Asian people. Asian individuals are all across the political and the economic spectrum, right? They're not like these rich motherfuckers, right? But when that's all you got, that's all you got, and so you got to fight over that one thing, right? And so in the context of the 90s, right, when Cosby came out and Good Times had previously been on, I think that the Cosby Show had its place, just like the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air had its place, like at the time, and that if you want to show a holistic view of the Black America, right? Yes, you got to show the struggles because they exist, right? Some of us here have been through that, and then you got to show the successes because otherwise, like Fanatiq was saying, people won't fucking know. They won't know.
And then,
right?
Let's not forget, by the way, people were saying that Bill Cosby was just an actor on the whatever. He didn't really contribute. Someone said that in the chat, and I want you guys to understand. Bill Cosby was also a writer and the producer on the show. Note, I didn't say executive producer, and producer of the show, meaning that he was very, very much involved. A lot of the decision making went straight through Bill Cosby when it came to that show. So we all recognize like that Bill Cosby wasn't just sitting on the sidelines in this thing. He was pivotal. And so then I say that when we recognize that, we always complain about like black representation in media. We do it all the time now, Signatra, where it's like, oh, they're just going to keep showing black men as thugs. Right? We complain about those things now. So then we were complaining about it back then. Why has it got to be Sanford and Son and Good Times and all these struggling working class people when there are affluent black people? Why can't we show some of that too? So that white people can say, hey, the Jeffrey, right? So then white people can say, hey, look at this. We can see that black people can be successful too. So now when it comes to hiring, you're not going to immediately have this disconnect and say in your head, this doesn't fit for him. This is more of an executive job, and they don't do that. Right? Like you need to see that representation. And then also, what happens about the role models? If all you ever see is black people, the only role you see them successful in is sports and entertainment, and you never see them as like, and you never get to capture any stories in which black people are present in areas of success and affluence, then in your mind, you set a barrier for yourself that says, yeah, this is as far as we go. Why would I try to be a lawyer if I've never seen a black lawyer?
We're going in really hard here. I've never said that the Cosby Show shouldn't have been a thing, right? Okay, well, I mean, maybe now it shouldn't have, just because it shouldn't have propped up Bill Cosby, you know. But shows like the Cosby Show, surely is fine to exist. Okay, like Prime
Fresh
was saying,
Prince?
I'm not talking about an either or. Fresh Prince is actually a really great example. Okay, because it shows a guy from Phil, a black person from Phil. It's sort of like you take a character from Good Times and you plop him inside the Cosby Show. Okay, and you see what happens. All right, it was like that sort of that was essentially the premise.
A shot of water,
That
yeah.
wouldn't have
Which is
happened had it not
very
been
good.
for Cosby Show. If it wasn't for the Cosby Show, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air wouldn't have even been greenlit.
Probably. Okay. You can also say the same thing for like I don't know shows like Sanford and Son, right? You know, for being for
Hey.
stuff like the Cosby Show
For
later on.
paving the way for Cosby Show. I
Paving the
maybe.
way for any black sitcom to exist.
I mean,
Sure.
Sanford
Also-
Sanford and Son
started
was made by Red Fox, right? Red Fox was a black comedian, and then like oh well, Red Fox made a show, and so and that was successful. So why don't we give Bill Cosby, this fellow, a show when he was the biggest star at the time? Yeah.
And let's not pretend that like Cosby only was interested in like affluent black people. I mean, he's also did Fat Albert, which was the first
Boom!
black cartoon character. And like I said, these were kids from the bottom of the bottom. They lived in a junkyard. Like
Yep.
they had
Yeah,
nothing.
like with garbage. Yeah. It was,
Yep.
Yeah, so it wasn't the affluence wasn't the focus. He wasn't saying this is the only way black people exist, but he knew it was important to
I love you.
But that was an important framing to put out there for black people. And while we were trying to like praise Good Times, Florida Evans was a freaking demon. She kept she kept her family in the poverty. Like with every decision he made, like JJ was like, "Oh, mom, I want to get a job." It's like the jobs is the devil. I can't remember. It was
No.
I think they had White Jesus. Like,
Oh yeah,
there was
I
like,
remember
yeah,
White
she was-
Jesus episode.
they had like white Jesus on the wall, and she was like, "This is the only way Jesus can look." And they was like, well, you know, they had like a picture of black Jesus, and she like shamed the entire
Yeah.
family and told them how like negative, like we will never have a black Jesus in this household. What do you think that makes black people feel? What
I
do you
remember
think?
that.
Florida
Well,
Evans
that
was
sounds
insane.
Disgusting to me. Was
Some
that
of
written
that's-
by a white person?
No. I think look. Well, actually, there was like I saw like the true Hollywood story of like Good Times. It was actually kind of fucked up, like what's going on behind the scenes there. Like in all those shows, it's always kind of fucked up what's going behind the scenes.
It was always black shows, just like the blaxploitation era, where it was black actors telling black stories written by white people that
Yeah.
don't really know us, and then we having to go along with it because it's an acting job. Bill Cosby did something amazing by being the person that's a producer and a writer on the show. So it's like, hey, no, I get to choose kind of the direction that this thing is going to go. The decision making has to go through me. I get the final say so. So then now at this point, we get better representation, which I think it was a genius thing to do. I think it was obviously important. I appreciate him for doing that. I think that makes sense. And I think just bringing it back to the pound cake thing, I think in the same sense, while he wanted to show us an affluence, in the same sense while he was doing stuff like Fat Albert, I think he was also doing things where he's talking about, hey, we can't forever blame white people for our failures. Yes, I'm never ever going to dismiss the fact that systemic oppression has happened. Still, most people to this day don't even know what reverse redlining is. So I get that we're still being oppressed within this country. I understand those things, but the idea that we as individuals are going to blame oppression for all of our outcomes, I think is ridiculous. Now, we can say, I understand that people whose parents aren't educated are less likely to be educated. I understand that if you don't have a father in the home, you're more likely to get involved in gangs and things like that. I get all of that kinds of stuff. That makes sense to me. But I think there is something to be able to say that you have to instill the values into your children that will ensure that they have the greatest success. There are still very conservative religious families that have still been raised in poverty with still greater results. Now, it doesn't mean you have to be conservative to get great results. Doesn't mean that you have to be religious to get whatever. But there are cultural changes that you can make that will help you to get around poverty. We can see better outcomes.
Fanatic. This reminds me of the whole oh gosh.
Don't say
I
pull yourself
can't
up
think
by
of
your
a time,
bootstraps, please.
I can't think of a time in my life where we weren't being told this. You know, I can't think of a single time where this whole black culture thing wasn't being talked about, of saying like, hey, don't commit crimes, hey, do the right thing, hey, have strong moral values, don't have kids outside of wedlock, these sorts of things. This is constantly being told to us all the time. We know.
You have to remember you're young. That conversation started somewhere. It did. That wasn't. We haven't been having that conversation for 150 years.
You're wrong. No,
there was
you're
variations
wrong.
of this conversation.
You're wrong.
Can you tell me a time where we weren't having this conversation? Because before it was just like a lot of white people saying this bullshit, and a lot of white people still say this bullshit. And then as more black people became more and more public, a lot of them started saying it. Okay,
No.
Can you think of a single time where we weren't telling ourselves
this? Yes, 5 of my aunts and uncles had kids at like 13.
Oh, hold on. Okay, so obviously that means
family.
nothing. So we can ignore that. No.
Yeah,
Hold on. We've been talking about this, right, since we were literally on the fucking plantations, right? Like the house Negroes coming out to the field Negroes and telling them all the things they're doing wrong, right? Like this respectability politics ain't fucking new, right? There's nothing brand new about this culture. But like, so I hear you, Fanatiq. I hear you when you say that there are changes that can be made, right? But you can say that to literally anyone, right? And what those changes are actually, right, if you get the heart of the matter, right, it's good economic sense, right? Like manage your money well, right? Like don't go out drinking, right? Like white people, there are plenty of white people need to hear those exact same messages, right? Like, you know, like dress up in a suit when you're gonna go to a fucking interview. Like plenty of white people need to hear the exact same messages. We take it on as this is a uniquely black struggle when it isn't. It's a struggle of poverty. The best way to do that, the best way to help, is to give investments into the community, right? Like, let's get those reparations. That's the best way if you want to do that. When the problems that we point out to the black community so often are the problems of poverty, right? Get rid of the poverty, you get rid of these things, right? And then and cultures change when people have opportunities. So
okay, I agree with all of that, but I agree with pieces of that. One, I've been one of the biggest proponents of reparations. I was begging everybody to read the plan, the Ice Cube's contract with Black America. I've been talking about reparations for God knows how long. That's been my stance. But again, I think what Bill Cosby was talking about is specifically, and I live in the state of California, which has actually passed lineage-based reparations that don't preclude or don't get in the way of the federal reparations that are eventually going to come, because God knows it's going to happen. Now, my point being, while all of that is true, there is something that needs to be said to the people who are living now, that if you're waiting for the reparations to fix the problem, if you're waiting for some sort of white savior and investments to come in, even from black people, if you're waiting for all those things, but you don't address the cultural issues that that are problematic, then you're going to always be behind. And I recognize that culture a lot of times is informed by economics, but culture can still be formed despite economics. We were living in abject poverty, and we lived incredibly different than all the other people in our neighborhood. I remember when my mother wouldn't let me sit on our porch because there were certain kids that she just didn't want me to be around. And it was just like, yo, these are just neighborhood kids. I'm like 8 years old. Why can't I be around them? Those are bad elements, and I don't want you with them. I remember how tight my mother was regarding those things. And that's where we got some of our
Fanatic. I hear you. I hear you when you say that, right? And I grew up in a family just like that. I think if we talked, we'd have a lot of things in common. And my parents came from like below poverty, right? My parents were doing multiple jobs for below minimum wage, right? Like we were so poor. But we ended up, by the time I was in middle school, right, like we had a better economic situation than a lot of other people who had started off ahead, right, within the black community, because of exactly the things you're talking about, right? Because my parents were so good with their money, right? My parents taught me to act in a certain way in public, right? And then like the focus on, it wasn't like a question whether I was going to go to college, right? Like I'm going to go to college. It's just how much is it going to cost? But I'm going to college. That's just the way it is, right? Like, so I hear you. I'm from one of those families that did that, right? But like, I know that I feel that you, Fanatiq, are coming at this from a positive way, right? Because I know how you feel about the black community, right? You've talked about, right, like how you make sure you buy black, right? I think you are definitely coming at this from like the most genuine way possible. So shout out to you. But I'm saying the way this is weaponized in the culture, right? Weaponized by wider society, white society, right? And then weaponized by other black people against black people is not so genuine. Not everyone is you when they look at it this way, right? Like, do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree, but how do we know Bill Cosby's intentions? I would say actually his
PrimeCayes speech. That's how we know.
No, Prime. It doesn't. It
Wait,
doesn't
really
matter what his
quickly, I
intentions were;
promise.
it's how it was taken. Really.
Okay, no, well, that does matter, right? Because one, okay, look, you can say the pound cake speech was terrible, but if he's saying basically the same things that I'm saying, but just people are getting offended by it because they're automatically associating with white racists, I think then that's already a problem. Then number two, you start looking at where is Bill Cosby doing the things that I'm talking about? Is Bill Cosby like literally launching a career of God knows how many different black people? Is he specifically trying to elevate the black experience in his show? Is that not the reason why he's even having this speech in the first place? All of these things, and we were supposed to save this until we all read the speech and we're going to have a conversation after doing some research, but now we're discussing it now, but we're going to keep going. Bill Cosby's actions clearly indicate that that man was pro-black. So I don't know why we're going to be
He
looking
could be
at it and say,
both.
nah, he was
He
really
could be
nefarious
both.
with his
He could be nuanced. He's not all one thing,
It's
right?
entirely-
I mean, like, he's
it's
not
totally
just
cool to be
a
pro-black
massive
and then
fucking
make
rapist,
mistakes.
because he is a massive fucking rapist. But he's
Well,
more
you know,
than that too, right?
we
Even a
can disagree
rapist
on
can be
that.
more than one thing.
Oh no.
Yikes.
Fanatic,
having
it was
that
nearly nearly 50 bitches. What are you talking about?
I don't know. It was 50 people with
Fanatic.
it was 50 people with an absence of all forensic evidence, but I don't know. We're going to move past that. Let's just keep going.
Yeah, let's just keep going.
Oh, man. Okay, fine. Okay, all right. Let's just. Ooh,
keep
buddy.
going.
Yikes.
I promise, this is
All
not
right,
the
but-
combo.
We've
When we're talking
done
about-
this
we're talking
before.
about, like, or we're talking about like the fucking. Oh god, I lost my fucking thing. You just had some dumbass shit. I'm trying to get back to where I was.
Oh yeah, I just want hold on.
Oh,
Let
yeah,
me.
how shit is taken. Okay, when we're talking about how shit is overall taken, I feel like that matters more than almost anything else, unfortunately. Which is to me is like we were talking about intentionality of just like what they mean and what they're going to say. I feel like when somebody hears that and when it's going to do so, that is going to have a ripple effect into where everybody else is going to be repeating it and saying it, what it means and all that stuff. Okay, a lot of other comedians, okay, like Bill Cosby, he's a comedian, that's how he got to start, realize this. And Bill, I guess he just kind of didn't. All right, like you would never see most other comedians saying some dumb shit like that, even though they may hold those feelings. Okay, like Fanatiq, would you give out shit? Would you start talking about something like the pound cake speech or whatever, something similar? If you were of high status as Cosby, would you see yourself doing something like that, knowing what you know?
Well, I'm doing it right now. I'm obviously not
Oh,
high
yeah.
status like. Hold up. I'm obviously not high status like Bill Cosby, but I would say that if I got into a lot of money, I don't think that my message would change very dramatically. If it's true, it's true.
Now, sometimes that's a funny thing about truth, right? Now, sometimes truth, it's taken in a way with other people where like you can change it to be whatever you want it to be. Something
Yeah,
can be
the
truth, but it
perspective of it, right? Yeah.
right. Something can be facts, but it can't necessarily be the truth. Okay, we all know the 1350 statistic, right? You know, 13%, half of the violent crime in the country,
Sure.
and all that. Sure, that's true, right? It's true, but like we all know what it's used for, okay, and the context of what it says.
But
It's not
I don't
quite
think
true.
Again, if Bill Cosby is delivering a message to like a primarily black audience, and then I don't know what it's
Nothing
used for.
Nothing Bill Cosby says publicly is to a primarily black audience.
Well, the
Nothing.
NAACP is primarily a black audience, isn't it?
No, but okay, when you say something, I understand this man is very old, he's a boomer and everything, but even back in 2005, the internet and the 24/7 like media things were already going, ready to clip out and say what everyone's going to say and show it to millions of people in whatever context they want to show it in. All right, and when you do something like that as a public figure, you have to take that in mind, understand that responsibility. Cosby, who took very good care of the Cosby Show, okay, should have understood that better than most people when he decided to open his mouth about that shit. Okay?
So you're saying that because of Bill Cosby's success, then he can't say this ever. This message
No,
is
that's not
incredibly important.
you.
and
You
true.
know.
Wait.
you know that's
So
not
if he
what it
can say it and he did say it, then what's wrong with it? Tell me when he can say it, because literally everything he ever says is going to be received by white audiences, right? If
Yes.
everything he ever says will be received in that way, and you're saying this is something that can't be said in front of white audience, then you're saying Bill Cosby can never say this.
It's not something that is going to always be said. Oh God, how do I put this? All right, it's the way that he said that sort of shit. Okay,
What do you mean it's the way he said it?
It's the way of like, well, why did the kid even do it? Okay, why doesn't he just pull his pants up? Why don't we just do better? Why don't we just?
That's not what he just said.
I'm
He didn't just-
paraphrasing very hard. Yes,
in the
I know I
most
am.
pejorative and uncharitable way I've ever heard. He specifically
Of like,
talked
why
about-
don't we act better?
of what is the conditions that are leading these children into these situations. Why aren't parents parenting? Why aren't parents investing in education more? Why aren't people getting married before they have children, so there are two-parent households? Why are people dropping out of school at a 50% rate? Why are people being in prison so much? These are all the things that he's pushing back against, and all of those things are down to individual choices. Now, I get these individual choices.
No,
hold on. I get that all of these individual choices are rooted in economic conditions in which people are more likely to make these decisions because of the fact that they don't have good role models, because they don't have the economic prospects to be able to advance themselves in a certain way. Because of those things, this is why they're making those decisions. But they are choices. Every individual, there is poverty doesn't make a person rob a place. Poverty leads a person into doing that because of poor economic prospects, but it's still a decision by the individual. So while I understand that economic conditions lead to these outcomes, we can't blame economics at an individual level for an individual decision.
Also, do you think that he says this anywhere else?
Yeah,
in the context of the PrimeCayes speech, we're talking about an individual, but the speech is taken about the Black community as a whole. Okay, and I would like to say when he's talking to the NAACP, he's talking about us. He's not just talking about the one kid that made the choice. He's talking about every single kid that ever did that wrong thing. Okay, within his own community. All right, and that's something that. Oh god, it's like I was just talking about this every single time. It's like you're saying this is like individual choices, the chicken or the egg. Do you choose to do the bad thing, or is it like ultimately your environment that influences your actions? Obviously, I fall into it ultimately, especially when we're talking about groups, especially when we're talking about communities.
But the environment always. But you already know how I feel about groups. I said that. We agreed there.
The environment always comes up. But Cosby was talking about groups, not individuals. He was talking about groups. I think we can agree he was.
He was talking to a group. He was talking to a group about independent and individual decisions that can be made that would end up influencing better outcomes, specifically.
I feel like that's a very charitable interpretation.
And I feel like it's the right group to talk to. It's like this is I don't think Bill Cosby has that speech in front of predominantly white audience. Like the fact that it's recorded, like other people are gonna hear about it, that's one thing. But I think like I said, everything Bill Cosby has done at the end of the day has always been with Black people's interests at heart. And this was a moment in front of a Black audience. He may have had he had some frustration, and he felt like this is a moment for me to use this platform in front of my people to do some level of education, to have the hard conversation that I want to have. Again, I don't like the way he went about it either, but I think that's how people from the who got blew up in the '60s speak about things.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree that his intention. We're talking about his intent. He has Black people's interests at heart. You know what? I don't even disagree with that. Okay, it's perfectly okay to say those things and have Black people's interests at heart. But the way that it's taken isn't necessarily going to match together what you intend for it to be taken as. Okay, it's perfectly okay. Both those things can be true. What you're saying, what I'm saying.
Bringing it up to a more modern example, the first black animated character I ever seen in my life was Lil Bill, which was also
I think me too. I did grow up with Lil Bill.
That little bald head black boy was Bill Cosby does Black representation. Bill Cosby he also rapes. I feel like we gotta keep saying it. Bill Cosby rapes. But that man saves.
I need the evidence for that rape, though.
Look. We can all appreciate Lil Bill growing up to be a strong Black man fanatic. I'm glad you came so far. Sorry, Tri-Hex.
What up, Tri-Hex? This is your. You got
well, it's not my panel. I've been pretty passive so far. Where are we? So are we now? Just want to kind of bring it back on the rails. I feel we've been in the weeds for a hot minute now. Are we still trying to figure out if the Bill Cosby pound cake speech has been more problematic to the Black community, or are we more getting at is it reinforcing a negative perception of Black people in America?
No, nobody remembers.
What are we even arguing right now of the pound cake speech?
I disagree. I think a lot of
I'm not masking. I'm not even making an accusation. What are we actually arguing about concerning the context of the pound cake speech? Is what I'm asking about.
We're really arguing basically whether or not the message being delivered is harmful or positive, and whether or not Bill Cosby should be responsible for the way that the message was received. Is that an accurate representation, Sig?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're
Should
arguing.
Bill Cosby be held responsible for how the message was perceived?
Yes. And I feel like all of the contents in that message were absolutely accurate. But I get why people would be offended when you're like, you're already being beaten down by the Republicans, and you got people like Reagan. This is, I actually think
Welfare
shortly
queen?
before then with the whole just say no. But like you do have like the presidents out there like that are literally like, the Republicans are lashing out at black people, and saying all of this heinous stuff. And so now that like politics or like racism is becoming like really successful politically after like the 60s, when the parties kind of switched, like when you have that happening, I totally get why people don't want to hear about um they don't want to hear about like what we need to do when we know what that needs to be done by the government, and they've never done anything to rectify it. I get where you don't want to hear that. It's the equivalent of like, well, maybe you see two people or you see somebody like that responds negatively, and you do everything to chastise that person while doing nothing to condemn the actions that caused or led that person to doing the thing that they did. And it always feels bad every time. It's like if you decide to like scream or something at a child, it's like there's never going to be an excuse for it. But it's a bad example because I think it's a bad one. Maybe a peer. Maybe you decide to get engaged in some sort of like disrespectful like back and forth with a peer, and it's like, well, people chastising you and telling you should do better, when it's like, well, wait a minute, this person said this, they did this, and they're doing the exact same thing I'm doing to them. Two wrongs don't make a right. It's like, yeah, that doesn't do anything. Like, you're chastising me when I'm responding to another person. So it's just, you get the point I'm making. It's just you can't only do one side. But I don't think Bill Cosby did that. I think there were plenty of voices like chastising the system, but Bill Cosby was basically making a statement. This system doesn't look like it's trying to fix us. We gotta fix this. We gotta fight for it. We gotta change us. We gotta do better. And I agree with that take.
This is basically Du Bois versus Booker T, and I've always leaned towards Booker T. Washington in that perspective.
Oof, man.
Yeah, I find the
Du Bois,
issue here with the
Du Bois
whole.
was correct about everything. Okay, just saying. All right, every single thing.
Except
Man,
he couldn't.
my
Except he couldn't come teach at a black university because he wanted to be prestigious at the Atlanta Institute. He was offered more money to come teach at Tuskegee University with Booker T. Washington. He was like, "Hey man, you want to help your people?" And this man was so into high class. He was like, "No, I can't be. Those colors are beneath me." Booker T. Washington understood what he was saying because he was actually.
Didn't say that.
Booker T. Washington was born a slave. He actually understood the concept of the people at that time. Black people.
Any black person born in the 1800s was essentially was let's not just say, oh, he was a slave. He knew what. Come on, now, okay. Okay,
no, I'm saying Du Bois wasn't.
Shit up really fucking hard. No, I'm saying, okay, I know he wasn't a slave, but they still had to build this shit up very hard. Just saying like, oh, the metric is whether or not you were a slave. Like, come the fuck on.
But I'm saying you have to be understanding of the people that you have to be understanding of the people who you're dealing with. Asking people who don't know how to read, who just got freed from actual slavery, expecting these people to be doctors and lawyers and to expect them to care about their like social conditioning, like the social issues, that can't be the priority. Booker T was like, bro, these people need money. Let's figure out, you was a brick mason before, maybe you need to keep on being a brick mason because you don't know how to do anything else. You don't have any other skills, and let's get you in this agriculture and mechanical university. So now you can own the brick mason business, because this is what we're capable of. We can work towards those other things in the future, but we have to recognize where we are. And Du Bois with all his education felt that was beneath him.
Both men worked together, and both men did stuff to try to say that like, oh man, I'm more on whoever's side was on. Du Bois is literally like the black intellectual juggernaut of the first half of the 20th fucking century. Okay,
we didn't need those right now.
It's absolutely not. Huh? What are you talking about?
We didn't. At the time, that's not what we needed. That's just my perspective.
We didn't need
when did we not need intellectuals?
Pan-Africana Conference
My bad,
International.
Really quickly,
we didn't need the NAACP.
I gotta go. Listen, I gotta check out because I do have to be at this prayer meeting because I'm a very religious man, and the prayer meeting starts at 7, so I'm 7 minutes late. But look, you guys can always follow me at twitch.tv/MrFanatic. You guys can go ahead and maintain this conversation as long as you guys want to, but I gotta check out. Just so you guys all know, I'm a pianist. This piano behind me is not for show. I'm the best pianist on Twitch. I said it. I have the best ear. Now that part, the best pianist on Twitch might be questionable, but as far as my ear, it literally is without a doubt. I dare you to test me. I do piano for a living. Twitch.tv/Mr. Fanatic, or you can look for all of my music on literally every platform under the name Fanatiq, Fanatiq. And my latest album is Pneumatic. It's a piano-based album. I compose and produce most of my music here. Check me out there. Don't forget to check out this show and the aftermath and everything else at Ask Fanatic. I hope you guys continue the conversation. I love you guys. I gotta go. Twitter.com/Mr. Fanatic. Peace.
Peace. Yeah.
Oh man. So well, not a Fanatic's leaving. I was gonna like dumpster on his take here actually, but fuck, y'all kept yapping and cut me off again, Sig. God damn
Do it
it.
while he's not here. He don't got.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
cut you off. I
Don't let that man defend himself.
Absolutely.
Well. So here's the whole problem, right, with the Pound Cake speech. I haven't watched it, so I was only going off of how Fanatic was paraphrasing it. But it seems like he's like putting more emphasis on like individual accountability and actions in an environment where like you're kind of like left high and dry here. It's not equal. It's kind of fucked here. And whenever you put a lot of emphasis on individual action, again, based off his paraphrasing, it does lead to white folks and those in power to be like, oh, we can take that messaging, hijack it, and say, hey, let's push that really hard, because then you're able to like use that as an excuse to undermine the necessary social change to get to an equal society. Because we're not starting on the equal footing here. You know, whether you look at and again, that's where we get to the whole boring part, right? About the whole like the obvious things here about intergenerational wealth, the advantage of like any given like cis white male on job opportunity, the perception of the names and whatnot. You know, there's plenty of internalized racism going on here, as well as external ones as well. And it's just like, yeah, there's a whole fucking lot to look at here, maybe why their decisions and choices are bad here. That again, when you play into this on a mass scale here, well, fuck it. If the society is all fucked anyway, then we as you paraphrasing here, me saying Bill Cosby, we have to do better on an individual basis. Motherfucker, the system is completely fucked right now. But it's hard for me to really give a more concrete take here, because it's like, was all this incredibly evident back in 04 and 05 when this Pound Cake speech was delivered in question? I really need to watch it to really kind of like tackle what y'all are talking about right now in more detail and substance. But I don't know. It's at this time now in 2022, it's kind of weird to me to really be like fixated on the individual action front first, whenever you know it gets weaponized by Republicans, which he says, which he was citing earlier here. They're gonna use it as like, you know, that's what they always do. They always do that.
Yeah.
Well, society's fine. We're fine, so you should be fine. Why are you always just getting your bootstraps and figure it out? God, black folks always wanting exceptions and changing everything.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
mean, Republicans weaponizing poverty against African Americans, not just Republicans. Let me be clear. Democrats do some such shit too, right? Like, let's not forget Bill Clinton was a thing. Yeah, exactly, right. So it's not just them. So I'll say that. But still, Republicans, right? That's their fucking bread and butter, right? And Bill Cosby being the figure that he was, right? Because I think at this point, especially for younger audiences, it's hard to conceptualize just how big Bill Cosby was. Like the biggest star, period, right? End of story. Bill Cosby. His show, extremely influential. All the things he did was influential. Like an amazing stand-up talent. And like it was like him and it was Bill Cosby and what's his face? Now I'm blank. Eddie Murphy. Both of them, right? Massively huge stars.
Are we just skipping over Richard Pryor, or
no? I'm just saying. I'm thinking of like in the 80s and the 90s, right? Like, and Pryor wasn't so big in like So yeah, like he's absolutely huge talent. And for him to go out and say these things, like, well, like, black people ain't the only ones gonna be hearing this shit, right? Like, it's like we don't actually do have those secret meetings, right? So I just, like, in that context, when he is seen as a leader in the community, which when he's seen as a leader of the community, right? Like, his words carry a lot of weight. And it does give people license, right? And you see how that happens today, right? Like when it comes to celebrities or politicians, they do give people license to act the fool. So him saying those things about black people, like it carries weight, unfortunately, or fortunately.
It's this it's this sort of notion of God. I'm gonna sound super fucking pretentious, but it reminds me of this sort of like neoliberal sort of view, of just like
You.
individuals. We talk about corporatist Dems and stuff like that, like the Clintons and the Republicans and stuff like that. It's just sort of like, oh man, these individuals just need to make better decisions and communities will be better. But like it seems to me when I just like look at like history and shit like that, when I read even like one book, even just a single book on something like this, it just seems like the environment matters so much more when we're talking about groups and acting and all that stuff. We think about the black Americans as like the black community, and we just kind of say our black community should be solved by black community, just individuals taking action. But it seems like it's better if we just look at this as just like Americans that are in poverty, American citizens that need the help of their like fellow man and everything and their fellow citizen to be able to help each other all together and lift each other up as one whole community. If we look at like legislation like that a lot better, I feel like things would work out more rather than thinking about this sort of individual sort of actions will suddenly determine to make communities better, because individual actions don't ultimately make communities better. Communities make communities better, and that includes
I disagree with you
action.
there. I disagree with you. Yeah. So like you almost have me, right? When you're saying let's look at it as a society, we should be looking at it as a whole with these problems, right? Like these problems aren't a problem of a particular race. They're a problem of of capitalism, right? like these problems are systemic. However, when we're talking about actually addressing them, there are certainly piece of legislation that can help everyone and lift all boats. But no, there are some specific issues affecting the Black community, right? And so we do need targeted policy. So if you grant me that, then I completely agree with you.
I was about to say intersectionality is super important.
No. Absolutely. Yes. No. When I say as one community, I'm talking about intersectionality, accepting us all as having our own source of problems and everything, and then solving it together as one community. I'm talking about when solving the problem, not when analyzing the problem. Okay. Because we know that when we analyze the problem, we can come to a lot of unique conditions to solve a lot of the unique communities that exist within America. But when we talk about solving the problems within the communities, we have to work as one. That's what I mean. Okay.
But I'm saying I disagree with that. I disagree with that because
Really?
solving the problems are going to take. There's different solutions based on different things. There's something something very particular about Black people's poverty and why I'm all for coalition building. I'm all for like everyone fighting together for the greater good. But there's something that's super specific about the African American poverty situation in America is that it wasn't like with every other group they just happened to end up that way. Black people were systemically chosen to be the poorest people in this country. Like there's a consistent effort to keep specifically Black people down. Like other people in poverty are like, don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean there's not systemic issues, but you just happen to fall on one side of the line of that systemic issue. Like there's certain types of white people, they're like, oh, the white poor people just happen to be the poor white people. It wasn't like, oh, this type of poor.
Hold on.
Yeah, no.
Bam. I completely disagree with this.
Then you would just be wrong.
A lot of if you look at like the white people, the white people that exist in like Appalachia and everything, they were ethnically segregated. A lot of them were poor Irish and Italian and even German and stuff, like immigrants and shit. Okay, they were distinctly non-Anglo-Saxon. There's actually a lot of ethnic stuff that was going on that would lead to people becoming poor and staying poor, especially in the cities. Okay, where those ethnic groups still kind of but I'm just saying that just like this is like the bi POC kind of take where it's like, oh, but our thing is completely unique. It is unique, okay? It is. But that doesn't mean that it can't be solved with the same sort of methods that other communities can help be solved, okay? Like saying that, oh, we're so different, we're so special. We're actually not that different and that special from a lot of the other communities that have problems in this country. And also, all of the problems that are happening, like with poverty and everything, it's not just like, oh, they just happen to fall on the other line. No, it is systemic. Okay, it all is.
No, I said it was systemic, but I'm saying that you just happen to fall into that group. It's something what you said about what you said about the Irish and the Italians. Like, is it true? Yes. Were they considered not white? Yes, until it was advantageous for them to be like against Black people. That's the only thing whiteness exists. Whiteness exists to be the antithesis of Blackness. Like every other group can fall into whiteness. Black people, we can never become white. We're the only group because we are the opposite of that. Like I said, it was Anglo-Saxon, and it was like, you know what? No, we can. These Irish people can be white. You know what? These Italians, they can be white. Because at the end of the day, they're not them niggas, and that was the key. That's the biggest priority, and that's why
Apparently, the
reason we're in poverty is very
KKK
particular.
thought about letting Jews in at some point. Like,
We see that. Oh
'cause
no,
they-
well, a lot of Jews are kind of in, but let's not just get into that. What I'm trying to say, man, is that there's, oh my gosh, it's so hard.
Well,
for me to,
well,
like,
well, let's
piece
just pause
this
here
up.
for a
I
second.
know-
'Cause we're going so fast here.
Yeah.
I wanna back you up, Sid, because you are very, very correct when you cite here that yes, Irish were not considered white initially, whatever the fuck we're calling white at the time, Anglo-Saxon, right? My question would be, when did all that happen? When were the Irish immigrants lumped in as, de facto white? Was it whenever there was the rise of the civil rights movement? Like, are we talking
Yes.
the 60s, the 50s, we're talking the 30s, the 20s, or we're talking like, I actually don't know here. I'm curious if anyone here knows like when the concept of all encompassing white people came to be.
oh,
The
it's
civil rights movement,
Yeah.
when I say civil rights, I'm talking about in the mid-century civil rights struggle and everything is when
Yeah,
like white
the
supremacists
decade
and
of
black
rise
started
of
to-
the
started to
demand of
become a
black
lot
people to
less-
be yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I
started
mean,
to become a lot less picky.
the-
on
Because it was
things.
part
And
of the
it was also
census.
when, and also and let's be noticed, it's also when African Americans started to be, I would say, a lot less picky. Okay, they started coalition building with like a lot of like LGBT groups, with a lot of feminist groups, and all this sort of stuff, and a lot of even poor, impoverished white people, the working class. Okay, and that's when shit started to get scary and people started getting killed. Okay, because it worked. Okay, when Martin Luther King started, when he said "I have a dream," he didn't get shot. He said when he wanted to do the Poor People's March, that's when he got shot. Okay, when he wanted to coalition build and work with the people, that's when shit started getting scary. Okay, I want you to understand this. When Malcolm X, when he decided to break off away from the oh my gosh, Muslim Brotherhood or whatever, the Brotherhood
Yeah,
of Indians,
and
or
do
whatever
the
the
black
fuck.
ethno state, right?
Yeah, well,
Or
no,
before
when he
that?
no, when I say break, when he said break off from them, when he wanted to stop that, after he went to the Middle East and he came back and he realized, well, hold on, we can be together. Black person, a white person can be a Muslim, everyone can be Muslim. If you join me in my faith, now he's dead, okay, because he wasn't useful, okay, to the people that that he rejected, to fucking Elijah Muhammad and all those fucking sycophants up there. All right, I'm just saying, when you realize that you can build with everybody else and you're actually fighting a lot of the same enemy. When you realize a lot of the people that are kept down are being fought by the same enemy, you can get strong. Okay, if we're just worrying about only, I want to say only worrying about us and our little problems and saying, well, only we as individuals can rise ourselves up out of this mess, then that's not gonna work. At least I don't think it's gonna work.
Well, no. Yeah, coalitions are how you make change. The more people you have, the more you can do. But that doesn't mean that those solutions aren't very particular, like based on the differences in groups. And that's not just for racial lines. That also exists on like the gender spectrum and the LGBT group. Like all of these things take very particular solutions. We can't. There's no one size fit all. Because that's what we figured out how we leave people behind. That's what intersectionality literally teaches us.
There are things that I think can be solved with legislation, because we're kind of forced to compromise when we're talking about groups and we're talking about a whole wide spectrum sort of thing here. Okay, like I don't think like Fanatiq keeps the dream alive and he says we're gonna get the reparations, we're gonna get it, but I don't know if like race-based like legislation, not even just race-based, when we're talking about like what's the fucking meme that one guy's like, just like foundational Black Americans or whatever the fuck, people that were specifically descendants of slaves are only going to get the sort of things. I'm very skeptical that that is going to happen. Okay, and especially in the country.
I would argue can't even figure that out, honestly.
But I do think that like something like akin to, I don't know, like I don't want to say it's the UBI meme, but just like poverty alleviation, just widespread poverty alleviation is incredibly helpful, and I actually do believe that actually is a lot closer to happening than any sort of race-based, like financial compensation. Okay, even though it's fucked up, and yeah, we should have fucking got it, absolutely. Okay, but it's not gonna happen.
Why can't we do both?
Huh?
Why can't we do both?
Why can't we do both? You know what? I would love the day that we could do both, and if we could do both, that'd be great. But there's one that's more likely to happen than the other.
Yeah, it's a probability basis. It's the perception that well, why I didn't choose to be white, so why the fuck should you get there? It's gonna be this self-victimization here. People don't know the history well enough.
But it's not like it's not like America's never dealt reparations. They've dealt reparations specifically to Native Americans. Like I said, now was it enough?
You're bringing this up now in a post like Trump era, post social media era. People are more ignorant, weaponized.
You think people are more ignorant, more racist now than like
No, it's not about racism. It's about necessarily about ignorance. Okay, and it's also about when time over time, that people did the thing that time heals the wounds and everything, but time makes people forget about just how bad things were. And what happened with the Native Americans, I would barely call that reparations. Okay, what actually really happened with them.
Sure, but I'm saying I'm saying there's a president of like, and the same thing we did with the Japanese internment camps. Like America's made race-based decisions in the past, and
actually, so the thing about that is, like, I actually did some homework on that. The whole the Japanese containment camps reparations happened because there was notably like I think it was 3 House members who were Japanese origin on the California district of it, and they're the ones that brought it to the House floor to be voted on. So it starts with like really infiltrating, I guess, Congress with like people who think like you, who are like drunk off the hopium and copium, that we can actually get this going here.
Is that? I don't think it's hopium.
Also,
HR 40.
I think it's a huge dude. You can't even get, you got Republicans winning elections galore right now, bashing on CRT like it's a fucking, like it's a cultural issue, and it's really just like a surface level nothing burger.
Again,
bro, they are weaponizing CRT, which is a literal inoffensive, like the actual history of America. You think we have any hope right now with CRT being an actual like top 3 issue with the biggest dipshits in like rural Ohio and Idaho, that you think that we're gonna be able to get any kind of racial based reparations going in USA?
I'm not on the timeline. Again, some people say like, oh, in the next 2 years. I'm not on a timeline, but I'm just not giving up just because like I think that sure, alleviating poverty should be a higher priority on the list in general. But that doesn't, like, just because you do that doesn't mean like, oh, now you can't talk about reparations. No, I'm still gonna talk about reparations. Reparations is absolutely something for American descendants of slaves. I'll down that hill.
What's the word here? It's like you're going over like a theoretical, like an abstract, which I love doing, but it's like not practical. The chance of it actually happening anytime soon is like ridiculous right now.
Sure, but my advocate,
so like,
are you? I don't know your politics.
Exercise, huh?
I'm a fan, but I don't know your politics. Are you? Where do you find economically? Like, are you a socialist, capitalist, sock dem, communist?
Probably social. Yeah, probably a social democrat, if anything here, or social democracy.
Okay,
we'll go with here.
Okay, so yeah, I follow the same place. So okay, you're practical in that sense, because I stand in the same place. That's fair.
I don't see. Okay, wait. I think you're misconstruing my hesitancy to like get drunk off of like, yeah, let's go for black reparations. I'm not against it. What I'm getting at is the effort to apply the refined model of racial-based reparations. Futile for a couple of reasons here, but I'm also a realist in that this has absolutely no hope of going any fucking where in Congress. Like we're about to get shitted on. Like, okay, there's like not a progressive Dems in the House at all, or and the Senate's about to go back to Republicans in 2022 based off what the polls we're looking at right now here. In what situation do you see anything going well between now and 2026? Like, again,
that's not my timeline. I'm saying like this is something I believe in principle. It's not like this isn't my number one issue as this for a lot of people. But I'm not going to say that like, oh yeah, reparations is just a dumb idea because it can't happen in the next 4 years. That's not my standard for. But
it seemed like you're attacking Sig, who was getting into more like, alleviating poverty as a whole here. Let's get the most effective way to attack intergenerational wealth gaps by giving everyone like free homes and affordable housing on en masse. Like, sure, you get a house, you get generational wealth, you get that going, boom, you're able to like close the gap and re-expand the middle class here. That to me sounds like a more effective thing to look into now than your. I hate to sound like I'm not attacking it, but like, goddamn, the pie in the sky that we're gonna get maybe by 2040. I don't fucking know, dude.
Again, it was just because he made it an or thing. He made it like, and that's my only issue. I said that sounds like a bigger priority, but I'm not gonna like that. Doesn't make me give up my position on reparations.
Okay,
like
right.
I can't not hold that. Like I can hold both positions simultaneously.
What's your prescription?
That was one point. Okay, wait, one more. That was my one point. Let's go to the second point here. Okay, let's say we entertain if you're black enough, you get reparations and whatnot here. How do you even determine who is an actual American descendant of a slave when, quite frankly, records of like slave owners into slave-owned people into wherever we are now, four to 6 generations later? Do you know like who you're like 4 generations down your great grandparents were? Like, do you actually know? Do black folks in America actually know?
Well, I still
I don't fucking know.
I'm in a very particular place because I still live on the land that my family was owned on.
Bro, that
But
shit is cooked and definitely not kept. Like the minute you
there's,
were,
there's like tax returns on this. Like people there's
think-
tax documents related to this crap.
I would love to hear this. I from what I understand, like 19th century, like they didn't give a fuck about where you came from. You were property of the plantation owner or whatever the fuck you were sold here and there. It was incredibly inhumane, and logs past that point, there was not really many fucks to be given as far as like the owners had, so they didn't give a shit about where you came from.
The
bad
reality.
test, get fucked. So like
No, I've already. There's people who've already sorted this out. The reality of how it will work, it wouldn't be a blood test. You wouldn't have to prove like your blackness like that. The thing is, black immigrants, whether that be Caribbean or like African descent, all of these things are very recent as far as history goes. So basically, if you can prove that like you have like ancestors here up until like 1900, which I think a lot of people can, outside of like orphans. Yeah, orphans. No, I think they would get reparations in those situations. And you've been identifying for black for the last decade, then you qualify. Like, because if you're like immigrant family came here in 1892, that sounds like
this is terrible. No, this is terrible. This is a terrible.
That's like grandparents.
It's a terrible.
Dude, this would get shitted on in so many you think in a world where CRT, which is like 0% offensive and just factual, and they interpret it as white guilt, you think there's any hope that this would ever
Again,
go?
this isn't for the next 2 years.
So hold on. Okay, there's
not for the next 40 years.
In California, there's they got legislation through to create a task force to like look into actually making this happen, right? Which is a step. And the task force did what Bam was talking about and said, let's limit it just to like, descendants of slavery. This is a mess, right? Like, first of all, like reparations. Well, I guess it depends what your concept of reparations is. And reparations is literally just for slavery, right? And you're looking at that the very, very narrow sense. Well, then maybe that makes sense. But like the effects of slavery aren't limited to those who were descendants, right? People like you're a black ass coming off the boat from Nigeria, right? They talking like the white society, wide society, all society. Like looks at you as black, right? Like black people look at you as black, even though Africans don't want to like, oh, I'm not a African American, I'm not a black American like you guys are. I'm a little different. No, you're fucking same, right? I don't give a shit. So like, and anyway, the discrimination that you face, it's all the exact same fucking thing. So yeah. Like I wouldn't even want to divide the black community, right? Now we're doing genealogy tests and who's pure enough. That's disgusting.
No. No, you don't have to do. But it's you have the standard of reparations as opposed to solve every issue in the black community. No, reparations is Lincoln's broken promise. Lincoln promised when he freed the slaves.
You're going to give us a whole new set of problems.
Well, Lincoln got a cap busted in his fucking back of his head. So I mean,
but I'm saying, but his promise was broken. Like this promise was broken before he even died. But this is Lincoln's broken promise. This is like I said, Lincoln's promise was which I think there was like a small island of people in South Carolina, like the Geechee people now is what they're considered, who received like small parcels of land. But the South was like a lot of the South was supposed to be distributed in land and property, like 40 acres and me. We've all heard this to black people, not to black people, to the freed slaves, the freedmen of that time. That promise was reneged on. And this is just paying a debt that was owed. That's literally all it's about. It's not about solving every issue, and it's not about solving every issue in the black community. It's about paying a debt that's owed to a people that's owed to debt.
Because it can't. Because times have changed.
I have to on the 40 acres and a mule meme. It's a meme. It was not proclaimed by Lincoln. It was portrayed by a man named William Tesman Sherman in 1865. It was just a thing that was proclaimed during wartime. Okay,
sure. It's supposed to be valued at. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was not a thing that Lincoln like promised, okay? And like Reconstruction was like a very wide-sweeping project that ultimately failed because of the white Southerner backlash that was occurring. I don't know if you know this, but immediately after following the Civil War, there was like no Jim Crow. They went all in. They made like black senators, black representatives, all this sort of stuff in Congress. They were desegregating hard. Okay, they were fucking occupying the South and forcing integration to occur.
And
okay?
they gave white people revolted and they took all their land
that's
back.
not
Took
quite
all
what
those
happened.
back.
White people did,
And they gave reparations to those
Lincoln,
slave owners.
Well, yeah, because Lincoln fucking died, and his very centrist vice president,
Very
okay,
racist,
then took power.
vice president.
Well, I'm saying centrist for the time, centrist.
Lincoln was racist
at
too,
the time.
but that's
yeah,
not the point.
He's very centrist. Has decided, oh yeah, we should let the states do what they want, states' rights. Okay, that was his thing, and then Jim Crow obviously was birthed out of that over time, very violently. Okay, but I'm just saying that like that was happening, that was going on. All right, Lincoln is actually not as bad as black people like to say. Okay, a lot of the time. All right, he's actually kind of based. All right,
He was the worst.
Good things happen. Ooh,
So-
okay, I don't know.
No. So I gotta disagree with you here. And I'm not sure if I would have to have a fight with Fanatiq about this as well. But like, I understand what you're saying, and that the original promise is this, right? But times have evolved, right? And the community has evolved. Like, it would have made sense at the time, right? To do it in maybe a limited fashion. It would have been easier, super easy at the time to do it in a limited fashion. But like, we have a larger black community, and to split it, right? To say that you're not pure enough, right? Like, you don't have enough freeman blood in your veins, right? To be involved in like, it would be such a mess. Right. First of all, like, just logistically, it'd be such a mess.
No one mentioned
but beyond
the blood test.
that, like the effects of racism ain't limited to those people, right? Like in the ghettos are people who are descendants of non-freedmen, right? Like, so to say that your struggles like don't deserve to have to be compensated for, right? In some ways, and I'm not saying this is going to solve all the problems in black community. Reparations will not do that, right? But like, the easiest way and the most uniting way is just to say let's do it for everybody.
No. It's just a simple answer. No. I think that I think those other issues there's going to be plenty of black issues that need to be addressed via, like I said, via a black coalition, and there's plenty of poverty issues that need to be addressed via entire poverty coalition. But
then answer Tri-Hex's questions. Like, how are you going to do it? Let's start there.
I literally explained.
No. With tax records. Oh God, yes. With tax
not just tax records. I'm saying that there is a generally pretty clear record.
And what if you don't
of black immigrants?
So then you're going to leave people out. So you're leaving people out immediately.
Sure.
Okay. So now it's not just freemen, right? It's a freeman who can prove they're freemen, right? So
but I'm saying that,
and then there's ones who like,
we're talking about like 99%.
But your father, it's all freemen all the way down. But through your parent, through your mother, it's like immigrants, right? Black immigrants. Oh, maybe you're not pure enough.
No, there's no purity. See, you're changing what I'm saying.
What you're doing.
No, because what I said makes sense, and now you're trying to poke a hole. You're trying to create a issue.
No,
I never mentioned blood once. If you have one member of your family who is a descendant of freedmen, that's it. That's all it takes.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so back. Oh, okay, so that's very hard to prove. Okay, now how about now
it's not very hard to prove.
I know that.
Black immigrants are very well documented in this country.
Hold on, I like to ask a question. Okay, now what if there's a person that comes up and say, "Hey, I'm verifiably a descendant of a freedman." Okay, but this person is white. What happens?
Yeah.
No. That was the second part of the thing. I said you had up until like 1900, you've been descendant of a freedman, and you've been identifying as black for the last decade.
Okay. Fucking redneck identifies as black.
Okay.
If he's been identifying by
what do you mean
like
identify as in I filled out the census
like
in 2010 or some bullshit?
Yeah.
All right, bam. Hold on, bam. Okay, now let's say identify.
That feels so wonky for
say,
a million reasons. Holy
shit.
So let's say, hold on. Let's say that Rachel Dolezal, right, does a DNA test.
She has a freedman,
and she's
been identified as black.
And she's been identified. She qualified.
Cut a check, which it wouldn't be checks actually.
But not
like
to immigrants. He'd give
No,
one to
not to
Rachel
immigrants.
Dolezal, but not to black immigrants.
Yeah, hold on, but not to like I don't know, someone like Idris Elba whose parents are from Africa but comes
No.
to like, he is from
He's
Africa,
like-
but like
he's like, get his
somebody
ass
whose
out of
parents-
here.
Whose parents are from Africa. Let's say they're like wealthy in their country, but they come here and they're like lower middle class. I grew up in a neighborhood full of immigrant families like this.
They have
they're lower
plenty of
middle class.
issues. Reparations isn't there.
And they're black, okay, and they have a black experience growing up. When I say black experience, I mean they're treated as black from everywhere around.
They like hip hop,
but they ain't getting shit.
No, the reparations isn't for them. That's not that, and there's 1,000 things that can be for them. That that's like saying we can't ever do anything for women because like there's men who share a similar experience. No, we can do things for specific groups of people.
Honestly, bam, sex-based reparations is also really fucking stupid. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying that it's saying we can never target groups on anything. Everything has to be everything's not for everyone.
We can never target groups on anything. We're talking about probability and practicality on stuff.
Yeah, this is super practical. Everything I said worked.
And not even practical. No.
I
First of all, it is not practical. But then on the other side of it, it's not fair either because the effects of slavery aren't limited to people who are descendants of slaves. Like
it's not about the effects. It's about Lincoln's promise.
No, I'm sorry. Lincoln's promise is gone. Lincoln's
it's
gone.
Exploited labor.
Can you Google Lincoln's probably that Lincoln where Lincoln promised this? He actually did.
It's not about 40 acres. Lincoln had a promise to the freedmen. Why do you think what do you think he promised? Why do you think they fled to the north?
Was this
to join the Union Army?
All right.
Well,
wait, do you think reparations are only worthwhile to do because Lincoln said so?
They fled the north.
No, I'm saying that the fight for reparations isn't about saving black people. It's not about fixing the community. It's about paying a debt that is owed exclusively. Nothing else matters. If they cut us a check for $10,000 and you went and spit it on some expensive J's, like that's completely
weird
fine.
Thing to conclude though. Like you're not into it for the principles of society and economic destruction of like black people. You're in it because President Lincoln said, whatever, right? Like
yes, there is
a dude said words. The 16th president said words, and that's why, and that's the reason why it's important to do.
Yes, that's exactly why it's important to do.
Well, then we are so like opposed on the function and reason why we should advocate for reparations. That
maybe that's why you have different. That's why you have different.
This is like futile.
That's why you can't understand why it works.
It's simple when you though. Okay, so I will let you have your crazy idea, and I'm not gonna poke holes at it anymore here. But I do want to say your idea does create a lot of like inter-class black warfare over like how black am I really? Like I'm more black than you. Like it creates some really really stupid shit. Because then like if you're like, well, your reparations are not actually fixing or uniting black people together. It's just like
not the goal.
The goal is to get bad money.
It makes like a society, like you're not making society 2.0, you're making society B. Like rather than be A, where it's like a declining middle class, you're making society B, not 2.0. You're not improving it. You're just introducing new problems we have to unfuck later on at some point here.
Have y'all ever heard of William Darity? Dr. Darity? Oh, he's a black specialist in specifically dealing with reparations, and like he uses a lot better verbiage than I do. But yeah, no, it's not about any of those other things. It's not about fixing society. You run into the troubles when y'all have those questions when you're trying to create something to fix society. No, we having a goal where there's a debt that needs to be paid to the people that deserve that debt. That is the beginning. That is the end. Like we don't want to combine these things with all these other class issues because it makes those class issues harder to do. Like, do you think that like a universal bill would be easier to pass because we call it reparations? No, yes. It wouldn't. It would be more difficult. We would just call the bill whatever we want to call it.
If Lincoln had not made that promise, would we not deserve it?
That would be a different thing. It wouldn't be reparations though. It wouldn't be what it is. It would be something completely different.
Yeah, Bam, your take here is so weird to me. I think I'm ready to just kind of move on with it.
It's extremely consistent, but like I said, you good. Like I said, it's just something you're not used to.
It's like you're trying to shove like this triangle through like a circular peg, and I'm just like, it's like you'd be lucky if before 2060 this even happened. Honestly, dude.
Yeah,
like
that's fine. It could be 30, 60.
Smart. Okay, you can be consistent, but you can still be like if I say like the Earth is flat, and I'm very consistent with everything, and I'm saying like it can be consistent, but it can still like not make sense,
But it does make sense. It's like you're just annoyed that it does.
I think of so many scenarios where like someone is like half white, half black, and and they're like visually black passing, but they're genetically not black, and if they've been typecasted as like black passing, but they're not genetically black because they were not descendant of slave, if they're dealing with the black experience, but they're not genetically black or a descendant of whatever you were saying earlier here, what difference does it make? They're both camps are united behind the black experience of dealing with fucking unfair.
Yeah, and we should help those people, but not with reparations. We should help them with other bills, other legislation. Why does every black person have to get like why does every person like reparations have to be for everyone? Why can't we do something else for everyone? Why can't we do the change the frames the first let's call it separation.
Tell you what, whenever we get rid of Citizens United, okay, so your ideology right now is in a world where like Citizens United is like abolished, money in politics is abolished, politicians are not corrupt, lying is illegal under like bribery, like. You live in a world that's like Looney Tune land where it's like completely sanitized. There's no corruption at all. And
we figured out how to do it for every other group of people.
Oh my God, dude. Like bro, we're talking about a country right now that has like half of the eligible people go vote. Like, dude, we don't have voter turnout worth a fuck at all right now. People are so demotivated. Like you're living in the already perfect utopia society, and it's so far removed from reality. I'm baffled that you think it would ever go anywhere.
HR 40 is like popular.
This century.
HR 40 is a popular piece of legislation. The study of reparations.
Dude, all right,
popular.
I don't know.
When you say something that's popular is really weird. A lot of shit is
popular in the Twitter space. Popular for
I mean like it polls. That is true. Don't get me wrong. Like if people aren't willing to like hold their politicians.
Minimum wage is pulling at an 85% high right now to get raised. It still didn't fucking happen with a Democrat-led triple chamber. And you want reparations to happen?
No, you're holding me to a timetable that I never held you to.
Yeah, he's not asking for a timetable. That part he's been very clear about. He's not asking for a timetable.
What's the practicality then, dude? Like, how many more? You want two more generations?
Because what you're asking for is for me to say that black people don't deserve reparations. That's what you're asking for, an alternative. You're saying I have to give up. Like, no, black people shouldn't get reparations because that makes because then we can't help poverty. That's not what
I said. No.
Oh, that's what Sig Naturals held me to. And you agreed with them.
Implementation of it creates new problems that can be avoided, and it can be more practically passed
by giving it to everyone.
Why do immigrant? Then why do so? And then it splits, not only that, it splits the people who would fight for this, right? Like, oh, okay, so I guess we're not doing this for the immigrant community, of people who can't prove themselves to be a descendant of a freeman, right? And so, like, then it gives a constituent of the black community a reason either to fight this or to just, like, step away. Like, okay, well, it has nothing to do with me. So, like, why would you even split your forces like that?
Do you not advocate for trans rights because they don't, like, because it'll split up cis people?
What?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, so you're saying that you're isolating
your metaphor is nonsense. Try again.
Just splitting your forces. It's not. No, I'm saying that pointing out a particular group of people somehow isolates your forces and no one can advocate for it.
What? Your metaphor didn't make sense. I'm still stuck in your metaphor. Your metaphor is dog shit. It didn't make any sense.
It did make sense.
No, it didn't.
You're saying that advocating for the descendants of freedmen is the group we're advocating
for themselves doesn't split up trans people. Like what?
But I'm saying that does that prevent other people from advocating? Does that prevent you from advocating? Like we can't do stuff just for trans people because then like cis people will be against them.
But the black community has a shared
It's not the black community.
Experience.
It's the freedmen.
No,
it's the descendants of freedmen community.
That's not Fuck that. No.
The ADOS community.
That's not
if you will.
That's not a community.
Even though ADOS
we don't divide ourselves that way.
ADOS is trash.
We do not divide ourselves that way. That's not a thing in the black community. You can pretend it's a thing. It's not a thing. Like among black nationalists, yes, that might be a thing. But for the larger black community, no one says, "Hey, man, I'm hanging out with my freedmen buddies." But, oh no, this is Nigerian motherfuckers over there, right? And we don't fuck with them. No one does that, right? That's not how it works here within the black community. But you are trying to make it that way.
I'm not trying to make it that way. But I'm saying so advocating for yourself makes them hate
transfer of wealth well, probably wouldn't be the biggest, but like one of the biggest transfers of wealth in American history, right? And one of the most politically
only goes to the people that qualify.
And then you're saying, no, we're going to divide it along these lines. Yes, that's what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. All this shit.
Yes,
like,
for the people that actually
everybody. Let's put it like no.
wait. Prime. Let me, Bam. Okay. You know what, Bam? Rather than, I think trying to attack you from the front is not making you see maybe our worldview. So let me allow you to reveal more of yours, so then maybe you can poke your own holes in it instead.
That'll
When
work.
you're advocating for the reparations here, what is this whole thing you're fixated on? Are we talking about a fixed amount of money being awarded to, or all right, being paid back due to descendants of slaves, or like, is it an amount? Is it like a, or
No,
is it
it's
like
not
a,
amount. It wouldn't even. It doesn't even necessarily
would
have
it
to
be
be
cash
cash.
paid to descendants of slaves,
I
or
think
would it
that's.
be?
I think that's unrealistic. To get like a check in the mail.
Oh! Now we're entertaining
No,
practical
but no,
application. Okay, no, I'm
no.
sorry. That was a jab.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. You're right. My bad.
yeah,
My bad. Okay, continue. I apologize.
yeah. I think that. I think that would probably. It would probably be unrealistic. Like, yeah, to afford all to come in like major cash payments. Some people have said up to like numbers insane of like 120 trillion dollars. Those numbers are pretty ridiculous. Even I'll admit. Like, cool, have that position, but I think that's ridiculous. But I think that it'll mostly be in social programs. It'll mostly be in like tax deferrals, um things of that
War
nature.
bonds, maybe.
So
That's what the
actually,
Japanese have, if I'm
I covered this topic, like I did a big thing with Irrelevant and Destiny like a while back on this whole thing here, and it was like I came across the number. I tried to figure out the number here, like what would it be if it was cash reparations, and just to entertain you for a second here.
Mhm.
Had all my notes written down. I don't have them for me right now here, but it was something along the lines of anywhere from 750,000 US dollars upwards to 1.3 million per person. If you were to look at like the inception of minimum wage tethered to inflation now for people who were slaves and who on average lived to be about 28 to 34 years old, like it's just like, and you take that and you compound it, it's like it's that number. It's on the low end, just minimum wage to inflation to now, yada yada yada, which is still arguably like being lowballed the fucking hell and back here. Descendants would get $750,000. I don't know if that how you feel about that. But the other problem I had there with it too is like, even if we do that verbatim, the issue now becomes there's like this very big ruptured amount of money that's being awarded to people, and the other consequence now is like, the perception of black people now, because there's going to be this like animosity with, quite frankly, white folks, white maybe even white middle class altogether here, who are like, well, they just got their hand me outs. This is fucking bullshit. I'm still poor. I'm still poor out here in rural Arkansas or whatever. So fuck these like monkeys for fucking getting this free money. I didn't get my fucking shit. I'm paying my taxes. But why the fuck I haven't gotten, typical whataboutism shit, right?
Right.
So you almost need like extra money to like alleviate that tension that happens there. I don't know what to do
That's
about
probably
that.
true.
So
That's
like,
probably true. But
now the
I
difference
don't think
here is
that would happen first.
the difference here is that I'm being very attentive towards the problems that can get caused society wise by the implementation of reparations. Your in here just is like, fuck it, hey, it's their problem. I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, you're okay with like Civil War 2.0 happening with
But
like
no,
class
that's not.
warfare and whatnot.
That's my thing. Like, if they're, like I said, there's things that you handle now. There's short term. You can deal with things in the short term and the long term. You're saying like, oh, you know what? We need to solve poverty. Like, I agree. We need to solve poverty more than we do reparations. I also agree. So, but just whenever, let's say that we solve poverty, and it's like black people can't mention reparations again. We solve poverty. No, yeah, we can. That's still on the chart. That's still on the issue. That's absolutely still the thing, and it's absolutely still for the descendants of freedmen. Like, that's a thing, and that's my only perspective. That's the only thing I'm holding. You're saying that like to get the first part, I have to give up that second part, and I'm like, and I say no, I don't. I never have to give that up.
It seems like we've been going in
And
circles
in my
about the
ideal
point of-
in the ideal world,
we're,
yeah. Sorry about
we've been
that.
poking
Yeah.
Bam's little
Yeah.
thing here for a while
Yeah,
now, but
I mean,
I just wanted to
I
ask,
think
like,
can we agree that me, Sig, and Prime, we all agree that this isn't the most effective way to get it done because of rooted in practicality. Bam is on some. He's also viewing the
principle.
application of reparations entirely different here. So at that point, we're at different front doors into different houses of problems here. So we just don't. It's not really effective to take this any further here. I wish you luck, Bam. I will happily buy you a steak dinner if this shit, if your reparations thing happens this century. I'm gonna give you a very easy goal to clear here. If it happens in your lifetime, I will buy you a steak dinner.
My guy, I like steak too. I'm a prime rib guy.
Flip it, right?
I heard
Clip
that,
it
dude.
and ship it,
Well,
right?
shit. No, wait. Actually, wait. If you get your way, I get reparations, right? So fuck it. Yeah, actually, I'll just buy you a Tesla or whatever the fuck you want. I don't know. Fuck.
That's the thing they talk. Was it Oregon, 40 acres and a Tesla? That sounds insane. Now, I don't know about that, but that's what they've been talking about.
Nah, let's not tear the reparations to a private company. It sounds
Yeah,
like a shit show. It's a
Elon
terrible
Musk?
fucking
I
idea.
don't want Elon Musk's fucking cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, fuck that. Yeah, unless
Teslas are like crappy
unless,
cars.
unless we're confiscating
they're
them,
yield
right, for
quality as
Black
shit.
America, then I'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, actually, I had an idea too about that too. Like on a fun topic about the minding about reparations, I would have loved it if like financial literacy. It sounds insulting a little bit here, but like if financial literacy was like a thing you could like take for free as part of like the reparation like spending bill, and it would lead to like a proliferation of Black-owned businesses, so that you can like, essentially what I would want is like banks to stop being racist and like let Black people like be able to like unparalleled like warp speed their way to producing Black-owned
access to
businesses.
credit, yeah, access to credit.
Yeah.
And
Exactly. Yeah.
that would be amazing. Yeah, okay.
No economic redlining is essentially, which did happen like in mass for a hot minute in the second half of the 20th century.
So
Holy fuck.
what was interesting, I'm not sure if you guys saw it. It was on HBO. Now I'm blanking. The Watchmen, right? Did you guys see Watchmen on HBO?
I didn't watch Watchmen.
Oh, you guys got to watch it then. I mean, yeah,
I heard it's great though.
It was amazing. The comics is, first of all, read the original comics. The original comics is good. But then and it follows the storyline of the comics and not the a Snyder not Snyder movie. It was
Snyder's film. Yeah,
yeah, Zack Snyder. Yeah, Zack Snyder had a film, but like it doesn't follow that storyline. That's like a sort of like a parallel storyline. It's not the same. Read the comics and then watch the HBO special. Anyway, in that, interesting enough, it is an alternate timeline in which a famous actor a white actor his name is escaping me right now, but he's like a famous like progressive, and he becomes president, and he does do reparations, and the main character is Black. And part of the struggle, right, is that there, exactly what Trihex said, basically, right? There was this white backlash, right? There's white individuals who like poor individuals who didn't get it and who feel a way about it. And there's still racial animosity, but like the Black woman, like who's the main character, like lives in like an upper middle class like mini mansion, right? Because Black people do that now, right? We roll like that. And it's actually really interesting talking about the consequences of that. And the whole thing is not even undertones, like it's like overtones of racism and how that would play out in this situation. It's actually quite fascinating. So check it out. But what?
There was actually one more thing about that too. The other issue too with like if we just do like reparations verbatim and don't treat any other of the lingering side effects. I'm not going to book at you again, Bam, but just like the thing you were talking about that we're gonna address it later here is the fact that like, okay, you give, let's say it's like 12 to like $30 trillion that we're just gonna throw at at Black people, right, or whatever, the target of the reparations.
It probably would be over like a century.
Or whatever. Okay, so let's call it 10 trillion up front right now with like more to come, blah, 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 whatever the fuck here, right? The whole problem there now is, okay, they have all this money, they have a surplus of it, and now they can impulsively spend it. So it's just, they're gonna take all that money now and just spend it at white-owned businesses. So is it not gonna be just like a transfer of wealth right back into the white-owned business class?
Exactly
with some short-term generational materialistic things acquired in the meantime.
That Trihex, that I disagree with. I actually do think if someone got nearly $750,000, I think one of the first thing a lot of people would do would be to buy land. Actually, they would take out mortgages. They would, and that would already like buying land alone and having.
I wonder if there's even so even if you say that, right? Okay, let's stop there. Even if we say that, is there actually enough supply of any of these things to actually like meet the demand? Is my question. Would it not just create some like, I don't know? Is there right? What 13 million Black people right now officially, and according to the census in the U.S. Is that correct? Let's say like
46 million.
let's just like bullshit it here and say that 3/4 of them qualify for the fucking shit. So there are 10 million of them. At which point, I don't know, are there enough like houses and properties even available, and would it not create some like hyper inflated, ridiculously competitive market that would just like fuck everything up? I don't know. I just feel there's like a lot of shit there. That's a lot of side effects to consider that would make the implementation of reparations very complicated to do without dire consequence, I would think.
Well, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing HR 40 would seek to solve. It's like how do you do this? How do you implement? Because I don't think it would ever be in a lump sum, and that's actually people's bigger issue with mentioning the concept of cash is because Black people don't have like financial infrastructure to basically like feed into our communities.
Yeah.
So like every time we buy cars, every time we buy any product to exist in the society, like the money will slowly trickle back into the into white ownership because of like an economy of scale.
So yeah, this is exactly what I was trying to get to. And Robert Redford is the actor I was thinking of. Shout out to Dan the step in my chat who reminded me. Robert Redford becomes president, and he implements that, which is interesting. But
Reagan, Jesus.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But guys, check it out. Watchmen on HBO. That was really good. That's what I want to like look at. How could we implement this in a manner that makes sense, right? We know that as of now, and this is what Bam was trying to get to, that the black dollar doesn't stay in the black community, right? It like quickly goes out to larger American society. We don't support black businesses here, right? And it's difficult because there's not a lot of black owned business, right? And we don't.
Well, there's an
that...
idea. Well, again, I don't know if this is like ethical is the question here, but if you paywall acquiring your reparation share behind attending financial literacy of some type, a financial literacy class or some kind of like economic guidance, it requires a higher power to like deem that, hey, look, y'all are not adequate enough with money to be able to actually solve the problem of intergenerational wealth. I need you all to actually invest properly and do economic stimulus that benefits your heritage going forward so that we can get intergenerational wealth going between you and the next generation.
I like Trihex. I don't know, man. Back in
it's tough though, right?
Back when Jesus Christ, who was the president during the Depression? I feel like in World War II. I'm so sorry. Oh my God.
President during the like
World
you
War
mean
II.
like
Oh my God, were we all blanking?
Yeah, you mean
FDR.
FDR.
Whenever
you're saying depression now. Depression's like the 28 through 30.
I'm sorry,
31, right?
Just post depression, okay? Right after the war, right immediately after the war. So I guess it wasn't him, but a lot of it was because of him. When white people were getting all these sort of government subsidies to go out and move into the suburbs that were all being built and everything, there was a lot of government assistance there, right? Which allowed them to get those homes and pay those mortgages.
Yeah, actually, the modern mortgage happened because of that.
They happened to matter, and that led to a lot of the explosion of the white middle class was because of all of that. A lot of the government subsidies with the housing and all that stuff in the projects. Okay, and like black people were largely shut out of that. You know, they were shut out of the New Deal sort of thing. Okay, and that's what I want to get, like a sort of New Deal for black people. In that sense, Black Deal, I don't know.
That's exactly what I'm trying to get to. Guys, yes, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah. So I'm saying, like, what structures other than cash? One, I hear what you're saying, right? And I'm not sympathetic to what you guys are saying in terms of the financial literacy class, but like, I don't know. Like, I kind of want to leave it up to people to like know what's good for them. I don't know. I'll leave that alone. Let me just move past that. But like, there are other there are other ways that we could like shape this so that like it has maximum benefit, right? To keep that dollar moving back and forth, to us to ensure generational wealth, right? To build up the community. But like the reason why I brought all this up is because you guys were talking about the banks and the banks stop being racist, right? Like, okay, first of all, make our own fucking banks, right? Make our own fucking banks. We'll start there, right? And like build up institutions within the black community that parallel these things, right? So like that should be part of it. It's like, well, we'll start these or we'll either find existing black banks, right, and help scale them up, or we'll help people create that, right? We'll create some kind of trust, and that's where black money can go, and you can have credit lines and stuff like that, right? It won't be exclusively for black people, but it will be black majority owned, at least for like the first 20, 30 years or something, right? And then you just leave it up to the market. What the fuck? We could
well, you already lost me when you said like just black banks. I'm like, man, I feel like the big boys are gonna make sure that does not happen.
That's what I'm saying. It's an economy of scale. Like I don't think you can like the level of infrastructure in America is so in place that I don't think you could even if you gave everyone $1 million, $5 million, I don't think you could even start like a black car company that's like, oh yeah, this is gonna rival Ford
It
and
doesn't
Dodge
have to. Why does it have to rival them? That's not the point. Why would it have to
to
rival that?
prevent it from being swallowed up.
Yeah, it would, if it
You
gets
don't
any
have-
sort of success, it would be bought.
Yeah, it would be bought
you
out. It
don't.
would be
You
bought out,
can
I
say
feel.
like,
That's how-
and I already said it. Like it has to be majority black owned for like the first 20 or 30 years, right? Like, and after
Are you
that,
talking about,
like,
signed into law?
yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to
Oh.
enforce. This is hard to enforce. I feel.
Enforce black-
It's
is-
No,
isn't
of
that
course you
against the
can.
Civil
really-
Rights
No,
Act?
we
Isn't that
sign
against the Civil
contracts.
Rights
So
Act?
we have specific contracts that we sign over, right? We reserve for black-owned businesses. This is the same thing, literally the same thing we already do.
Yeah, we already do like opportunity zones. Like we do things like where we give tax incentives and things to like things that are.
Hold on, when you say black owned, so you just talking about the sentence of Friedman, or you mean just black?
Well,
Black?
you
No,
talk
I'm
to
dead ass
them.
though.
Yes,
Oh,
it depends on who you're talking
that's
to.
a good point. That is a good
Depends
point.
on who you're talking to. I was about to say, like I said, that's a different perspective. I mean, that would be something. I think the reparations as a yeah, I think that Friedman would get would definitely get a priority there. Yeah, and starting businesses and having like tax incentives.
See,
Absolutely.
to me, that sounds so like it sounds like it generates so much spite. And
Because
anger.
you're acting like it's the only thing you can do. Why can't we? Why if we do this, we can't do anything else? Like that's what I'm saying. You're holding me. You're making it a all or nothing thing.
Let's. I don't want to have to fight
that
again.
when it comes to
Yeah,
politics,
it's more
it largely-
action reaction than all or nothing.
in politics, I think it is. I feel like even if you did both, there'd still be a lot of resentment. Even if you did both, it'd still be a shit ton of resentment. Okay, let's say everyone got a check.
I
like,
would.
Everyone gets a check, but like black people, certain black people get a bigger check than others. Like
Yeah, the majority, like 90%.
No, it's not 90%. Like
I'm pretty
the
sure-
amount of immigrants, right? Black immigrants are in this country. And
the census just report like it's legitimately
and how
You
do you,
think the
and how would
census
you
is,
even
like,
know like
well
how
done
a
right
person
now?
identified as black for the last 10 years? How would you even fucking check that, right? Like
I said,
all of a
like
sudden
any
there'd
type
be-
of tax form, any type of census, any type of like documentation.
A tax
from,
form
like,
like the IRS has been underfunded for the last like half a century.
Wow.
But I'm saying, sure, yeah, you can find. So you're saying that this black person who's Freedman that exists in America and has no documentation anywhere on any document for the last
So you would have
whatever period they've been in
Yeah,
America.
dude.
No, there's some documentation somewhere, and if you
So-
don't have any, you are part of that 0.000 whatever imaginary percentage you made
Oh my
up.
God.
It just doesn't qualify. Yes, you have to be on paper.
I have to be on paper somewhere
Yeah,
else
there
at
has to
some
be some
point
type of
saying
citizen.
that, oh yeah, I'm
black.
I'm black, right? So what if
Yeah.
okay, so then if you know this is coming down the pike, right? Then you just literally go to any government
jump on.
agency, right? And then you say, oh yeah, I'm black, right? With my
You've been
with
doing
my,
it 10
with
years,
my
then
lily
you
white
got in
skin,
line.
I'm black,
This
right?
sounds
Like,
this
sounds like
sounds like a Key and Peele sketch, honestly. Like,
Yeah,
it
this
sounds
is like a shit show,
like
dude.
we're
This
gonna
Like,
have,
isn't- but this isn't like a made-up
let
thing.
me
This is
marry
the
me
actual-
let me marry me a
if
black
Bam had
girl
his
real
way,
quick.
we'd actually have actual
some
black
shit.
cards.
Yeah, right.
Like actual, not like the made up black cards, actual black cards. Okay, like oh, there's my paper, there's my card.
Have
I'm
none of y'all
black.
looked into like HR 40? Like the people who are behind it? This isn't me. I didn't make this up off the top of my head. This is actual
I know.
thing. These are the people who are building traction actually towards getting the reparations. Like
Do you so do you think HR
This is a
40
real-
has any sort
Yeah,
of
I'm also gonna say, dude, like you are so deep in the copium,
which is
dude.
which is like a metaphorical sort of like idea, right? Not even really a real bill that has a better shot than the HR 40. Okay, like honestly, straight up.
yeah, I think it'll pass eventually.
You know what-
Again,
you know what I
doesn't have to
think-
be
you
the
know what I
next 2
think
years. Doesn't have to be the next
reparations
10
is?
years.
The only thing that reparations is good for, right, is for Democrats can signal and try to get the black vote. Remember when all the Democrats were just
Not
were
wrong.
lined up and everyone were like, "Who be pro reparations?" and everyone raised their hand or whatever. I think it was Pete Buttigieg that said he was real sneaky, real slimy with. He said he would support building an organization to look at the question of reparations. I
Yeah.
think that was exactly what
Oh,
he
it was
said.
such a good
Okay?
min-max too. It was like,
yeah, it
oh,
was such like, oh yeah, oh man, he said reparations. Oh man, black vote, you know.
he didn't oppose it. Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
that's what HR 40 is.
Unfortunately, none of them worked under Obama, so they didn't get the black vote. Okay.
It's a bill to study, it's a bill to study ethical and like reasonable ways to fund reparations.
Actually, I don't think Biden even raised his hand on that shit, did he?
Yeah.
When they asked him during the debate.
I mean, dude, if
Yeah,
we're
he's
talking
important.
about politicians being kept accountable, man. That man backpedaled so hard on student loan cancellation and minimum wage. Those were both things that were definitively on his campaign promises of the websites. The minute he won the primary against Bernie by August 20 whatever the fuck year, dude, I go to the Wayback Machine. You'll see it's like night and day. Boom.
Okay,
They
I feel like
literally
that's
removed it.
actual misinformation what you're saying right now. Biden
Oh.
never held the position that he was going to like get rid of all student loans. He held two positions. One position he held was up to $50,000. I think that like he said that like twice.
Yeah, and
I
then
think
it dropped. And then it dropped to
up to $10,000.
Then it dropped to up to 10,000. But that was a big gap.
But and that was via he said he wouldn't do it via executive order. He said he would do it through Congress. The thing that sucks is Congress sucks right now because we had a freaking 50-50
Biden
split.
sucks too. Trash ass negotiator.
Oh my God,
bipartisan, both sides.
Don't talk
of the
about my
aisle,
president.
nothing.
Don't talk about my president. I'm riding, baby.
We getting
I'm
juicy
riding.
now? We can get juicy if you want to.
I'm riding, baby. I'm Biden, baby.
I mean, look, I'm black because I voted for him apparently, but if you want to get into that, let's get into that then. Goddamn.
You doggone right. Good? Barack Obama's best buddy than mine too.
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and talk about him then, Mr. I invited Joe Manchin over to my house, so I can't imagine why he would oppose Build Back Better and American Rescue Plan.
Look,
bro, my man is like so old and naive right now. That is absolutely wild.
Look, we just need some more sympathy.
A phenomenal negotiator he is not. He can't even get his own party to unite behind his policy ideals.
He has no leverage.
This sucks.
He has no leverage. Wow.
He has no leverage.
He has no leverage. He has actually no leverage.
You're telling me that he couldn't have played hardball with Joe Manchin or Sinema and been like, okay, what do you want in West Virginia? You want an Amazon factory? I'll make that happen here. Like, you can primary the fuck out of him if he had actually threatened anything. He didn't threaten anything. He doesn't have any leverage.
I've had this fight with Bam so many goddamn times. Yeah, I've said exactly.
Am I entering a repetitive thing here?
No, it's fine.
Biden's a wet noodle, but like, why Biden's a wet noodle? I really, I could hear less about the guy a lot of the time, but like,
he's an American hero.
What he's up against ensures that's funny. He's memeing. What he's up against ensures that I'm going to vote for him regardless of who's up against. And it's gonna be Trump again. And I really do think.
I'm shocked you think Biden's gonna run again. They keep floating that Kamala Pete Buttigieg ticket. It's gonna be a dumpster fire.
I'm about to say don't threaten me with a good time. The only going greater than the great hero.
Oh my damn! Stop.
It's Kamala Mother Harris. I support Black Queens. And this is not a joke. Kamala Harris is
a bad
bitch.
Did you see these interviews? Oh, you are. What planet are we on?
Don't threaten me with a good time, bro. Kamala Harris is so freaking dope.
Dude,
all her positions, like that's gonna be
Kamala Private Prison Harris. Are you on crack right now?
Kamala Harris.
Dude,
he's gonna fix America.
Oh my God, I'm about to go on a huge tangent about private prisons right now. You are outside your mind. I'm getting trolled right now. I'm getting baited.
I'm not baited. I'm so for real.
This is like what?
When I said at the beginning, right, that it hurts my soul to agree with Bam. Now you understanding why. This is exactly the shit.
Okay. Dude, I can't even establish what is right now because like you're so. Oh my God, dude. I feel like I'm back in 2019 right now, like campaign or 2020 campaign year right now with this shit.
Bro, have you heard about her freaking oh crap. God, you're gonna make me go into the file. Everything Kamala Harris touches turns to gold. I'm not even memeing right now. Kamala Harris is actually like an excellent freaking politician. People try to hold there's three things they hold against her. They try to hold the fact that she simultaneously holds three identities.
Okay, wait.
Black, being a woman.
Before we brag, something's right. So you think that if Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg is the ticket in 2024, like you're not sweating it. Like you're like, yeah, it's what I want. It's gonna work great.
I'm not that big on Pete, but Kamala, yeah, I'm for it. Now, don't get me wrong. Is it going to be great? No, because people hate her. But is she the best candidate? Absolutely.
Can any of these people beat Trump?
Thank you.
Thank you. It's not about I don't even think it's necessarily how good they even are.
Bernie couldn't, but people loved him.
I'm at the point where no people actually. Okay, so here's the problem, right?
Yeah,
a lot of people actually didn't love Bernie. I know that's awful to say. I really like Bernie. A lot of people really like Bernie. A lot of our young people, working class people, a lot of people really liked him. But the average person, the average working class person, even the average black person, the average minority, the average white person, they weren't for Bernie. Okay, it's very unfortunate. We're just in a demographic that really likes him, and we don't fit that demographic. That's why Joe Biden won. Okay. But I think that the people that like Donald Trump, what? I don't know
if I even agree with that though. That was the weaponization of mainstream media, dude. Because honestly, when you do no, dude, What do you mean? He took New Hampshire. He took
Bill,
huh?
the
No, he
Get
Johnson
some
took the
yes
fir-
she
he took
cans in the
he
chat.
took the first 3 primaries, and then he lost. Either it was North or South Carolina, came second to Joe Biden at that point, and it was the last one before Super Tuesday. Mainstream media went all in.
Guys, thanks for the
Remember,
raid.
here to talk about how
Hit
Obama did
the
a
follow
phone
button.
call and had Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg drop out so that they can unite the moderate Democratic vote all behind Joe Biden. That was, you cannot tell me that Joe winning North Carolina or South Carolina, whichever one it was here, and Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar all dropping out at the same time going to Super Tuesday was not some kind of coordinated back-end event from the DNC, who's known to be corrupt as fuck, and have that not.
You
What?
saying coordinated that people drop out?
This is yeah.
Dude,
Okay.
Pete,
Black people
Pete
don't
got
like
the
Bernie.
Secretary of Transportation
And
job.
Bernie don't like black
He's
people.
incredibly unqualified for that kind of position here. What are you? Oh, wait, you're gonna equate the one thing as conspiracy? Like all that happens and there's nothing to make of it here?
People drop out.
Feels like, okay, when you say conspiracy,
Pete and Amy,
when you accuse, when you accuse without any substantial evidence, when you accuse things of being coordinated, that is literally a conspiracy. I'm just saying that is the literal definition of trihex. All right,
Fair, okay,
that is.
That's fair.
But I'm not saying that just because it's a conspiracy. I'm not the kind of person that when you hear conspiracy, oh, it means you're a fucking dickhead, dumbass. Like, no, no. A lot of people think like Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. They're not dumb, right? A lot of people think that doesn't make them stupid, okay? Because there's a lot of weird shit going on there. Here's
the thing.
Going on with, but like Bernie was not as we're all terminally online, okay? And when you're terminally online, it feels like these more radical people feel a lot more because the radical people that have the hot takes, that always have the good dunks, they always feel like they're more popular than they are. When
I didn't say he hated black people, chat. If y'all for y'all saying, I'm saying that he didn't care about black people.
So,
There were plenty of black leaders he didn't advocate for because
here's
he
the
didn't
thing,
want
though.
to.
I think
Kamala,
that's
right?
actually not true.
Here's the problem.
Literally,
The
Bernie
fact that I'm
Sanders
getting my
was-
argument reduced
Hold on,
here.
let Prime go.
Hold on, Kamala.
Let Prime
right?
go. Let Triax go.
Yeah.
Okay, let Prime go.
So with Kamala, right? Like, here's the thing. I
Don't
was
let Prime
extremely excited about her. Like when Kamala was going to step in, I was like split. It's like, oh man, it's gonna be Bernie. Like I know that Kamala isn't like perfectly aligned with me, right? I knew that, right? But I was really excited about her candidacy. Candidacy. I was really excited for to see her step up, and then she dropped the ball. But like beyond me, like being experienced with her policies, right, and just like her fakeness, she's just not a good politician. She's just not great, unfortunately. I don't understand why. When you see her in the Senate,
She's so charismatic.
in the Senate when she was like grilling people, oh my god, amazing. There's a prosecutor skills that came out. She was crushing it, right? But then this is remember this is Kamala, right? Medicare for all? Oh yeah, that's definitely me, right? The next morning, what? I thought they said something. My mic, it must have been broken. I don't remember. Did they say Medicare for all? I'm not for Medicare for all. I don't remember that, right? She did that multiple times. She had that dunk against Biden, right? That one hard dunk against Biden in terms of a busing. And then what did she do? Immediately reverse. She prepared for it. She had like t-shirts ready. She prepared. She's gonna get this dunk on Biden on his support of school busing, right, or his lack of support for school busing, right, for integration. And she had t-shirts prepared for it, right, because she's calculating that way. But whatever, that's fine, right. And then as soon as she was pressed on it, the next day she's like, well, he's not bad. He's not all that bad, right? No, he's my friend. She's garbage at what she does. She's extremely fake. That's unfortunate. I want her to be better, but she isn't, and that's why I'm a little afraid having her on the top of the ticket.
I'm gonna push back on everything you said. You're not gonna talk about her like that. Does everybody in here know about the First Step Act?
Bam, we're all gonna vote for him. No matter, listen. Everything we're saying about these Democratic candidates, we're gonna vote for him anyway. If Pete Buttigieg goes up there with Kamala, I'm gonna vote for him too, okay? Because I know what they're going up against.
But I'm gonna tell you for just a second for the chat, just tell you the greatness of Kamala. Does anybody know about the First Step Act?
Yeah, we know.
The First Step Act. The First Step Act is basically Kamala Harris is like pride and joy. It's like her Carter 3, if you will, her blueprint. It basically the thing she recognized from her position, because she was not a governor, she can't do anything. She can only deal with she recognized one of the like people returning back to prison because of the things we talk about all the time, systemic issues. Like people don't have work to do, so they have to turn back into crime. So she decided, okay, these nonviolent offenders, let's stop putting people in prison. Like, and that was actually the biggest reason she became a prosecutor, because she was like, I could actually advocate for sentencing that makes sense on the inside versus like everyone else being a defense attorney. That not that defense attorneys are bad, but she was like, let's stop putting people in prisons and let's put them in programs to get them back to work. And this like it decreased the recidivism rates in California by like, I can't even remember, the percentage was massive. Like, it became the staple for the type of programs we use all across the country. And the only other thing I'll mention, because I like there's too many positive things to name. One of the big things people try to claim is that Kamala Harris locked people up for truancy. This never happened. What she did do was say that figured out another thing that you could predict is children missing school is one of the biggest predictors of future crime. Like everyone that was in their courtroom, like, oh, they were all dropouts. They all missed tons of school. So with young children, like, which I think parents keeping their kids out of school is abuse personally. But children were missing school with unexcused absences. If you were missing more than 10% of the days, then you had to of unexcused absences. Then the teachers and everyone else had to make steps to figure out what was going on and how to correct the issue. And no one ended up being arrested from it. But she got kids back in school, and it seems to be lowering the crime the crime rates in her area over time. No parent ever went to jail, and Kamala Harris is the best thing walking. I'm sorry, she's just so.
So hold on, but
I don't care about likability. I think she's charismatic.
How did that contract?
Because I think she's great. I think she's super charismatic.
Okay, right, but she's
because you're saying that like
which is why her ass it was like the first one to drop out, the first major candidate to drop right the fuck out because she was
she's a black
so
woman
great.
and a cop.
No, because she's
people hate those three. This is an info argument. They hate those three things simultaneously.
Let's go with what she ran on then. Ban Trump from Twitter. She ran on that. I mean, that was kind of a bonkers one to me, honestly. I mean, I don't know if you remember that or not. That was like her big moment in the first Dem primary debate was I'm gonna ban Trump from Twitter.
Remember when she took that grainy ass fake ass video of her pretending to dance to a little jiggle to a Cardi B song? That was like top tier cringe, bro. I'm sorry. I know this is a low blow, but it was super fucking stupid.
So black women can't dance now.
Oh wait, didn't she lie about listening? Did she say she listened to like Tupac or some shit?
No, it was Snoop Dogg's song, right?
It was the Snoop Dogg thing, right?
Yeah.
She said in college she listened to Tupac, but when she was in college, Tupac wasn't out.
Because it didn't make no damn sense.
Yeah, because
she was trying to get a little bit of something that she didn't have.
It's fake.
Okay, which is something
I think she likes Tupac though. She went to Howard University.
Okay. But like, you think she likes Tupac? That's fine. But she did lie about like.
Yeah.
Remember Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated,
and it was like an unnecessary thing to do, right? Like, why lie about that, right? It's like, oh no,
no. If you notice, because Biden had the black vote by the balls, okay, which he still kind of did, or he ended up having, and so all the other candidates were doing what they could to try to garner the black vote, which is why that whole not ridiculous reparations thing happened, and everyone said they were for.
And what she thought, like, oh, I'm gonna lie about this one random thing, and this is gonna somehow make me look better. Like, I'm sorry, I want her to be better. Like, this is the thing, I really wanted Kamala Harris. I was like waiting for her to announce her candidacy, right? And I was psyched about it. I was like watching her closely during the debates, right? And then she disappointed. It is what it is, right? And she dropped out first, and that was a good thing, right? Stop embarrassing yourself. I think if she didn't drop out first, she'd have had more gaffes, right? And then Biden might not have picked her in the first place. She would have hurt herself too badly. Like, she's a danger to her political well-being. That's what she is. I'm sorry.
She already had a big chance of becoming it because Biden already said he was going to choose a woman of color, I believe, or was it a black woman specifically?
He said a woman. He just said
just a woman. But yeah. I bet.
Because it was her and Warren were Warren and what's her name? Tulsi were the only three women. So like, oh no, there was no one other woman. Klobuchar, wasn't it?
Yeah, Klobuchar.
There was another woman. There was the fucking woman that was the author. I forgot her name. She's a big
Marianne Williamson.
Marianne Williamson.
Oh, Marianne Williamson. She's charismatic too.
She has some really base policies actually. She's a little.
Marianne Williamson was pretty charismatic.
I mean, she was young. She's the only one that actually started talking about a plan for reparations up there. And the more she talks about it, the dumber she sounded.
Actually, real talk here. She had a lot of cool shit I thought was awesome. She wanted a United Federation for Peace. Which sounds fucking based as fuck, actually. At this point, sounds
like nothing.
Yeah,
sounds like a big nothing.
I just give you a thing. I thought that was amazing, and Marianne putting it out there. Right, it starts with a small candidate. All these big ideas oftentimes, like Bernie with Medicare for all.
Yeah.
It talks of
The thing about I completely agree with you. The thing about these other small candidates that you can shit on for impracticality, I would argue they can run as a spoiler because like Andrew Yang, for example, you can be a politician and debate that he didn't have a chance because it was never polling higher than 7% nationally.
Man,
But he did bring automation to the national dialogue, which is like kind of what you need. So in that regard, the reason why I'm not as excited, just to bring it back to the topic here, I'm not as excited for Kamala Buttigieg to be a 2024 tickets because it's incrementalism of incrementalism and like corporate establishment democratic politics. Whereas instead, if I get someone who's a mega spoiler, like hypothetically here, if like John fucking Stewart ran for president and just like was like unapologetic on Medicare for all and all his high polling issues, would he win? I don't know, probably not. But like, who cares though? Because people that his competitors have to like come somewhere in the Overton window near him to like make 1/10 of the promises that he's making at least.
Yeah, Obama did this kind of right where he like changed the conversation where it was just like whether the government should be involved in healthcare. Where now the conversation is how much government should be involved in healthcare. Okay, which I was saying is very positive thing that Obama did. He shifted over to the window at least in that direction.
Yeah.
When we talk about like, geez, the presidential candidate, I don't think that Kamala Buttigieg can beat Trump. Okay, and I know that Bam, I know you really like them and everything, but Trump got the second highest votes. But Trump got the second highest votes of any candidate of all time, right? That sort of energy, Obviously, a lot of that was people in the pandemic. A lot of that was people, the BLM stuff that was going on. All these things came to coalesce with that. But that Trump base, that massive Trump base, is still around. They're still waiting to vote. They're still getting radicalized. They hate Joe Biden. Okay, they came up with their own.
I actually want Biden to do 2 terms. Like unironically, like I do want Biden to do 2 terms, and then I want Kamala because I think that gives Kamala time to like sort of like if they win a second term, Kamala can put herself more in the limelight and work on her likability, which I think she's super. I think she's charismatic, but I don't think she's likable.
The problem is Democrats don't serve their base. They routinely abandon it to appease corporate donors and whatnot. Republicans get what they want. They get their bigotry unfolded. They fall for the culture war propaganda. There's no substance of policy actually being addressed here. And so they're like, yeah, fuck CRT. They ain't taking our guns, even there's like no gun acquisitions happening here whatsoever, etc. here. Yeah, Republicans, they come out and they vote in droves because they feel they're always at the fear of being threatened for any kind of like culture war topic of the day bullshit.
Sure, so but they don't get anything.
You have 30 million Trump voters. They're all going to go out there. Again, the Democrats have a much lower turnout of vote because and that worries me here big time.
Yeah, because Democrats are like it's the big tent party, so there's going to be different branches and they're going to be held to like different standards of critique.
No, they're just not.
The Republicans don't do anything. Like the Republicans they get no policy passed. Trump did nothing during his presidency except for stand on stages. Like, why do you think he was like rallying half his presidency?
Perceive it though. What do you mean? Like
exactly because they don't care about policy.
Yeah, but Democrats do, and they don't get shit done. Look what we have right now so far after 2 years of being in office. That's my issue though. Like you need a. That's why I'm saying you need a spoiler to get the voter turnout going here. Like dog, fuck, I forget the number here. In 2018 for the midterms, in Trump's first term here. Voter turnout was something like, God damn, it was like not even 30% of those eligible to vote went to go vote in midterms. Like, so if we look at those numbers in appliance here, I'm sorry, that was for Democratic turnout. The Democratic turnout for the 2018 midterms was not even 30% of those eligible votes.
30% sounds insane. It's probably closer to 10. Like nobody goes to midterms.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but Republicans do. They blow the fuck out on midterms. They turn the fuck up. They're drunk off Fox News and fear talking points all fucking day. They go vote in midterms here, which is why I'm like I'm scared.
They're all retirees, right?
Well, the losing party. I mean, like the party not in power.
So therefore, when we go in 2024, I'm gonna be real here. We're probably losing the Senate in 2022. Might lose the House too. Actually, neither of those would surprise me, unfortunately. And in 2024, you need someone like mega to the fuck. You need a mega spoiler to come in here and like actually say like, "Yo, we need shit done." No fucking around at this point. I don't think Kamala and
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
She wouldn't be old enough.
No, she would be 35. No, she would be 35 at the time she would take office. Not at the time she'd be elected. She would be 35 times ago. She technically can't actually run.
She ain't even doing stuff in the house yet. Like get some power in the house.
No, she's not. But no, she's not gonna run out. But I'm saying after Biden or Trump's second term. Okay, I'm just saying.
like turn 28. You're saying? Yeah, because the whole thing with her, like, I'd want to see her do Senate first.
She's
that
the most man. If Pete Buttigieg can be a fucking mayor of 10,000 people and then run for fuck it, okay, I don't give a shit. All right, he can be whatever. He can take the walk in the
I
White
don't
House.
think-
I don't care. All
okay,
right?
okay, you're right, right. Let me not make it about her.
Damn.
Let me make it about the situation. I don't think the DNC would let her even like, dude. They're too corrupt. I don't think they would even let her run that thing, dude.
What
Like,
about Bernie? No, well, hold on. They are the most popular. I'm just gonna say that they are. She's the most popular politician like in the world. Okay, straight up, the most
AOC?
popular one.
you think
Yeah.
AOC
That was
is
the most popular
more
one.
popular
You
than
mean
Bernie?
Trump.
More
You mean
popular
Donald
than
Trump.
Bernie?
Polarizing
Yeah.
as fuck on the right end, not for stupid reasons, of course, here. But I wouldn't. I heard her popular nationally is something I
But
don't
do you
know if I-
mean well known? Like
I don't think she's more well known than what you call it than even
yeah,
Nancy.
like I don't know how you cut it that
Pelosi.
she's the most.
I mean, I
And I love Nancy
disagree,
Pelosi.
Okay, we're talking about AOC, like
Wait,
everybody.
you love
like, nationally-
you love Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi gets things done.
See, you see, Trihex is what I have to deal with.
But that doesn't mean that doesn't mean I love all of Nancy Pelosi's politics. But Nancy Pelosi Nancy Pelosi gets things
Bro,
done.
what you be smoking, dude? Like,
Bro, do you
Nancy
know how much
Insider-
legislation goes through the House?
Nancy
See, we're
insider
laughing.
trading Pelosi?
Trihex, you're laughing at BAM here, but what BAM is actually describing here is the average Black American takes on politicians. I don't know
No,
if you know
it's
this,
not.
but,
This is not
no,
the average.
yes,
Black
they
American
did.
take.
They come out in droves for Biden. They came out in droves for
Oh,
moderate
man.
Dems. Black
Bro,
people.
I
vote for
fight
moderate
with
Dems.
black people
we
all day
are
long.
fucked, dude.
No,
Oh my
I'm not.
God.
I'm not a moderate. Like I said, I'm not a progressive. I'm a
But
side
they
dem.
vote for moderate.
But I'm saying that Nancy Pelosi does her job. Nancy Pelosi pushes policy.
Bro,
She's
they
pushing P.
approved military increase with like no strings attached. Like, why not hold the fort and actually get shit done? Like,
She
what,
does
dude,
get. That's all she does is get things done. What are you talking about? We just had just for the second time they had marijuana decriminalization. Obviously, it's not going to pass through the Senate, but like Nancy Pelosi gets the votes needed. She gets it to the Senate. That's all she does. What do you need done? Nancy get it done. Pelosi. That's her freaking middle name. Like what do we like? This shouldn't even be debatable.
You're right. It shouldn't be. Whenever insider trading was gonna be like abolished by, I forgot who was gonna propose it here. She was like, no. I trust my housemates. We're fine here. Dude, have you been to what's it called? Unusualwhales.com or something like that here, where like you can see all like the publicly documented trading that happens preemptively here.
No,
Like,
there was
dude,
there used to be like a Twitter account linked to like Nancy Pelosi's trading.
Oh my God, dude, her and her husband they just it's never enough here. The chick's worth like $100 million and
No, I think
still
you
does it
undersold it, like
routinely
200
and
million.
runs again for house speaker position. It's like, dude, you're already old as fuck and you're wealthy as shit. What more do you want? Oh my God, let someone younger get in here and like get
The
some
ball
stuff
on
done here.
Trihex's head and get things done. That's what she does.
Oh my God, dude.
A lot of these things, like, yeah. I mean, I obviously am sick of seeing all these very old people, but I think that we're gonna have older leadership for at least another 4 years minimum. Because, I mean, after Trump, I don't know what the Republicans are gonna do. After Biden, I don't know what. I mean, I can tell what the Democrats are gonna do because after Biden, he's like the last of he's like the boomer final boss. This is like the end of boomers. Okay, we're like done with them. Okay, they're like 80 plus. Now it's like the young people have to just take over. All right, even Kamala, who's like a fucking Gen Xer.
Yeah, it's gotta be like, it's gotta like move on. Like, oh my God, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We
We're
haven't
moving
even,
on,
we haven't even
definitely.
got into like how like antiquated like Congress is. Like, you know, when you think about the whole what was it? You know what really got me like, you know, sad? It was whenever they had Zuckerberg for the Senate hearing and like they were asking Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook, questions that you would direct to like manufacturers of Apple products. Like they were asking, like they didn't even understand that Facebook doesn't make iPhones. Like that's how like out of like touch the boomers are. It's like if you don't know shit about technology, then how the fuck are y'all on top of things concerning antitrust with these like, you know, at all-time record profitable, like literally too big to fail corporations right now. Like the fact that like dog shit like Disney buying Fox happened. Well, I mean that's like one, but there's like a million things here. Like that one, the fact that we have only 3 cellular companies in competition right now, the fact that Disney owns like so much fucking media that essentially ABC is the propaganda arm of the Walt Disney Company at this point. I mean I can keep going on here, but like I mean, God fucking damn, dude. It is like dystopian as fuck.
Well, hey, eventually they're just gonna die. Okay, which is a very fucked up thing to say, but like eventually, a lot of them are just gonna die.
The Congress people who are old as shit.
Yeah. A lot of them are just
Yeah,
gonna.
yeah.
I mean, maybe they'll be like, who's the man that lived to 100? The fucking racist piece of shit. The fuck's
I
his
mean,
name?
but dude, what about the one?
Strom Thurmond. They're gonna be like
What was
Strom
her
Thurmond and
name?
live to 100 in the fucking.
What's her
Senate,
name though?
you
The
know?
oldest one. There's like a chick, senator of I think Maine or some shit, and she's like in her 80s, and it's like
Collins, Susan Collins.
Is that her name? She's the one who has signs of dementia, and it's still like.
Oh no, that's in California. You're talking about fuck, what's her? Feinstein. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, it's like, dude, no, they don't let go. They just death grip it. It's like, oh my god, but they will literally die at the chamber.
Isn't that Bernie? Is it Bernie like one of the like oldest senators?
Yeah, Bernie. No, Bernie's silent generation, absolutely. And you know what? Hey, no, I'm including Bernie in that too. Okay, I'm glad that a lot of younger people are just adapting his stuff. So even if he dies, it's fine. Okay, we have spares. All right.
Oh yeah, fine.
And they're women of color. All right.
So here's why I give exception to Bernie on that one, because Bernie, unlike a lot of them, is principled and does not do like the corporate sellout shenanigans that they all fold on all the fucking time. That I've seen so far. Like as long as there's money in politics. The thing about Bernie's notably like one of the poorest senators in the entire chamber. Like him, like just reaching multi-millionaire. Huh?
What does that mean? Is he better because he's poor?
Well, no, it's an indication that he doesn't have like corporate bribes at the wazoo. They're all honestly, like innumerably wealthy. Because honestly, of corporate bribes and
if someone's poor, I would be real with you. Because someone's poor, they're closer to the average citizen. Okay, they're closer to their average lives living across. I think that being not just really poor, even middle class.
There's a lot of House members with like negative.
Not a multi-millionaire, okay? It leaves you closer to the common man, all right? And that's something that I want my politician to be, closer to the common man. That's what Trump pretended to be, and see how popular it made him, okay? Like once you do that, people like that, okay? It makes them connect with you easier.
You know, it's like Republican House members that have like negative net worths, like worth like $43. Like I don't know.
No. There's definitely a lot of Republicans who's. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of Republicans who are of that mindset as well, because a lot of working class people are absolutely very conservative socially. Okay, they have that bootstrap mentality and all that stuff. That's what a lot of them also run on. Okay, and a lot of them are successful because of it. All right, and guess what? A lot of those voters that also vote for those guys also hate people like Nancy Pelosi. They hate people like what Donald Trump actually is. They don't fucking like Mitch McConnell. Okay, a lot of the time. Okay, because they think these guys are all corporate shills, because they are. Notice how like almost all of us don't like corporate shills. Okay, we don't like these people with these special interest groups and all this stuff.
I don't have a beef with Bernie. I like Bernie, but I just brought up Bernie because we were talking about age before y'all come.
Well, Bernie doesn't have cognitive decline symptoms, so that I wouldn't hit him on that one. Like I think the whole blanket ages thing is like it's more substantive than just like if they're too old. It's like the fact that they're delusional to what problems are even going on for younger generations. Bernie's like class warfare, refinement on wealth inequality is very much hitting to a lot of people right now. So even though he's old and may not be savvy with like, I don't know, social media, whatever, he doesn't have the ego to appoint younger people to run his campaign and get them mobilized where they need to be.
Yeah, I do agree that like it is kind of selfish to the movement to like. Don't get me wrong, I expect politicians to a degree to be selfish. Like the type of the mentality it takes for someone to say like, you know what, I can do it. I'm the one. I'm gonna save the world. Like with my representation, like it takes a certain type of person. But I do think it's like a little bit selfish to the movement as you get older to say like, okay, it's my time to prepare the next generation. I need to advocate. Find a replacement. And advocate for them to take my spot instead of just saying, I'm going to be here till I die. Like, it doesn't matter who comes after me.
Well, this is actually, it plays into what I'm getting at here. Like, the reason why I think Joe Biden's a bad negotiator is because he's used to the conventional way pristine politics was back in like the late 80s into the 90s. Whereas now in a post-social media world, post-Trump world, being unpolitical-like, unpolitician-like, not having the polished refinement. Look at what Trump did at the conservative, the Republican debate hall in 2016 when he was like, talking about his dick size and shitting on Ted Cruz and shitting on Jeb Bush and shitting on Marco Rubio. He attacked all of them with like off the cuff, very non-political speaking because it resonated with a lot of people because it's more relatable. These are just things that like I don't think anyone like Joe Biden would ever like really catch on to show like stuff like that. I would say. That makes sense.
I think that makes sense. And just like partially, I was meaning, partially I was real. Basically, I base my my love for politicians based off of what kind of in a practical sense. Like I have these positions. I have positions that I like advocate for long term, but I hold a position like what can reasonably be expected to be done in this time and with like the current climate. So that's why I'm like, oh yeah, Biden's dope because I don't like people say that Biden could do more than what he's done. I legitimately don't believe it. I believe that he's accomplished what can reasonably be expected. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I'm satisfied with Biden.
Well, see, that's hard for me to accept because, like, so you're telling me that when Joe Biden has all the chambers, House, Senate, with a VP vote to break it up here, and executive branch, this is it?
But you're acting like he actually has the Senate. You're acting like it's not a 50-50 split when we know we need 60 votes to do anything not unrelated to freaking economic issues. Like, not economic issues, but like, what's the word? Crap, I'm blanking because we've been on here for a minute.
What, supermajority? Because of
no
filibuster?
Yeah, there's the only thing you can do without a supermajority is crap. I can't think of it. But yeah, basically we need 60 votes.
There's a couple of things. There's like a clause where like if it's like emergency reform, you don't have to use the filibuster. They also can there's some things he could have done. That's the whole thing here. Like you're alleviating that when he can use his negotiating tactics to like push leverage.
How can you negotiate 10 Republicans in this climate? What does that negotiate?
How about you start with negotiating 2 Democratic senators to fucking come on your side for policy first, and then use branding and marketing to build the coalition there?
No. He didn't need 10. He didn't need 10 for the important legislation that we've been talking about, right? Like for most things, he's out of luck. But there was legislation that could have gone through with just 50 Democrats plus Kamala Harris being the VP, right? So they had the 51 votes. They just needed Manchin and Sinema to get their asses in line. But President Joe Manchin decided nope, right? He gripped Joe Biden up, threw his ass against the wall, let him know like who was in charge, right? So like,
worst look at the part of Prime. Not only did he do that, he did it and it made him look good.
Yeah,
which is gross. I hate that, by the way. Like, yeah, I'm a West Virginia Democrat. I don't play around like that. Boy, your state is so fucked right now. Like, get out of here with that.
You know what's something Biden did that I actually really liked, that I think he's gonna be remembered for in the long term. Like, if he does nothing else, is getting us out of fucking Afghanistan. Okay, yeah.
And it was a tough move because he took the blowback for it, and that's why no one else did it.
He did.
He was like, every president knew if I do this, it's gonna go horrible because that's the only way it can go, and you're gonna have to take responsibility. But he's decided, you know what, I'm gonna do it anyways.
I 100% agree with you on that. Unfortunately, this is the worst time for that because Trump is coming back, okay? And I think that's gonna be one of the first things out of his fucking mouth is that and this Ukraine bullshit and all this other shit. And it's just gonna be like, I don't know how Biden can beat Trump in this shit with all the shit that he's hit him. Okay,
man, I worry that if Trump wins again, first thing he's gonna do is like, yeah, fuck NATO, I'm out, or fuck it, whatever. Like I don't know, dude, just.
Imagine
foreign policy. I really think it's not happen, dude.
Imagine. You know what? I know this is gonna be orange man bad conversation. I know, but if we thought first term Trump was bad, second term Trump,
I ain't got nothing to lose, baby. I'm out.
First term, he was already making.
He's trying to get more than 2 terms at that point.
About getting more than 2 terms, okay? But
now he's trying to get more. But no. Think about because we're close to getting the Iran nuclear deal back, which he like unilaterally left. Right? He just like, oh fuck it, you guys aren't honoring the terms of agreement. He had no evidence of that, whatever, right? And completely damaged our credibility. Like it damaged our credibility hardcore on the international stage. Like you can't trust America to keep its word. When he abandoned he abandoned remember the Turks the Turkish army came and attacked the that group that helped us in Afghanistan. You guys know what I'm talking about? There's that group of who wants independence in the Middle East. God, I'm blanking. Someone in chat will help me out, right? But anyway, he abandoned them. They were our allies, right? In the Middle East, and they helped us out. They were brave fighters. And Trump abandoned them to the Turkish army, and they got slaughtered, right? The Kurds, thank you, Captain A. Jones, and all the others. It was the Kurds. He abandoned the Kurds. Imagine us like putting the Iran nuclear deal back in place, right? And then and Biden takes the 4 years to actually make it happen. It's back in place, and then Trump comes back in again, and he immediately exits.
Yanks them.
Like the fuck? And it's like, yeah, don't trust America. The hardliners in Iran, right? Were telling them, it was the Ayatollah, right? Was telling the president at the time, of Iran, saying like this shit ain't gonna work. Don't trust the Americans. They will not follow their word, right? But he pushed through, right? That was he was the moderate take. Hey, let me trust the Americans. Let me get these sanctions lifted. Let's get ourselves integrated in the international stage. It happened under Obama. Shout out to Obama for making that happen. And then Biden, then Trump drops it. Biden trying to reinstitute it. Imagine if immediately we lose that again.
He would do it too.
He would.
He would do that junk just to spite you. Like, and he would do it with a smile on his face.
You know what a lot of other dictators have done, and a lot of other undemocratic people have done, where he'd do the thing at the end of his second term where he'd be like, well, technically, I already lost the term, okay, because of Biden, all right, because that was unfair, so I should be able to get another thing.
Oh my God, he would be like 137 by then.
Okay.
So here's a question for y'all. To bring it into like the going from Orange Man bad into like yada 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 here. Let's actually get to the last topic I would want to get to, because I gotta eat and I'm fucking starving right now and shit. So I'm gonna call this one, like, for me, I would leave in about 20 minutes here if that's okay with y'all. Let's bring it to a productive conversation, which is, of course, now I'm being very negative about the midterms in 2022. However, I will admit there are some promising candidates who are running for House and Senate in 2022. Y'all should be looking out for. I don't know if y'all been looking in your local districts and whatnot here, but I first off, does anyone here have a particular candidate that y'all looking forward to seeing run in 2022?
Yeah, in Pennsylvania, I'm voting for Dr. Oz, baby. I'm kidding. Okay, I'm gonna.
Oh my God, guys,
PA, Dr. Oz.
That guy,
literally, dude. I saw a commercial on him on thing. He literally
sad.
said that they want to turn like our boys into girls and shit like that. So on some huge anti-trans shit. I'm like, this is my fucking state. Oh
Bro.
my God, he might fucking win.
He knows
reminded me of Kaylin running for California governor. Just absolutely Looney Toony. Like,
that's what I gotta deal with.
Is she still running or did
no?
She already
Caitlyn
drop?
Jenner was like long gone. Like that's why she's like on Fox News now. She just got crushed. She got like less than 1% of the vote. It was embarrassing. And Dr. Oz is about to come for that same bruising, man. Like I can't wait.
Dude, it's just. Well, it's like even when he's running on just like garbage. Like what? It's like a nothing burger. What is this?
Oh no! You underestimate this. He's doing the same thing. It's celebrity. This is the celebrity. Trump has ushered the age of this celebrity like politician who like says crazy shit and hot takes. You know, the kinds of things that you say with your friends when no one else.
Oh, you know what's crazy about that?
Politician's really saying it.
Okay. All right. Minor thing about that.
He's not a trans woman. He's a white man. All right.
I worry. Okay. I actually have this is like a rational fear here. I worry that like if Dwayne Johnson ran in 2024. That he can get pretty far.
In what position? President?
Yes,
he said
president.
He wouldn't do it explicit. He said he wouldn't do it though. He did.
Okay, thank God, because like honestly, I feel like he can just get away with like being like platitude and non-committal, and he can do that so fucking far in that you wouldn't even know his policy.
He just has to hit him with the
oh my God, dude! People are so hungry and desperate now for like something that I feel like he can just come in and like weaponize that his popularity so hard. It would be.
Would you run as a Republican? I have no idea.
I don't even know, dude. He wouldn't even commit. He would be like, "No, I'm the human party.
I'm Team America."
He'd pull a one-liner the whole fucking way through and just be like, "Yeah, I love me so fucking dreamy, dude. Oh my God." He would get so far doing that, and I hate that would actually work, dude. Fuck me,
crazy.
Bro.
I was about to say about people like in the under thing, as close as I can get without doxing myself. My district rep is unfortunately Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Shut up.
Seriously,
she has competition, right? I mean, okay, I know that a Democrat won't pump her, but like, does she have like a less Looney Tune Republican running against her in a primary?
There is, but they're not going to do anything because, unfortunately, as insane as she is, everyone in this chat knows who she is. And that popularity is going to carry. Because my district, like literally, the votes are going to be in like maybe the tens of thousands.
Bro, I'm about to Google the polling on that dude right now. Well, that doesn't really matter. Polling doesn't matter with like an area like that. If I recall, it's like it's pretty rural over there where she won. So it's like
rural. That's the word for it. That's
Actually,
what we'll call it.
Bam, hold on. I take everything back. The fact that you're in Georgia, I didn't even realize that you're in Georgia. Listen, be pro establishment Dem. I don't give a fuck. Democrats, be pro.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
you
give a
do.
shit. You're in
Your
Georgia?
state is a hot
No,
mess
go
right
out.
now.
Go out. No, they went blue
Hey,
though. They went blue though.
It did.
They got
I'm
it,
telling you,
and that's because of black people. Okay?
I was canvassing before
Right.
Disney, and I was with him for a little while too. Like
Yeah, but
I was doing
y'all
a
got
lot of
fucked
getting
hard
people
though,
out
right?
the state.
Didn't what's his face fuck ass Governor Kemp? Didn't he
Yeah,
like
Brian Kemp.
pass a bunch of bullshit to make voting way more restrictive now? Like
He
I think y'all
definitely.
lost early voting, right? Yeah, y'all don't even have early votes anymore.
There's early voting, but there's like they cut out like almost a month of it, and then there's a lot of black
And y'all
people who used
lost
to vote on Sundays, like March.
y'all lost voting
Wednesday.
locations too. Y'all
Mhm.
like I think y'all down to like a sixth of them now.
Yeah, they're
Like it's really garbage to go vote now. Like you're
it is
guaranteed lines and shit at this point.
basically.
Ugh.
So I'm trying
Pennsylvania is,
to advocate for people to like do stuff via mail-in, which is going to be hard to do as well.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is really weird because it's like the cities and then it's just like basically Appalachia, just like hillbillies and Amish,
Yeah.
you know, all the way down. So like if you can get Philadelphia and Pittsburgh to vote for you, and if Democrats, if they just mobilize the groups there, Pennsylvania's blue. Other than that, it's basically like Kentucky, okay? And it's just like that's just how it works.
Of course. I even
Yeah,
hear
our
about New
governor-
York too.
Yep.
I hear like when you go like outside, when you go north New York outside Buffalo, it's a hot fucking mess even over there. Which is kind of crazy. Well, I'm in Louisiana, and over here we have we have a spicy candidate coming here. Actually, we have Gary Chambers is a young black guy. He is like I think 36 years old, or 36, maybe 30, 34. I don't know. Very, very young, and he's running for senator. And this guy is running unapologetically on legalizing marijuana. Dude's like Black Bernie, but young as fuck, honestly. Like I'm talking Soch Dem all the way. Wants to you name it. You name the policy, Medicare for all, legalizing marijuana, canceling student debt. You name it, he's down for it. Really fucking awesome. He's running, but the problem is, man, Louisiana is very, very red, and there's just not enough. I'm hoping he takes it, dude, to be really fucking sick. But he's running this year, and it's going to be. He lost the House. He ran for a House representative in a Baton Rouge district, and he narrowly lost. So he's running again now for senator. But if he gets senator, dude, he would be. I would dare say if he gets in there, he would be the second most progressive senator behind Bernie if he actually won that election.
Oh snap! Is that Buddy? I know who you're talking about. That's Buddy who he was smoking weed in the video, and
Yeah,
he
correct.
was addressing at the town hall meeting. Yeah, no, his politics are dope. I like him a lot.
He's based as fuck, dude. But Louisiana, that's a tough battle, man. Fucking the other senator is Bill Cassidy. That guy there is like a fucking huge. I would just worry that they're gonna like siphon him out because the minute he gets in there, he's not corrupt, right? Like Bill Cassidy is like just overwhelmingly pro oil. And Louisiana's entire economy is like so corrupt on like just bending over and giving subsidies to the oil companies for offshore drilling that like we're essentially at the mercy of oil companies now, which is why our economy is so butt fucked stupid at this point in Louisiana. So Cassidy does that, he doesn't fucking care, and quite frankly, all that dark oil money will just get used to like drown out Gary Chambers anyway. So it's going to be a huge uphill battle because just you can outspend them really, 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 really badly if you needed to. I mean, fuck, they outspun Nina Turner when she ran originally for the House rep, right?
Triax,
So-
I didn't
No,
know that you were.
Nina
I
Turner
didn't know
outspent
that you
her
were from.
opponent.
You're from Louisiana. You Cajun at all?
Oh, actually, well, technically, I'm from Florida, but I moved to Louisiana when I was like 12 years old.
You ain't getting no Louisiana reparations. I'm
Would
sorry.
you be
you ain't
doxing
pure
yourself
enough.
when saying what part of
Yeah.
Florida?
Oh.
No, because I don't live there. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, so I grew up in like rich, diverse Orlando, Florida, and then I moved to like literally racist small town Louisiana, and I was like, holy fuckity fuck, dude. It was a huge upset because like minor tangent about that. So when I was in school in Florida, it was diverse. There was like Puerto Ricans, there was like white people. I didn't even see race actually. I kid you not, because you weren't really treated different. It was just Florida chaos everywhere, right? Then I moved to small town Louisiana, and it was like night and day because unprovoked here, there were 4 groups socially: black girls, black guys, white girls, white guys. And literally you had to like, if I was the only black kid hanging out with the white kids, talking about Dragon Ball, Pokemon, and anime, they were like, the fuck you doing with them? Like it's like it's a learned behavior from like childhood around here. It's crazy. It's bonkers. It's bizarro world. So yeah, that's minor thing there, but I mean, there's more to it than just that. But yeah, it's like a
The place
thing.
I won't super dox myself, especially not from thousands of people implying it is. But yeah, the place that I grew up in, literally is, I think it's one of the most diverse like high schools in the country. We had was my high school, and
Oh shit.
everything. It was just outside of Philadelphia, yeah, and it was very much a like incredibly diverse place where I encountered all sorts of people. I actually encountered a person. I was going to talk to Bam earlier about it. I actually did encounter a guy who was like, he was one of those, I could never remember the nationality, but he was very Southeast Asian person who looked black, right? Like he had very dark skin, very curly hair. He kind of looked like you, Trihex. I'm not even gonna kid. He looked like a black person, but he was not black at all. Okay, and I was thinking it was one of those weird things where I'm just like, this guy, he's having the black experience here in this country. He is.
That's my point exactly, right? Like if you pass for black, what difference is it anyway? Dude,
We should do something
I tell
for
you
all
what,
those people.
you go tell John Deere that you want to date his daughter and bring his daughter to the prom. Go ahead, Bam, or whoever, right? Like you'll find out real quick how oh, I voted for Obama twice. They are whenever it's you dating their daughter.
Bro, I'll say where I'm from.
Literally
There was
me, by the
13
way.
black people in my graduating class, and 9 of us are related. Like, I'm not like how you're like, I'm from one of the most diverse areas. I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't date anyone in my city. Like, there was no cousin ever.
Someone in chat helped me. He was Cambodian. Yep, Cambodian. Someone in your
Okay.
chat, Triax. Thank you.
All right, there you go.
So yeah, I understand these situations. That's why I'm like, I can't all lives matter this.
Okay.
Not reparations.
All right. Well.
Yeah, no, that's crazy, man.
What?
So
Before you go, let me do a shout out.
Anyone you're looking forward to voting for, Kayes?
Okay. In my own district, no.
No, it can be. Mine just happens to be hype in my district. I normally am like so numb to my shitty Louisiana politics, but like no, if it can be anyone based here, honestly.
There are a few Justice Democrats that seem interesting. There's this woman who actually happens to be in Pennsylvania. Summer what was her last name?
Yeah. There's a I got my other girls too. Yeah.
She was just on the majority report. Anyway, she looks like she has some interesting policies. I think Jessica Cisnero is still up and running, like doing like a runoff election. I think there's a few. Like if you aren't taking money in politics, like immediately, you got my attention, right? Like if you're gonna take corporate money in politics, then you got my attention. I think that we need to slowly fill up Congress with people who aren't all the time, every day on the phone with their richest constituents, right? Looking for cash, right? That's what politicians do. It's just how you play the game right now, is that you talk to those people and they tell you about their issues, and then no matter what you came in there to do, right? Like no matter what your original goals were, the only people you're ever talking to are rich motherfuckers, right? And their goals, right? And understanding their wants. And so eventually your politics is going to shift, especially since that's where all your fucking money comes from. So if we don't get people who aren't taking like small dollar donations, who are not taking corporate donations, then things are never going to change. Things are never going to change. I'm looking for anyone like that.
Yeah, so I got two here. We have Melanie Dorigo. Does that ring a bell? She's running in New York. She's been like fucking hamming hardcore on Medicare for all and some anti-big pharma shit. And then another one here up for election right now is this is actually kind of a big one here. So I'm particularly keen on the Senate races because, as we all know here, House reps run every 2 years, senators run every 6 years. So if you get senator races are so fucking important, y'all. Like, in case you're in chat right now, I'm not preaching to my people, I'm preaching to the chat here. If you don't know, like the fact that like senators they don't have term limits. They can run as long as they win re-elections, and they get 6 years per term. Tells you that like it's very powerful, dude. If you even just getting like 10 senators that are like progressive Dem is like a huge sway into like some big momentum happening here. I would say
it would change
like
everything.
Right now in the chamber. It's like literally, help me out here. Like it's like Bernie is actually progressive, and then it's like From there, it kind of like it's like Bernie,
Cory Booker.
Warnock,
Cory Booker.
Ossoff.
Oh my God, why every time you open your mouth, man? Like,
Is Cory Booker not on the progressive spectrum?
Cory Booker ain't
Corey?
no fucking progressive.
Dude,
Holy
Corey
shit.
is Corey's corporatist. Dude,
He's lame. I'm not saying he's cool.
He's corporate. That's what I'm talking.
He's
I don't
pro
care if he's
pharma,
lame.
dude. He's big.
But does he
big
not?
ph-
Does
He's
he not
big
vote
pharma.
progressive?
Dude, he's big pharma. We're done. Like, you stop right there.
He's big
Okay.
banks. He's big financial.
Yeah,
Remember-
he's
I'm not even a fan.
During
I'm not
Obama's
advocating
run,
for
his
Cory
second
Booker.
run
I'm just-
against Mitt Romney, right?
Are
During
we
that,
saying? Are we just naming people we like? Is that?
No,
that's-
we're talking about people who
I was just talking about how we vote.
Substance behind who I'm saying. Bernie, Raphael Warnock, and Ossoff. Well, I mean,
I wouldn't consider Warnock.
well,
like
I'm going
progressive.
descending order. These are like the three I would even like call like from the. I mean,
And I like
Warren
Warnock,
to an
but I don't think
extent, but
Warnock-
like Warren's
yeah.
been like, I can't get a good read on Warren anymore, so I don't even fucking know at this point here. But like, anyways, the point is like there's like a single digit amount of like progressive senators in the Democratic portion of the Senate chamber. The point being there that the Senate races are really fucking important. So I'm bringing up ones that are running for senator. So Morgan Harper is another one. She's running in Ohio, and she's awesome. She's base as fuck here. The problem is it's an incumbent, right? It's an incumbent Democratic senator, and he's a moderate. And it's gonna be a hard battle for her. But if she does get it, it would be pretty fucking sweet. She was like not even 10K follows like when I started following her. Now she's like got up to 30K follows. So that she's out here, man. She also did a debate, and she like kind of like smoked her opponent pretty bad, I would say, as well. So I'm hoping.
Yeah, me too. We've been disappointed in the last few years, though. Like, it's been heartbreaking.
Yeah,
like we got the squad in, and then one other person I think caught in, but like yeah, and then that was it. Like that was it. So it's been really rough. Like a lot of Morgan Harper ran before, Jessica Snero ran before. There are a few others who. The person who got in later on was what's her face? God, I'm sorry, I can't remember literally anyone's name right now. Cori Bush. She got in later. She lost the first time around, and then she got in. So yeah, Cori Bush was amazing. But other than that, it's been a bit of a bloodbath for progressives. But it was going to be an uphill climb any which way. Going to be a definitely uphill climb.
Wait a minute, y'all came for me. Cory Booker has. I'm looking at their progressive ratings. Cory Booker is rated overall, like his voting perspective, as a higher progressive than Bernie Sanders.
Oh, what the fuck rankings are you looking at? Then?
Yeah. What are you reading?
I'm looking at ranking. It's got Elizabeth Warren.
Who's ranking?
Warnock,
No.
Dude, it's got some A1 propaganda, baby.
Yeah,
let
like,
me get that real quick.
Yeah, like you have to put that in the group chat.
Dick Durbin.
Better than
Durbin.
Okay, all right. Anyway, shit, what was I gonna say? Fuck. God damn it. With your fucking terrible rankings. Oh yeah, fucking Cory Booker. Cory Booker during the Obama second term, right? Well, when he was running for his second term against Mitt Romney, right? I will never forget this, and I will never not hold it against him. So Obama like laid into Romney for his working at BlackRock, whatever the fuck, right? For those funding companies. God, what's it called? I can't remember anything at this point. But
it's okay. My brain's melting too, actually.
Yeah. But like anyway, for those Wall Street private funding firms, right? He made a big part of his campaign. It's like, here's what BlackRock did. Like BlackRock like bankrupted these companies, like closed down and destroyed all these jobs, all for $1, right? And then Cory Booker. Bain Capital. Thank you. Bain Capital. It's actually Bain Capital. Thank you. Only facts. Bain Capital. I can't remember fucking anything. But anyway, Cory Booker got on camera, right? I think it was on an MSNBC interview, and he was literally crying. How could Obama? Cory was a Obama representative, right, for the campaign, right? He was one of their spokespeople. And he got on. He's like, I love Obama, but how could he do that? I mean, those people in finance, they're only doing their best, right? Literally tears in his fucking eyes because Obama attacked Big Capital, right? That's what he did. Bain Capital. He attacked Bain Capital, and he was tearing up for it because he's from New Jersey, and New Jersey politicians tend to be powered by the banking industry. Like there's a lot of banking industry money in New Jersey, right? It's like a well-known thing. And so was and Delaware too is like that. But like it was so illuminating. I wanted Cory Booker to be better. Like I had hope for him again, right? He was another cut mile of me, right? But then he disappointed. After that, never again.
Well, all right, get this right. I actually got another raid from Coney. Oh my god! Thank you for the 1,200 viewer rate. What is going on today? Is my
Everybody
title
love
that
you.
good? My title's actually so outdated right now. We
Yo, I
we haven't
didn't.
talked
Yo,
about
I
Will Smith
didn't
slap
know.
in like 2 hours now. Good lord.
I didn't know that Trihex was gonna be on the panel, and I didn't know all this shit. We were rated by fucking Hassan and all the people.
I'm sorry.
Holy shit. Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry.
No,
No,
it's okay.
it's
It's
been
just like,
Put on my
chill.
wow.
makeup.
It's
What
too
do you got?
Honestly,
yeah.
a real talk here while we're being meta about it right now. I barely came on this panel. I was like, man, Will Smith slapping for it's like day 9, dude. Who fucking like who am I gonna change this point? Who fucking cares, dude? Like I really like I barely came on. I was like, all right, for you, Fanatic, I'll even though you begging me and shit, I really want to fucking be here. So
But see,
I
we
think what got
wouldn't have
me was
met,
that
and I wouldn't have gave you new perspective.
yeah. The one that gives me the crippling depression that you're the average black vote in this country. Yeah,
I am not the
Oh,
average black. I am the elite.
going by who's
No, but
going
I
by
actually-
who's actually voting, going by like who's voting, like what you're saying is actually very accurate. Like who's winning the elections, who's getting the black vote. Like you're actually what you're saying is fairly consistent. Yeah. Like I definitely do think Kamala will definitely get the black vote. I do think she will if she runs up there. Like
a lot of black
she's
people
winning.
hate her because they think she locked up people for weed, which
Sure,
isn't
but I
really
do
true.
think
I think she's
the thing is,
her polling nationally is impressively bad for a VP right now. It's like not even 30%. Like
I got
that's
my bad,
impressive.
though.
Like,
I gotta
you have
go
to
real quick.
You have to bomb quite a few interviews and be notable for bombing them to like I feel as a VP to get to that low.
We're being dishonest if we think it's her personality that this has her polling that way. But yeah, I have to go, y'all. Can I do like a quick little shout out before I dip?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Sorry
exactly.
about
You can go to, yeah.
that. Yeah. Anyways, well, I would have thanked Fanatic, but he's gone. But either way, Prime, thanks to you always, because you're kind of half the reason I got into this space in general. Sig Natural, cool dude. Trihex, first time meeting. I've seen you before. I'm pretty much a fan. Yeah, nice meeting you. And to all of the people in the chat, my name is Black American Made. You can follow me on Twitter at iBamBamBigelow, or YouTube. I have a Twitch, but I don't really be on there. YouTube also Black American Made. And check me out for some epic takes. That's pretty much it. Thank y'all. Stay black and die.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll do a shout out too. Hey everyone. Yeah, my name is PrimeCayes, as it's spelled on your screen right here. Come check me out. We'd love to have you. I do panels like this, right? Closed panels. These are the invite only panel. This is Fanatics, but not mine. But I do closed panels, and I do open panels where honest members like you, yes, you sitting at home may participate. If you think my takes were correct, come down and give me a follow, right? And I'd love to hear from you. If you disagree with my takes, well, come on in, right? If you don't mind being wrong on the internet, then we'd love to have you on the show. So come through. I stream on Twitch. I stream on YouTube. I got Twitter and Facebook. Or not. Why do I keep saying Facebook? I don't fucking Facebook. Twitter, Discord. YouTube and all that. So we'd love to have you here. Hey, give me that follow. Make sure notifications are on. 7 days a week, we're streaming here, either on Twitch or on YouTube. So check me out.
Hell yeah. Oh wow, this is
yeah, it's
whoa.
It's like, all right.
This is weird. Okay. All right. I gotta like unfuck my shit here. Damn, that's weird. Okay. Before we wrap up here, I just want to say important on that whole 2022 Senate race thing. Let's also not forget here that Raphael Warnock is running, right? He's running in Georgia, correct? Because that was a special appointed thing. Now comes the So he's running. So y'all gotta make sure. So Georgians, pay attention. You gotta get him to get back in there because the Lord have mercy if what's his name, Herschel. If Herschel Walker takes that, my Lord, y'all. Actually, I should have shamed Bam in that before he left. Actually, been like, bro, if you let that dipshit get in office, oh my, did y'all do you know about, by the way? Do you know about Herschel Walker, his opponent? Okay, so it's a black guy who is a former NFL player who's currently running for Senate. He's a Trump appointee, which of course, if you're Trump appointed, Trump endorsed post Stop the Steal, bro, you already got a couple of coconuts in your skull in the first place here. This dude really said proudly, well, evolution ain't real because apes still exist.
Yep.
Think about it.
Yep.
So like, it's like,
I mean, that sounds like a linebacker, right? I mean,
yeah, yeah. But here's the thing about it. No,
that,
this is what scared me. I was like, bro, he said that he's dropping those bars right now, and I'm like, bro, that doesn't knock him into like a bad polling. People are like, yeah, you right. So I'm just like, oh my god, this guy's gonna fucking come here and destroy if he gets his way. I mean, yo, he's and the thing is too, I don't think he's actually corrupt. I think he's just so naive that he would actually believe the Koch brothers and be like, no, they're good Christian folks like me. They want to use the money to fix the planet through oil and stuff. Like he actually would just believe the Koch brothers at face value and not think that they're lying to me for political gain. So I'm hoping to fuck that Herschel Walker like gets destroyed and Warnock gets back in there for Lord's sake. So I'm looking at him. And then finally, how can we forget about Nina Turner? She's also running here, so make sure y'all are paying attention to her as well. So
Nina, the hope. Nina, please. Now another heartbreak. Nina, please. Yes. Nina Turner.
Yeah, dude. If it's gotta be this one. And what I'm happy about here is that Nina Turner's district is this time around is way more favorable to her than the previous one.
Wasn't she 20% it this time?
No, it's still House Rep, but it's a different district now,
Okay.
if I recall correctly.
All right. Did they get redrawn?
Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, chat. Right? She's still running for House, but that's a different district, right?
I could have sworn it was Senate. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Let me take a look.
I mean, if it's Senate, I'm gonna that'd be better. I actually would be really happy there. Can anyone give me a fact check on that real quick here?
Take a quick look.
Let's hope Nina gets better staff. No, it wasn't a staff issue actually. She didn't even. I don't think that Nina's campaign mismanaged there. It was actually like, bro, it was really the power of dark money, man. They came in and they just like hammered. Did you not hear how they like siphoned like $15 million in the final like 4 days and just absolutely destroyed the city with like anti-Nina ads? Bro, it's crazy.
PrimeCayes, this sounds familiar. You said something similar to this.
No, I think it's the same. Yeah. No, I think it might be the same Congress.
Can you prove that happened? I mean, like, is this like verifiable?
It
might be the same place she's running for.
I think that one's a way easier one to get into. I mean, that's like, well,
I'm not saying do it now. I'm just saying, like, is it possible? I mean, I will look it up myself. It's just like, ooh,
yeah, this is not hard. I mean, the only way it wouldn't be verifiable is if like if corporate PAC money wasn't like logged. But yeah, it's very you can see a lot of very ridiculous contributions that came from like special interest groups.
I think Nina Turner might be running for the same seat, and that like remember it was a special election that she lost last time. And that now they're going to have the regular election this time, if I'm remembering it correctly. So it might be the same congressional seat.
Okay.
That's my, if I remember it correctly. If I'm wrong, guys, I apologize.
I recall hearing that it was a different district, but maybe I misconstrued it as like a district got redrawn.
Yeah, but remember, like she ran last year, right? Which is not a midterm year.
Right.
Yeah, so it was a special election.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, also, I didn't touch on this whole thing about the Obama, Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar thing earlier. I can, but
people got we are talking about that. Huh? People got really bad at me for that. I was like, are you sure about?
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. We can because it was like you afforded. Well, you said it was conspiratorial, which usually has a negative connotation. But I feel like I could have dived in further on that, but we kind of got lost in the sauce anyway here on that one. I'm also like. Honestly, I'm a little bit brain dead anyway. I'm like really tired now, and dude, like I'm getting to the point where I'm about to order some like YOLO McDonald's at 11 p.m. because I'm like,
let's go.
No, dude, that's bad, dude. Like you ever stay up so late, you're like, fuck, man. Like all I got is like fucking order Domino's or go hit McDonald's and just have regrets, man.
Honestly, past 10 p.m., I really have trained myself to just not eat. Like when I get really hungry like that, I'm like, I tell myself, I'm like, okay, you need to go to sleep. Okay, I was like, you need to go the fuck to bed. That's what I do. I'm just like, stop, go to bed, and you'll be right.
But my stomach, dude, I was hungry, dog. I was hungry at like 8:30. It's like 11 now. Dog,
try, honestly, you can stand to have some YOLO McDonald's. You're in much better shape than I am. Okay, you can definitely do it.
I'm trying, man. Appreciate it.
I mean,
you've been here for 4 hours now. I was hungry like 8:30, like 8:30. Like at 8:30. Like
as a night owl and a nighttime streamer, man, I don't understand your words. I'm like, as a person usually like gets done at 4 a.m. like, like that's not how I roll, man. Like, yeah, there is. I love the nighttime. Like, so I love being up late. I don't get like wigged out, you know. Yeah, I love it. I am.
I've never seen.
Man.
I've been on Prime stuff for like a couple years now. I've never seen a single bit of sunlight in this room. Not a single iota of sunlight.
Bro, wait. Okay, real talk here. Like, you don't be sweating the whole like sunlight exposure, vitamin D, melatonin deficiency. You don't be sweating you at all, bro. Bro, give me the laughs right now.
I guzzle orange juice. I actually like I drink a lot of orange juice. Just, side note, it's my favorite drink. Period. And I actually don't go outside often. Like light comes to my window all the goddamn time. It happens all the time. Like ignore him.
Bro.
Like usually when I'm ending, right? And like it's like summertime, then you'll see light coming to my window. Yeah.
Lord have mercy. Well, we are almost certainly built different, man. I love it. I love it. I love you all. I think
you did. Nope, you got. I was gonna say you did grow up in Florida and Louisiana, so you got to deal with the sun. You know, that's just you just have to. That's
no. Well, actually, it's a rebel thing for me. I used to be a waiter. I was a waiter for 8 years. And naturally, being a waiter, you have to work whenever the demand of people are there, which meant that on the weekends I was always up late. So like I wouldn't be leaving the place until like 1 a.m. So when you include, you know, shower, so I don't smell like fucking fajita jizz and fucking salsa and whatnot. By the time I'm actually like, you know, done with all that, it's like 2 a.m. And then, you know, I'm like, fuck, I want to play some fucking games, dude. I'm in at work numbing my brain away all fucking day, so I end up playing games. So the point being is that, like, you know, so 2 a.m. I'm playing games. I wind down. It's like 4 a.m. and now I'm trying to sleep, and it's like I'm not actually asleep until like 6 a.m. And then I wake up at like 2 p.m. and go to work for 4 o'clock.
Like,
I hated it, dude. Days feel like trash when you do that, dude. Like I don't know how you do it, Prime. I don't miss that, dude. The minute I went full time, I was like, bro, let me. I can't be a degenerate anymore, dude. I gotta like fucking, I don't know, like have longer days. I felt like, dude, it sucks.
Just hit that schedule. I just got a new schedule. Oh man, maybe docs. I don't know. I just got a new schedule where I work 4 days a week, and but they're like 10-hour days. Okay, and I'm off on the weekends and Wednesday, which is why I could be here on this panel so late because I don't work.
Hey.
And it's like, it's absolutely amazing. But it's a work from home, so it's like I'm kind of just like a bug man. I'm just like literally like Gregor Samsa from like Metamorphosis. I just live here and I just slough around, and that's just my existence. Okay.
Oh well, watch out, man. It's gonna get bad, dude. You need to. I would tell you like bring your laptop to like a Starbucks somewhere. Just get outside near people, dog. It's gonna get weird. One time I had this situation where I was like, I didn't speak with another physical person for like 4 days, and it was getting really, really weird. It's actually kind of freaking me out a little bit. Like actual isolation gets mentally draining in its own weird way.
You got a girlfriend,
FYI.
though. You got a girlfriend.
This was like early 2015. This happened to me.
Okay.
This is before I got with Venom.
Oh, okay.
This isn't a problem now. I'm saying
people in your chat are like 4 days. That's nothing.
Yeah, me, like I'm fine with isolation. I've gone much longer about talking to people. Cool.
Honestly, I grew up an only child, and I was kind of a loser. So I've definitely gone over 4 days without like speaking.
It's bold of you to use a past tense on that one, but anyway, like I mess with you, buddy. No, yeah, like yeah, I like this pandemic. It's been very tough for people, and for understandable reasons, right? You know, like people having to social distance and stay at home and all that stuff, right? But like when that happened, literally nothing in my life changed. Like not like a single thing. I've been training for this forever. Like not a big deal. Like so yeah, I was cool. So no mental strain here, but like I have sympathy for other people, you know, who are having trouble with that.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, if Sig, if you think you're gonna be fine, hey, don't heed my warning. It's all good, boo. You do you. Prime is built different. Prime says he's actually a half vampire, half black, so he will not be getting his reparations today. So I'm sorry for you, bro. I don't know why you self snitched like that, but hey, it's gonna be that ass right there. Okay. And speaking of that, I do look forward to the panel next week whenever we actually go into a topic I think we actually can get BAM to agree on, which would be the advocation for that 4-day work week. Could you imagine, dude? Like, oh my God. I think like if this mobilization of like pro unions that is happening right now due to the lack of like wage compensation being fair can lead to like some the revisiting of the 4-day work week. God, dude. I mean, it won't affect me personally, but I feel like for a lot of people, like the 5-day on, 2-day off is like living to work rather than the 4-3, which is like working to live. Like you actually have like there's like, oh my God, almost half my week is actually me time. Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Because then when you have the 2 days, it's like you burn one of them, you're recovering, the other one you're doing like backlogged tasks you need to do midweek that you didn't have time for, and there's not really like any actual like days off to you, I would feel, unless you just like work your ass off back at the house when you get off on your 5th day. But I'm kind of like inserting a topic now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Well, next week.
All right, guys. I guess we'll leave it
if
there.
If low tier God actually shows up, God, I hope I'm there to see it. Okay. I don't know. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So what happened there? Why didn't he? Because I was like, yo, I heard he was coming. Like, yo, let's fucking okay. What's good?
I had no idea. I have no idea what happened.
He didn't have enough notice. Fanatiq was saying, and
man, that Fanatiq baited all of us in, dude. I bet that dude there. I was like, oh, he's coming. Well, shit. Let's see what's good.
Hold on. I actually had no idea, and I knew Prime was coming. I didn't know anybody else. Okay, which is pretty crazy.
The Prime is all you need.
I still would have came for y'all, man. I ain't mean it like that, y'all. I ain't trying to say I wouldn't have come through for the squad. All right. I love y'all, man.
All right. Love you too, guys. Thank you. We'll talk again in the future. Bye.
All right. Later, y'all.
Yep.